Chapter 655. Skeletons piled up like a mountain, a scene that shocked and horrified the onlookers. It was hard to tell if these skeletons were the remains of those who died in the Nine Dragons battle for the Pearl, or if they were already here. However, Gu Fei was certain of one thing: countless living beings had fallen here in the past, resulting in the current scene. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying things happened in the Nine Dragons battle for the Pearl so many years ago. The death of countless lives was definitely a world-shaking event, and there was probably some kind of heaven and earth secret involved. The truth was probably only known by the master of the Hell Tao, the eternal Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei no longer thought about it. The most important thing now was to enter the center of the Nine Dragons battle for the Pearl. That Ying Tian bastard was too monstrous, entering that place in such a short time. If the realm bead was refined by Ying Tian, only death awaited Huang Xiaolong. If Ying Tian refined the realm bead, he would become the master of this world, able to manipulate the heaven and earth energy of this world at will. He would be the master of this world. The energy contained within the 9 great ancestral dragon veins was too powerful, requiring the 6 great saint artifacts to display their might to contend against it. If Ying Tian refined the realm bead, even a master of the extreme Tao would have a headache. As long as they were in this world, no one would be able to escape. At that time, this world would become a giant world cage, and the people inside would be at Ying Tian's mercy. Such a situation absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Gu Fei no longer thought about it. He led the countless undead kings to the front, carefully avoiding the dangerous areas that his immortal Tao Divine Eye had already identified, heading towards the center of the Nine Dragons battle for the Pearl. At the center of the Nine Dragons battle for the Pearl, a 9-colored divine light formed a giant pillar that connected heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and fog, revealing the starry sky that had been hidden for countless years. The towering 9-colored light pillar became the only thing in this world, affecting the entire Hell Tao. The death chi and fog gradually dispersed, showing signs of reopening the passage of time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right at this moment there was a sudden tremor in front of them. Then, the king of the hundreds of undead creatures walking in front of them was suddenly swallowed by the earth that suddenly split open. The advancing death monarchs were instantly thrown into chaos. The earth cracked open, and the earth ancestor dragon earth vein aura rushed out. The hundreds of undying monarchs nearby were instantly turned into ashes by the earth ancestor dragon earth vein aura, and their souls dissipated. Seeing such a terrifying scene, all the undead monarchs were scared out of their wits. Many undead monarchs even soared into the sky in a panic, trying to escape. However, not only did the undying monarchs fail to escape, but they were also instantly killed by the invisible killing light. Their powerful bodies immediately turned into bone powder and scattered in the air. Even his powerful soul power was mercilessly torn apart by the invisible killing light, turning into specks of soul starlight that flickered in the void. The undead monarchs didn't have Gu Fei's strength, so they couldn't resist the invisible killing light. All of their souls were destroyed. The soul divine light in the sky that was torn apart flickered like fireflies. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. The cracked earth in front of them was like a bottomless abyss. The earth ancestor dragon earth vein aura leaked out and blocked their path, forcing them to stop. The earth ancestor dragon earth vein aura was extremely terrifying. Even the powerful undead monarchs were instantly killed, causing Gu Fei's expression to change. In just an instant, more than 1,000 undead monarchs were killed. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel pained. The soul power of 1,000 undead monarchs was a powerful force, but it was obliterated just like that. All the undead creatures felt the danger. Entering the 9 dragons fighting for the Pearl was simply suicide. No matter how many undead creatures there were, it wouldn't be enough to fill this bottomless pit. Lord, what should we do? Lord, please let us go. Lord, please give us a way to live. The supreme emperors of the undying skeleton tribe, the Nether tribe, and the corpse tribe were all terrified. They had just entered this dangerous land, but it had already devoured more than 1,000 of their undying monarchs. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Their lives were in danger. Gu Fei sneered. He also knew that sending these undead kings to explore the path was akin to sending them to their deaths. However, he also didn't expect that they would suffer such a heavy loss right after entering this ominous land. Even though the 9 dragons fighting for the Pearl was suppressed by the 6 extreme sacred weapons, it was still extremely terrifying. Every step was filled with danger. Existences below the almighty level would definitely die. A few more times and these undead monarchs would all die in the 9 dragons fighting for the Pearl. Since he couldn't drive these undead creatures forward, Gu Fei opened his inner world and stored the undead monarchs and the 3 supreme emperors. This was a powerful force that might be useful in the future. The undead monarchs were powerful existences second only to the immortal realm. According to the realm classification in the Tenglong continent, the undead monarchs were in the demigod realm. What did it mean to have over 10,000 demigods? Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. In the various sects and forces of the Tenglong continent, demigods were used as deterrents. In the Tenglong continent where immortals and immortals were extinct, demigods were invincible. The entire Dao sect only had one demigod, Taoist Ku Rong. Some forces didn't even have a demigod. Without a demigod, a sect could be annexed or destroyed by a sect with a demigod at any time. If nearly 10,000 demigods appeared in the Tenglong continent, what would happen to the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent? Which force could contend against nearly 10,000 demigods? If Gu Fei brought this force out of the Naraka realm, he would definitely be able to unify the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. After storing all the undead creatures into his inner world, Gu Fei smashed the void with his fist and forcefully blasted through the thick earth energy in front of him. Then he dashed forward. The ancestral earth veins energy that leaked out could not stop the footsteps of an almighty expert. 9 divine rainbows revolved around Gu Fei's body and swept away the thick earth energy as he walked forward. Along the way he saw the earth cracking and the mountains crumbling. It was a scene of chaos and disorder. Swoosh! As Gu Fei was flying over a rocky hill, a strange sound suddenly came from below. Then a pitch-black crack split open below him without any warning. The thick earth energy suddenly rushed out of the crack and slashed upwards from below like a heavenly saber, sweeping past Gu Fei. The 9 divine rainbows revolving around Gu Fei shook violently from the impact. A great force directly knocked Gu Fei several hundred feet away. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The ancestral veins energy that leaked out from the earth was very terrifying. If it was an ordinary immortal, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, the heavenly death trap had not lost its power completely and could still make an almighty expert feel the threat of death. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. The deeper they went, the more frequent the cracks on the ground became. The extreme Dao Saint artifact displayed its extreme divine might to contend against the power of the ancestral earth vein. The vast pressure that emanated from it shook the surroundings, causing Gu Fei to feel as though he was in the middle of a raging sea, as though he could be smashed to death at any moment. The ancestral earth vein trembled as if a giant dragon was flipping its body. The earth crumbled and cracked, and the thick earth energy rushed out from the ground, turning this part of the world into a dusky gray. 3 giant dragon figures danced in the middle of the earth energy, attacking the 6 extreme Dao Saint weapons that were suppressing the ancestral earth vein. This was a dusky space that made Gu Fei feel like he was in a world of chaos. If it weren't for the immortal Dao Divine Eye, even Gu Fei would find it difficult to move forward. Although Gu Fei had followed Ying Tian's path, he had encountered at least 5 death traps along the way, all of them formed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the 6 extreme saint weapons had restricted the power of the 9 great earth ancestral veins in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, greatly reducing the power of the traps. Otherwise, the traps would have been powerful enough to kill powerful existences. Shwa! Gu Fei took another step forward. Boom! All of a sudden, a thunderclap resounded above Gu Fei's head. A bolt of purple lightning the size of a water tank tore through the void, bringing with it a destructive aura as it struck down on Gu Fei. This is... Raising his head, Gu Fei couldn't help but gasp in shock when he saw the bolt of purple lightning. 9 heavens divine lightning, did I step into a lightning zone? Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Even though he was shocked, his reaction wasn't slow. In the split second before the bolt of purple lightning struck him, he executed the 8 desolate steps and dodged to the side. Rumble, the sound of thunder was deafening. Bolts of purple lightning appeared out of thin air. They tore through the air and struck down on Gu Fei. Preposterous. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He had seen Ying Tian pass through this lightning zone before, and now he was lucky enough to enter it. Only when he was inside did he feel the terror of this thunder dominion. This was the 9 heavens divine lightning from above the 9 heavens, but he had no idea why it would appear here. This lightning zone was several li wide, and the 9 heavens divine lightning was born directly from the void. Boom! 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 Bolts of purple lightning were like rays of destructive light, exuding a chaotic and destructive aura as they struck down on Gu Fei from all directions. Purple divine lightning was generated in the void of the entire thunder territory. Every inch of the void was filled with purple divine lightning, wreaking havoc. Soon, the void within a radius of several miles had turned into a sea of purple lightning. This was unavoidable. Chapter 656. The Nine Heavens Thunder was a tribulation lightning that descended from the nine heavens. It could kill all immortals below the level of Almighty. Even ultimate gods who were one step away from the Almighty realm would be in danger if they were struck by it. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of the Nine Heavens Thunder since he had seized Li Xuandao's fruit of the way and possessed the strength and cultivation of Almighty. However, the power of the lightning in the Thunder region was so strong that it gave him a headache. The Immortal Path's divine power was vast and mighty. The 9 divine rainbows around Gu Fei shone with dazzling divine light like 9 beams of destructive divine light that blocked all the purple lightning that came from all directions. Rumble. Thunder shook the sky as the void was torn apart by the power of lightning that was released in an instant. After the divine lightning flashed, cracks appeared in the void wherever it passed. This was the endless power of the heavenly punishment. It was a terrifying destructive power between heaven and earth that could kill all living beings below the level of Almighty. Gu Fei slowly moved forward in the endless purple lightning. This was a great power condensed by the power of heaven and earth. The power of the purple lightning locked a part of the void. Although the Nine Heavens Thunder could not hurt Gu Fei, it made Gu Fei feel as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. He had to use the Immortal Path's divine power to resist it. It took Gu Fei almost an hour to walk out of the Thunder territory, a short distance of a few kilometers. Strangely, when Gu Fei walked out of the Thunder region, the Nine Heavens Thunder behind him immediately dissipated in the void. Only the roar of thunder was still echoing between heaven and earth. The Nine Heavens Thunder came suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. The terrifying aura of destruction retreated like the tide, which surprised Gu Fei. The reason why the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl was known as the #1 killing trap in the Naraka realm was that it was filled with killing traps and dangerous places. If it was not for the fact that 6 of the 9 ancestral veins were suppressed, the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder would be far greater. The divine lightning that was strengthened by the power of the 9 ancestral veins was enough to kill Almighty. 6 extreme saint weapons of the extreme Tao displayed their supreme divine might. Like 6 sky lanterns, they each illuminated a corner of the dusky world. The divine might of the extreme Tao swept away layers of earth energy, allowing the 3 unsuppressed ancestral veins to charge at it. Although the giant dragon formed from the 3 ancestral vein chi caused the 6 extreme saint artifacts to shake, it was unable to truly shake the treasures that displayed the might of the extreme path. The 6 extreme saint artifacts restrained the power of the 9 ancestral veins, preventing the peerless 9 dragons vying for the pearl from unleashing its terrifying destructive power. The mountains shook and dust rose high into the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as if doomsday had arrived. After exiting the lightning region, Gu Fei continued forward. He had no choice but to be careful. The deeper he went, the more dangerous situations there were. There was even an independent void inside that hid great killing intent. Gu Fei followed the path taken by the Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian. Along the way, the rising earth energy did not obstruct Gu Fei's vision. The immortal Tao God I could see through the origin of all things in this world. Even the most profound disguise technique could not hide from Gu Fei's eyes. Ever since he opened the immortal Tao God Eye, he had never closed it again. Gu Fei discovered that under the immortal Tao God Eye's scanning, there were some places with towering baleful aura, and some places filled with death energy. These places were definitely filled with great danger. These were all things that could be seen through the immortal Tao God Eye. What made Gu Fei wary and troubled was that some of the dangerous situations could not be prevented. If they were not activated, even if they were exposed to the immortal Tao God Eye, Gu Fei would not be able to see through them. He no longer dared to fly in the sky. Landing on the ground, he walked step by step towards the depths of the 9 dragons' competition for the pearl. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. Every step he took was extremely careful, but he still fell for the trap. After passing through a field of rubble, he took a step forward. Shwa. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed. An extremely powerful baleful aura swept over without any warning. Not good. Gu Fei was startled. Focusing his eyes, he found himself in a terrifying space. It was not big, but it was filled with baleful aura. At the center of the space was a pool of blood, emitting a pungent stench. Several giant skeletons were lying in the blood pool. The eerie aura emanating from the pool sent chills down Gu Fei's spine. Gu Fei sensed danger from the blood pool. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding in the pool, and it could jump out at any time. Glug glug glug. Suddenly the thick, scarlet blood seemed to boil as it emitted a string of bubbles. The evil blood faintly emitted a dark red evil light. The evil and terrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. There was something in the blood pool, but as for what it was, Gu Fei had no idea. He had barged into a dangerous and sinister space. There were no passageways connecting to the outside world at all. How did he enter this space that was similar to the inner world? Gu Fei was puzzled. Taking a step forward, he entered a space like this. Gu Fei pressed his palm forward. Immortal God Force surged out from his palm. Bam! With a loud bang, the void shattered. He had forcefully pierced through this void, and the aura from the outside immediately penetrated through the shattered void and entered. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the blood pool. Wah! Blood splashed everywhere. A demonic figure shrouded in endless bloody light pounced towards Gu Fei. What is this? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand. Chi! 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 5 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced through the demonic shadow. Pooh! 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 The demonic figure did not dodge. The 5-finger lights instantly pierced through the demonic figure's body. 5 bowl-sized holes appeared on the demonic figure's body. The demonic figure was sent flying backwards. Plop! It smashed into the blood pool. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the demonic figure. He directly broke through the void's barrier and rushed out. A terrifying roar came from behind him. The moment Gu Fei rushed out from the sinister space, a resplendent green saber light, like a heavenly saber, emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It slashed down with extreme speed. The saber light split heaven and earth, destroying the void. Gu Fei had no way to dodge. He didn't even have time to teleport. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Chapter 657. Roar! Gu Fei roared madly, and the void in front of him was shattered by his roar. At the same time, he used all his strength to bend his waist backward, and his legs kicked the ground with all his might. Boom! A large area of the ground under his feet was instantly crushed by his stomp, and the entire ground shook violently. Swoosh! The divine eyes of the immortal path emitted an unprecedentedly bright divine light, and it pierced through the green saber light that was coming at his face. Under the divine light, the void was directly annihilated. This saber attack was too sudden. All of Gu Fei's actions were done without thinking, and he directly relied on his battle-hardened instincts. The vast Buddhist power formed a terrifying green saber light, and it split the heaven and earth in half. The terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty, and the thick earth energy on the ground was dispersed. The little monk Fan Xiao made his move. He didn't make a move before, but once he did, he used an extremely vicious killing move. He vowed to split Gu Fei in half with one strike. Boom! The dazzling divine light collided with the saber light that was coming at his face, and a dazzling light erupted. Gu Fei was blinded in an instant, and his eyes could no longer see anything. Chapter 658. The shadow of a Buddha appeared on Fan Xiao's body. Buddhist power surged. At this moment, Fan Xiao no longer looked like a child carved from jade. Instead, he looked like a Buddha. He wielded the green jade ring blade and attacked Gu Fei continuously. The little monk was like a victorious fighting Buddha. His will to fight was like a rainbow. The green jade ring blade slashed through the void and split the world. It was extremely ferocious. No one would have thought that a little baldy who looked like a child would have such a strong side. Compared to Fan Xiao, Gu Fei was even more ferocious, domineering, and valiant. He grabbed the chaotic divine mountain and smashed it at Fan Xiao. The chaotic divine mountain shattered the void. Every time it smashed, the world would tremble. The void would collapse. The terrifying power shattered the brilliant blade light of the supreme Buddhist weapon. The two mighty figures of the immortal Tao and the Buddhist Tao were like two unparalleled gods as they fought in a frenzy. They were so powerful that the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Wherever they passed, even the great momentum of slaughter condensed from the heavens and the earth was about to collapse. This time Gu Fei was truly enraged. His opponent was actually so merciless and suddenly attacked him, intending to kill him. This caused Gu Fei to be enraged. Buddhists were supposed to be merciful, but Gu Fei did not see any mercy in the little monk Fan Xiao. Instead, he saw the kind of person who would stab others in the back. The nameless old monk was the same as Fan Xiao. Although Gu Fei was fighting with Fan Xiao, he had already sensed the nameless old monk's presence. The nameless old monk was lying in ambush. He was probably looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. "You want to kill me?" Then you must be prepared to die. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He immediately used the secret art of ascension. He did not want to use the secret art of ascension. This kind of heaven-defying divine art could not be used indefinitely. After using it once, he had to wait for 24 hours before he could use it again. This way he would not be affected at all. However, if he continued to use this divine art for 24 hours, he would have to pay the price of his life essence. Although he could still use the divine art's power, his vitality would be greatly damaged afterwards. Gu Fei only wanted to kill Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk. He could not care so much. The secret art of ascension was successfully used. Waves of divine power began to seep out of his body. Boom. Gu Fei's body suddenly burst with divine light. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, and the terrifying power directly turned the void into nothingness. Die. Gu Fei retracted his chaotic divine mountain and slammed his palm towards Fan Xiu. Bang! A huge purple hand appeared in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were pressing down on the little monk Fan Xiu. Under the huge hand, the void was annihilated. The terrible aura of destruction filled every inch of space. The whole world was smashed into pieces. Little monk Fan Xiu felt a great sense of danger. He felt that the void around him seemed to have solidified, and the movement of his body was actually affected. A great power locked down the entire world. Fan Xiu was shocked to find that he had nowhere to hide. His aura had been locked down. No matter where he tried to hide, the purple hand would descend and turn him into meat paste. Brr! Fan Xiu roared. Buddhist power surged all over his body. A Buddha's Dharma body emerged from his body. All the power surged into the green jade ring blade in his hand. The green jade ring blade suddenly vibrated. Blade light rushed out and pierced through the void. This supreme Buddhist weapon actually emitted a trace of supreme divine power. Without any hesitation, the little monk Fan Xiu slashed at the incoming hand. Swoosh! The dazzling blade light rushed into the sky. The blade light seemed to become the only thing in the world, illuminating the whole world. Boom! In an earth-shattering sound, the huge purple hand directly smashed the world and collapsed the blade light. Its power did not decrease and it still slapped towards Fan Xiu. In the face of absolute power, even with the supreme Buddhist weapon, Fan Xiu could not resist Gu Fei's attack. Bam! The little monk, Fan Xiu, was sent flying by the huge purple hand as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blood that came out of Fan Xiu's mouth emitted a resplendent golden light, as though there was a golden divine fire burning within. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly disappeared from where he was. The next moment he instantly approached Fan Xiu, who was flying backward, and then he stepped on Fan Xiu. Desolate steps, 8 steps 8 kills. The first step was taken. A terrible power was mighty under Gu Fei's feet. The void directly collapsed under his step. Bam! Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He directly stepped on Fan Xiu from the sky, and with a bang he smashed into the mountain rocks below, causing dust to rise high into the sky. The 9 dragons competing for the pearl was suppressed by the 6 supreme sacred weapons. Although it did not completely lose its power, the various terrifying places in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl would not be able to kill a powerful existence. Gu Fei used the secret skill of ascension, and his strength instantly increased by 10 times, suppressing Fan Xiu. He was incomparably powerful, as if a peerless martial artist had descended. After he stomped Fan Xiu down from the sky, he was about to chase after him. At this moment, in the thick earth chi below, countless dazzling golden lights suddenly lit up, and in the golden lights, there was a vague silhouette of a person. The terrible Buddhist power was vast and mighty. It was as if 108 golden suns had appeared below, and they rushed towards Gu Fei in the sky. In each golden sun, there was a Buddha sitting cross-legged, and each Buddha looked different. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The whole heaven and earth was shaken by the 108 dazzling golden lights that suddenly rushed up from below. The world trembled as if it was about to collapse. 108 blessed Buddha beads? Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. From the memories of Li Xuandao's soul, he learned that this was a sacred object of Buddhism. A sacred weapon refined by a supreme Buddhist expert. Although it was not a supreme sacred weapon, it could still be considered as half a precious treasure, possessing great power. In the end, the nameless old monk had no choice but to make a move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Under the effect of the secret skill of ascension, his strength increased tenfold, infinitely close to the level of an extreme Dao expert. Even if it was a real supreme sacred weapon, he wouldn't be afraid, not to mention half a precious treasure. Boom. Gu Fei's hand reached out, pressing downwards, grabbing the 108 blessed Buddha beads in his palm. With a pinch, cracking noises resounded in the air. The 108 blessed Buddha beads were crushed by his hand, bursting out with resplendent golden lights. The blessed Buddha beads were broken, and a muffled groan came from the darkness below. The boundless Buddhist power that burst out from the blessed Buddha beads was directly absorbed by Gu Fei's supreme physique, turning into God force, becoming a part of his own strength. Peng. The blessed Buddha beads stopped Gu Fei for a moment, allowing little monk Fan Xiao to soar up into the sky. His hand gripped the green jade ring saber, his white monk robe was dyed red with Buddhist blood. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Looks like I won't be able to kill you without using my final trump card. Little monk Fan Xiao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, calmly looking at Gu Fei. Show me what you've got, or you won't have another chance. Gu Fei sneered, pressing forward. With every step he took, the void beneath his feet crumbled. Is that so? Little monk Fan Xiao revealed a rare smile. He put away the green jade ring saber, then reached out with his right hand, pressing forward. Boom. The earth quaked as boundless golden light enveloped the earth. The entire area of the 9 dragons competing for the pearls quaked violently. A towering Buddhist power engulfed the heavens and earth. Even the 6 saint weapons suppressing the 9 dragons competing for the pearls were affected. The boundless Buddhist power was like a vast ocean, enveloping all directions as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar. What's going on? Gu Fei paled in fright. The ancient confusion energy that gushed out from little monk Fan Xiao's right hand was too powerful, causing him to feel the threat of death. Yuwa! Gu Fei roared madly. The surging energy almost caused his body to crumble. He frantically circulated his immortal energy and pushed his hands forward in an attempt to stop this energy. However, the energy was too powerful. This was a power that surpassed the realm of the supreme figures. Even though Gu Fei's strength had increased by 10 times, he still couldn't resist it. Bang! Gu Fei's hands shattered the moment they came into contact with the energy, turning into a puddle of blood. Gu Fei roared as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. He was sent flying for 100 miles into the depths of the 9 dragons competing for the pearls. Everywhere he went, he broke through all the deadly traps and heavenly momentum. He vomited blood as he crashed into the giant 9-colored light pillar at the center of the 9 dragons competing for the pearls. He almost fainted. How did little monk Fan Xiao become so powerful all of a sudden? No, that's not his power, there's something strange about his right hand. Gu Fei immediately understood. Little monk Fan Xiao was being suppressed by him, so there was no way he could suddenly possess the power that surpassed the realm of the supreme figures. As expected, the Buddhist Lord had left behind a backup plan for his disciples and grand disciples. He could vaguely see a giant 9-colored orb spinning slowly below the 9-colored light pillar. Outside the light pillar stood a figure shrouded in demonic aura. 9 dragon heads the size of mountains, 9 stone tablets resembling heavenly monuments. That was the last thing Gu Fei saw. I won't be seeing you out. Yingtian's voice echoed in Gu Fei's ears. Then the space around him twisted. In the next moment he felt a familiar aura approaching him from all directions. When he took a closer look at his surroundings, he was both surprised and overjoyed. The 9-colored light pillar connected the sky and earth, becoming the only source of light in the dusky sky. 9 pitch-black mountains towered over the horizon. The ground was covered in white bones, emitting a boundless murderous aura. This is the desolate battlefield? The ancient desolate battlefield on the Tenglong continent? Gu Fei was astounded. He discovered that he might be at the center of the ancient desolate battlefield. The 9-colored light that connected the 2 worlds had teleported him out from the Naraka realm. Chapter 659. The land of the far west was the west of the western Buddhist land. There were ancient ruins there. It was an ancient battlefield in the primordial desolate battlefield. The primordial desolate battlefield was the oldest relic in the Tenglong continent. Countless years ago, an earth-shattering war took place here. Blood dyed the earth red. Countless living beings had fallen in that great battle. Even the soil on this side of the earth was soaked in the blood of all living beings. Even after countless years, the soil on this side of the earth was still dark brown, like dried bloodstains. No one knew how big the primordial desolate battlefield was because no one could truly enter the depths of this primordial battlefield. On this day, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly came from the primordial battlefield. A 9-colored divine light shot up from the depths of the primordial battlefield. Rumble, the entire primordial battlefield shook. The 9 mountains were shaking. Countless sand and stones rolled down from the 9 mountains. The primordial battlefield was filled with murderous intent. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the primordial battlefield. Unknown powerful beings were alarmed. They were roaring uneasily. The roar made people's hair stand on end. The terrifying shockwave directly transmitted into the Western Buddhist land, breaking the peace there. All the experts of the Buddhist sect who sensed the shockwave came out. An important place of Buddhism, the spiritual mountain where the Buddha Lord's tomb was located, immediately emitted a golden Buddha light and flew towards the primordial battlefield. In an instant, it disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the primordial battlefield was already boiling. Dark clouds surged, blocking the sky and the sun. It was as if the night had suddenly descended. Powerful and unknown creatures walked out from the darkness one after another, roaring and running about on this terrifying battlefield. They were all terrified and uneasy. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, in the center of the 9 mountains, a huge 9-colored light pillar stood between the sky and the earth. In the sky, a huge swastika was rotating and a vast Buddhist power was surging. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A golden light pillar rushed up from the 9 mountains at the same time. The 9 light pillars connected with the swastika in the sky. Boom. There was a huge tremor and endless Buddhist light descended from the sky, enveloping the surroundings. The aura of the great Tao lingered, and the powerful Buddhist power seemed to form a huge formation, sealing the area within a radius of thousands of miles within the 9 black mountains. 8 silhouettes dashed out from the 8 mountains one after another, standing in the void and looking at the 9-colored light pillar. Only one of the mountains near the land of Buddha did not appear. Within the 9 mountains, baleful energy surged. Sinister winds howled, and the bones on the ground were all swept up into the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, as terrifying as the descent of a region. The swastika in the sky unleashed boundless Buddhist power, trapping the evil and terrifying aura within the 9 mountains. About half an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared in the 9-colored light pillar as if he had walked out of the void. Roar. That person raised his head to the sky and roared. His roar shook the mountains and rivers, and even the swastika in the sky was affected by the impact. The terrifying roar spread out, and in a radius of 100 miles, the ground shook violently like waves. Little bald monk Xianxia. Gu Fei's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the 9 mountains to tremble. He was in an extremely miserable state. Both of his arms were shattered and divine blood flowed out. Each drop of divine blood was emitting a mournful bloody light, containing a powerful immortal Tao's divine power. His entire body was covered in blood, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His body was on the verge of collapsing. His supreme immortal physique had suffered an unprecedented serious injury, and it was on the verge of collapse. Little bald monk Xianxia, if I don't kill you, my name is not Gu Fei. Gu Fei was furious. He was always on guard, but in the end he still fell into the little monk Xianxia's trap. At this time, the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret law was not up yet. He directly sat in the 9-colored light pillar and channeled the immortal Tao's divine power. His supreme immortal physique immediately produced a heaven-devouring power that devoured the power of the heaven and earth from all directions. The power of the heaven and earth in the 9 mountains immediately became chaotic, and it continuously gathered towards Gu Fei and entered his body. Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine blood that splashed out also flowed back into his body, and the immortal Tao's divine power surged inside Gu Fei's body. The blood and energy in his body surged like a river, and the divine light was dazzling. His muscles, bones, and flesh were moving, and there were strange noises coming from the supreme immortal physique. It was as if the 9 heavens were thundering, or as if the waves were crashing on the shore. The supreme immortal physique shot out waves of divine light, and his flesh and bones were regenerating. Gu Fei's shattered arms were also quickly regenerating. Very quickly the 2 arms grew back perfectly intact. They flickered with an elite divine light as if they were cast from divine steel, full of power. Before the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret law was up, Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique had completely recovered. There was no longer a single scar on his body. The powerful aura began to converge, but the power of the heaven and earth from all directions continued to gather towards Gu Fei. His body was like a bottomless pit, devouring the energy of the heaven and earth. Very quickly, the power of the heaven and earth inside the 9 black mountains was completely devoured by Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique. Even the power of the Buddhist Tao was almost triggered. Rumble, the 9 mountains shook and the Buddhist power surged. The swastika in the sky was operating, and it sprinkled down endless Buddhist lights that sealed off the 4 directions, isolating this part of the world. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 purple divine lights shot out from his eye sockets like lightning. They were several feet long. He stood up from the void and was bathed in the 9 divine lights. He glanced around, and when he saw the 8 figures standing on top of the black mountains, Gu Fei's eyes turned red. These were the people of the Buddhist Tao. Without a doubt, these 8 bald donkeys were definitely the same as the nameless monk, experts from the Buddhist Tao guarding the black mountains. At this moment, Gu Fei was enraged whenever he saw a bald head. Swoosh! 8 rays of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body, piercing through space and shooting towards the 8 figures on the mountain peak in the distance. Pitch-black spatial cracks were left in the wake of the divine light. Boom! 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 The 8 divine lights were all blocked by the power of the Grand Formation and exploded in front of the mountain. They simply couldn't get close to the 8 figures on top of the mountain. Countless Buddhist runes were destroyed in the void along with the burst of divine light. Damn it! Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge swastika in the sky. He was filled with hatred. If he didn't break this array, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill those bald heads outside the array. On top of the 8 black mountains stood 8 old monks. They seemed to be shocked by Gu Fei's attack. Buddhist power surged from their bodies, and golden Buddhist lights seeped out of their bodies. It was as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. They were also inexplicably shocked by Gu Fei's appearance in the Grand Formation. They didn't know how Gu Fei entered the 9 black mountains. Could it be that he came out from that place? The experts from the Buddhist Tao were all shocked and doubtful. It was difficult for them to maintain a calm state of mind. Seeing that he couldn't kill the 8 bald heads outside the array in a short time, Gu Fei thought about how to kill his way back into the Hell Tao. The 9-colored light pillar connected the 2 realms. Gu Fei could sense the aura of the Hell Tao in the light pillar. He was about to shatter the void and see if he could follow the 9-colored divine light to kill his way into the Hell Tao. Chapter 660. Inside the 9-colored light pillar, the void trembled and a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei without any warning. Gu Fei became excited the moment he saw the person who suddenly appeared. He directly threw a punch at the confused person who didn't know what was happening. The moment the person felt Gu Fei's presence, Gu Fei's fist had already fiercely hit the person's chest. Bang! Kacha! A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded. The person's chest immediately caved in. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was sent flying more than 10 miles away. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down from the void. It's you? The person was horrified. He didn't expect to meet Gu Fei here. Gu Fei's punch had smashed his chest against his back. His internal organs were shattered and his physical body was severely injured. Ah, is this the karma that you Buddhists speak of? Gu Fei laughed heartily as he pressed forward step by step. With every step he took, the entire sky trembled. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. His murderous aura soared to the sky and his murderous intent caused the heaven and earth to lose their color. The person felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and couldn't help but shiver. The person who suddenly appeared in the 9-colored light pillar was the little monk Fan Shio's follower, the nameless old monk. He also followed in his footsteps and was transported out of the Naraka realm. I'll kill you first, old Baldy, then I'll find that little Baldy to settle the score, Gu Fei said coldly. He used the 8 desolation steps and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the nameless old monk. This was not teleportation, it was a display of extreme speed. Gu Fei's 8-step speed, coupled with his supreme immortal physique, had reached a level where he could come and go without leaving a shadow, not any slower than teleportation. Gu Fei directly threw another punch, not giving the nameless old monk any chance to dodge. The old monk could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block Gu Fei's fist. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei's fist force was as heavy as a huge mountain. Without any suspense, the nameless old monk was directly blown away, and the bones in his arms were broken by Gu Fei's fist. The nameless old monk's cultivation was far inferior to Gu Fei's, making it difficult for him to fight against Gu Fei. He was completely suppressed by Gu Fei and Gu Fei had complete control over the rhythm of the battle. Bam! Gu Fei chased after him with large strides and swung his fists, sending the nameless old monk flying once more. Punch after punch, the nameless old monk vomited a large mouthful of blood and didn't have the strength to retaliate at all. Ah, this feels great. Gu Fei laughed out loud. He didn't kill the nameless old monk right away. Instead, he punched the nameless old monk's body repeatedly, breaking his tendons and bones. The fiend cultivates to such an arrogant extent. Devil, stop. At this time, the 8 old monks standing at the peak of the 9 mountains had already discovered that the nameless old monk was being tortured. Hence they all shouted. However, the Buddhist seal formation had sealed the interior of the 9 mountains. Although the people inside couldn't leave, it was impossible for the people outside to enter. The 8 Buddhist powerhouses could only watch helplessly as the nameless old monk was tortured. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with them and continued to throw punches, causing the nameless old monk's bones to continuously crack. The nameless old monk's body was covered in blood, and some parts of his body could even see his bones. His physical body was deformed, but he was not dead. The nameless old monk's cultivation was limitless, and he had the cultivation of a quasi-almighty. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was turned into ashes, he would not truly die. The nameless old monk roared and howled. His face was covered in blood and he looked extremely ferocious. He no longer looked like an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Under Gu Fei's suppression, he could not use any mystic arts to fight against Gu Fei. All he could do was retreat, and he could not retreat at all. The nameless old monk was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Gu Fei appeared behind the nameless old monk in an instant and swept his leg at the nameless old monk's waist. Bam! Kacha! This kick broke the nameless old monk's spine. I'll take you down with me. The nameless old monk roared in a frenzy. Then there was a loud boom from his body. A dazzling golden Buddhist light was emitted from his body. An extremely violent and terrifying power erupted, causing the entire void to tremble under this power. Trying to self-destruct? Gu Fei's expression changed upon seeing this. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the nameless old monk's bald head. An extremely powerful immortal force surged from Gu Fei's palm, forcefully suppressing the power that was erupting from the nameless old monk's body. The nameless old monk was inconsolable. Self-detonation was his final trump card. However, this trump card had been forcefully disrupted by someone else. The nameless old monk knew that his life was in someone else's hands. Not only had Gu Fei imprisoned his physical body, but he had also imprisoned his soul, making it impossible for him to abandon his physical body and escape with his soul. Soul snatch. Gu Fei uttered coldly. Then his right hand, which was still on the nameless old monk's bald head, emitted rays of divine light that rushed into the nameless old monk's head. At the same time, his right palm produced a great suction force, directly capturing the nameless old monk's soul. Divine force surged and dazzled. Gu Fei's right hand seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the nameless old monk's soul. It was a powerful force of soul. Not only had Gu Fei devoured the nameless old monk's soul, but he had also extracted and devoured all of the old monk's energy. He was seizing the nameless old monk's fruit of the path. The boundless Buddhist force was all seized by Gu Fei in the end. The nameless old monk's body turned into a dried corpse, and Gu Fei casually tossed it aside. The 8 old monks outside could not remain calm after seeing the nameless old monk die at Gu Fei's hands. They all roared and yelled at Gu Fei. Gu Fei glanced coldly at the 8 figures on the mountain peak in the distance. This is just collecting some interest first. When I leave this place, it will be the end of you bald donkeys. After Gu Fei refined the energy, not only did he recover all the energy he had expended, he even felt like he was brimming with energy. All the injuries he had suffered were completely healed. The immortal god force in his body surged and he really wanted to find someone to fight. Boom. Just as Gu Fei was about to return to the 9-colored pillar of light, another loud tremor came from the 9-colored pillar of light, causing the void to ripple like transparent water. Whoosh. A huge cauldron appeared in the 9-colored light. A boundless and ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial chaos immediately spread out and spread across the world. Chapter 661. Rumble. A huge cauldron was suspended in the void, and on the body of the cauldron, all kinds of hazy images were constantly emerging. There was a giant dragon walking, an endless mountain range, and a vast sea. It was as if a world was emerging. The mountain river cauldron suppressed the mountains and rivers on the earth. A terrifying pressure spread out with the mountain river cauldron as the center. Visible ripples spread out in all directions, and the 9-colored light beam was almost cut in half. Heaven and earth shook and the 9 black mountains shook violently. The entire Buddhist seal suffered a great impact, and the huge swastika in the sky emitted endless golden Buddhist light. A transparent golden energy wall began to emerge from the void, like an inverted bowl, covering the interior of the 9 black mountains under the golden bowl. This was a barrier condensed by endless Buddhist power. The Great Sumeru Rui Buddha Light Shield? Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately recognized that it was the old ancestor of the Shen clan, Li Xuandao. Although he was not the personal disciple of the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor, he was still a disciple. He knew many secrets of heaven and earth, and he knew all kinds of magical powers and spells of the great masters like the back of his hand. Even if he had not seen it, he had heard of it. Gu Fei had merged with Li Xuandao's soul memory, and naturally knew all kinds of unknown, infinitely ancient secrets from Li Xuandao's soul memory. This is the backup left by the ancient Buddha? Gu Fei's face became solemn. The Great Sumeru Rui Shield could seal the sky and trap the earth. Even an extreme master would have a headache if he was trapped. Only the legendary Buddhist Lord would be able to lay down this ancient Buddhist formation and display this Buddhist divine ability in front of the people of the world. The Buddhist magical power had endless wonderful uses. The Buddhist power was vast, and on the Great Sumeru Rui Shield, there were faint lines of the Great Tao, flowing with the aura of the Great Tao. The Great Meru Rui Shroud displayed the power of the Great Way, resisting the mighty pressure of the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, under the supreme pressure of the mountain and river cauldron, the entire world seemed to collapse. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and stood on the mountain river cauldron. What exactly happened in the Naraka realm? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He was surprised that the mountain and river cauldron had flown out. Without the suppression of the extreme path sacred weapon, the terrifying might of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was about to recover. That was a terrifying killing ground that could even kill almighties. It was the center of the Naraka realm. It was hard to imagine what would happen to that place of death without the suppression of the ultimate saint artifact of the Great Path. After devouring the nameless old monk's divine soul and power, Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique had recovered to its peak state. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and he desperately wanted to kill his way into the Naraka Tao. Rumble! Gu Fei urged the cauldron of mountain and river to descend. The void shattered, and he discovered that the 9-colored light beam that connected the 2 worlds did not dissipate because of the shattering of the void. The 9-colored light pillar was like a beacon, guiding Gu Fei towards the path of hell, shattering the void and breaking the barrier between the 2 worlds, advancing towards the path of hell. Gu Fei could sense the aura of the path of hell in the 9-colored light pillar, so he was able to lock onto the location of the path of hell again. He drove the cauldron of mountain and river to pierce through the heaven and earth, and once again kill his way towards the path of hell. If not for the existence of the 9-colored light pillar that connected the 2 worlds, Gu Fei definitely would not have been able to lock onto the location of the path of hell. With this guidance, Gu Fei was able to kill his way into the path of hell again. Gu Fei stood on the cauldron of mountain and river, guiding the primordial chaos aura to protect himself. Even though the outside of the cauldron of mountain and river was chaotic, the destructive power within the chaotic void could not harm Gu Fei. It was very easy and simple to be transported out of the path of hell by the 9-colored light pillar, and the process of traversing the 2 worlds was completed in an instant. However, to reverse the flow and follow the 9-colored light pillar back to the path of hell was not so simple. There was no mighty power of time and space in the chaotic void, and the 9-colored light pillar seemed to have no end in the chaotic void. It was unknown how long the cauldron of mountain and river had descended, but suddenly, the cauldron of mountain and river shook violently. Bang! With a loud bang, the barrier in the void was broken once again. An extremely terrifying wave surged in from the gap that had suddenly shattered. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Brr! Boom! Bang! Loud shouts, sounds of energy clashing, and explosions rang out incessantly. The outside world seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. Through the hole in the void, Gu Fei could vaguely make out the silhouettes of giant dragons dancing in the air. One after another, supreme treasures that emitted supreme divine might streaked across the void, leaving behind dazzling divine light. Vast and mighty demonic energy and Buddhist energy surged. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. Fight, fight. It's best if those 2 fellows die together. Gu Fei was in no hurry to go out. The atmosphere outside was too chaotic, and the place where the 9 dragons battle pearl was located was in complete chaos. He didn't know what that Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu did to cause this place to be on the verge of collapse. Destroying the realm pearl was equivalent to destroying this part of the world. Even if those 2 fellows were lucky enough to survive this calamity, they would be completely lost in the chaotic void, drifting in the endless darkness. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him tremble violently. In the next moment, a resplendent green saber light pierced through the void, cutting through the heaven and earth. It exuded boundless Buddhism energy as it slashed down on him. Roar! Despicable bald donkey. Gu Fei was enraged. Even at this point, that little monk Fan Xiu still wanted to drag him down with him, forcing him out of the void. Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river, shooting up into the sky. At the same time, he shook the cauldron of mountain and river, causing a powerful force to descend from the cauldron, shattering the peerless saber light. I won't go out, what can you do to me? Gu Fei stood firmly above the nine-colored light pillar. Peng! A pitch-black giant pierced through the void and headed straight for Gu Fei. The terrifying power of destruction obliterated the void and almost shattered the nine-colored light pillar. These two fellows. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked. The little monk Fan Xiu and the Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian were attacking him one after another, causing him to feel a great pressure. Gu Fei sneered. With a thought, a wung. A sharp sword chime came from the outside. In the next moment, a purple sword light soared 10,000 zhang into the void like a giant purple dragon. The peerless sword light directly shattered the terrifying hand and flew toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei's hand reached out, grabbing the purple sword light in his hand. Then the dazzling sword light dissipated, revealing a purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. Bang! As Gu Fei retrieved the purple gold divine sword, a deafening explosion came from the outside, followed by a terrifying aura, as if a terrifying heavenly beast had broken free from its cage. Brr! A dragon's roar could be heard, followed by a giant dragon struggling to rise into the sky. The aura emitted from the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was even more terrifying, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth, causing even the experts to shudder in fear. Shit! He's retrieving the extreme Tao sacred weapons. 2 cries of alarm came from outside the hole in the void, and there was a hint of panic and nervousness in their voices. I'm retrieving the sacred weapons that are suppressing the 9 dragons competition. You can all die. Gu Fei sneered and sat down on the cauldron of mountain and river. He circulated his primordial spirit to communicate with the other 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons, trying to summon them back. Chapter 662. Boom. 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 The void shattered and the heavens and earth shook. The terrifying aura of the extreme Tao filled the air as the 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons broke through the void and charged into the 9-colored light pillar. The destructive energy waves made the Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu pale with fright. They had no choice but to dodge, not daring to fight it head-on. Brr! Roar! Brr! 3 dragon roars were heard as the ancestral earth veins were completely revived. 3 giant dragons roared at the sky as the power of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl erupted. Rumble! The 9 ancestral earth veins were shaking violently. The dragon-shaped mountain range was about to turn into a dragon and charge out of the ground. Endless earth dragon chi surged out of the veins and formed into giant dragons. The 9 giant dragons circled above the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. The dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. The powerful pressure made one's heart palpitate. Even Gu Fei, who had not entered the Hell Realm, felt like his mind was on the verge of collapse. This force that was condensed from the heavens and earth was simply too powerful. It was even more powerful than the extreme divine might displayed by the extreme divine weapon of the extreme divine path. This was a terrifying power that could kill a supreme being. At this moment, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the saber of supremacy, the Buddhist bell of Sanskrit, and the purple gold divine sword circled around Gu Fei and protected him within. The power of the 5 extreme Tao sacred weapons had cut off the 9-colored light pillar and the passage connecting the 2 realms. Are you 2 not going to die this time? Trying to trick me? Let's talk about that later. Gu Fei sat on the mountain and river cauldron. The 5 extreme Tao sacred weapons were protecting him. Even if an extreme Tao sacred master came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his immortal Tao divine eye and saw through the void, seeing everything outside. The immortal Tao divine eye was broken by little monk Fan Xiu's green jade ring blade. However, Gu Fei's muscles and bones were reconstructed and the damaged immortal Tao divine eye recovered. He hid in the void of primal chaos and watched this exciting show from the other side of the river. Where the realm bead was located, there were 9 ancient tablets erected in the surroundings. The ancient tablets emitted boundless Buddhist energy, and each of them had an illusory figure of a Buddha that protected the realm bead. The little monk Fan Xiu and the Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian were standing outside the 9 stone steels, bombarding the stone steels with attacks. They wanted to break through the stone steel's restrictions and take away the realm beads. At this moment, the completely revived 9 dragons competing for the pearl displayed a terrifying momentum. 9 giant dragons soared towards the realm pearl at the same time. Boom! A gigantic dragon claw slashed down from the skies towards the earth demonic lord Xianxia. The terrifying strength of the claw directly tore apart a part of the void. The power of the earth ancestor dragon, which had completely awakened, was extremely strong. The terrifying waves that it emitted were comparable to the power of the extreme path. Roar! The earth demonic lord Xianxia roared with unwillingness. He directly tore apart the void and dodged to the side. A demonic diagram appeared above his head, exuding a terrifying demonic energy that protected him. The powerful aura emitted by the 9 dragons was comparable to that of an extreme grade expert. The power contained in the earth ancestor's vein of this world was extremely powerful. Damn it! Since I can't get it, none of you can either. The earth demonic lord Xianxia roared madly. The demonic diagram hovering above his head suddenly rushed into his body. As soon as the demonic diagram entered his body, Xianxia's demonic physique transformed into a towering mountain that stood between heaven and earth. Boundless demonic energy surged out from his demonic physique, shattering the space around him. An extremely frightening wave of energy rippled out from the 10,000 feet tall demonic body. It was as if a demonic god of creation had appeared. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. How is this possible? Gu Fei's face paled when he saw this scene through the immortal Tao divine eye. He had no idea what kind of heaven-defying secret art this old devil used to restore his invincible strength at his peak. This was definitely an invincible force that could contend with an extreme powerhouse. Kill? The Earth Demon Lord let out a furious roar. He reached out and grabbed a huge dragon that was charging at him. Then he tore the huge dragon into 2. Bang! Xianxia punched out, directly exploding the head of one of the giant dragons. The violent force of the punch caused the giant dragon to explode, its body disintegrating into nothingness in the void. After merging with the demonic diagram, the earth demonic lord Xianxia's strength was unparalleled, shattering 2 giant dragons formed from the earth ancestor dragon's earth vein chi. The place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl was shaking violently. The 9 great ancestral dragon veins kept on surging with draconic chi. The 2 dragons that had been shattered reformed again. Xianxia was putting his life on the line, he had no choice but to do so. If he didn't, he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. The boundless devil might shook the 9 dragons battle pearl ground, but to Xianxia, this was definitely not a good thing. The terrifying might gathered at the 9 dragons battle pearl ground was aimed at Xianxia, trying to destroy him. The little monk Fan Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to attack the 9 ancient tablets surrounding the realm pearl. To Gu Fei's surprise, the 9 ancient tablets were able to withstand the green jade ring saber's slashes. Although the green jade ring saber managed to strike the tablets, it couldn't break the seal formed by the 9 ancient tablets. On each of the 9 ancient tablets, the silhouette of a Buddha emerged, displaying the charm of the great Tao to protect the realm pearl. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, the little monk Fan Xiao seemed to have thought of something. Using the green jade ring saber, he made a small cut on his wrist. Golden Buddha blood spurted out from the little monk's wrist, splattering onto the 9 ancient tablets. When the Buddha's blood landed on the ancient tablets, it actually seeped into the 9 ancient tablets. After that, the 9 illusory figures of the Buddha that appeared on the 9 ancient tablets seemed to have come to life as they rushed out from the ancient tablets. After the 9 Buddha silhouettes rushed out from the 9 ancient tablets, they converged toward the little monk Fan Xiao and entered his body. Boom! Boundless Buddha light erupted from the little monk Fan Xiao's body. A terrifying aura of the extreme Tao spread out from his body. The little monk Fan Xiao was like the eternal Buddha Lord who had been reborn, displaying his supreme extreme Tao's divine might. This was the power of the extreme Tao, the eternal Buddha Lord's extreme Tao erupted from his body. The little monk Fan Xiao possessed the eternal Buddha Lord's invincible power. At the most crucial moment, the eternal Buddha Lord actually left such a monstrous trump card for his disciples. Chapter 663. Gu Fei hid in the middle of the Chaos Void Flower with the protection of the 5 Great Saint artifacts. He was incomparably shocked. The little monk Fan Xiao and the Earth Archdevil Lord Xianxia actually had such a terrifying trump card, it was inconceivable. These characters that survived the ancient times had heaven-defying means that were hard to comprehend. Gu Fei thought about it and felt relieved. If these super antiques didn't have some heaven-defying capabilities, How could they have survived so many tribulations and survived until now? That gigantic demonic body stood tall between the heavens and earth, causing the entire hell path to tremble violently. It was as though doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire heavens and earth. Demonic energy was boundless, spreading to every inch of space in the hell path. After merging with the demonic diagram, the earth demonic Lord Ying Tian revealed his true demonic form. His head reached the heavens, his feet stomped on the ground, and endless devil chi gushed out from his mouth and eyes. Roar! The terrifying true demon roared furiously towards the sky, causing a part of the universe to instantly collapse. With a single roar, even Gu Fei, who was hiding in the primal chaos void, felt threatened. If it wasn't for the mountain river cauldron suppressing this part of the primal chaos void, the primal chaos void that Gu Fei was hiding in would have shattered, and he would have been directly knocked out of the primal chaos void. Bang! A fist as huge as a mountain blasted out, piercing through the heavens and earth. A huge black hole appeared, and a huge dragon was blasted apart in the void. The endless dragon energy of the earth was devoured by the black hole. The earth demon lord, Ying Tian, was the earth demon lord of the five elements demon lords. He possessed the terrifying devil Dao innate ability that allowed him to transform the energy of the earth into demonic energy. The battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl had instead provided him with endless power. However, the giant dragon formed by the earth ancestor Vane Qi did not truly disappear. The giant dragon that was blasted apart by Ying Tian reformed once more, soaring into the sky and pouncing down on Ying Tian. As long as the earth ancestor Vane Qi was not destroyed, the 9 giant dragons would not disappear. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9 earth ancestor veins seemed to have sensed danger as well and began to shake violently. Endless earth energy gathered from all directions. The ancestral earth meridian was extracting the power of the earth in the entire Hell Dao. The 9 winding mountains that looked like giant dragons were struggling violently, and the earth undulated violently like waves. The 9 ancestral veins were the source of the earth veins of the Naraka Dao. They were the ancestors of all the earth energy in the Naraka Dao. All the earth energy in the entire Naraka Dao had been triggered. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the hell realm was gathering towards the center of this world of death. The ground was cracking and the mountains were collapsing. Even in the unknown region where the divine spring of life was being nurtured, the spiritual chi was being drained rapidly. The divine spring of life had dried up, and the entire region had become a land of death, devoid of life. Even special life forms like the undead creatures could no longer be seen. Heaven and earth shook violently. The energy waves emitted from the 9 dragons competing for the pearl grew stronger and stronger, as if an extreme expert was awakening. The 9 giant dragons seemed to be condensing into the ancestral dragon true body, turning from illusory to corporeal, turning into flesh and blood. The power of the earth ancestor veins was raised to the limit, as if the 9 ancestral dragons were awakening. Ying Tian revealed his true demon body, using a heaven-defying secret art to trigger the power of the extreme Dao. He wanted to shatter the 9 ancestral veins, but the earth ancestor veins had gathered the power of heaven and earth. He couldn't shatter the 9 ancestral veins in a short time. And at this time, the phantoms of Buddhas that rushed out from the 9 ancient stone tablets around the boundary pearl had already rushed into little monk Fan Xiu's body. Amidst the boundless Buddha radiance, there seemed to be endless Sanskrit hymns and the heavenly dragon Buddha chant reverberating in the air. Auspicious Buddha energy surged violently, making the 9 dragons competing for the pearl even more peaceful. Rumble. The 9 ancient stone tablets that resembled mountains flickered with Buddha runes as they slowly rose from the ground. Preposterous. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked watching this scene. Little monk Fan Xiu was currently removing the seal on the boundary pearl, trying to take it away. Little monk Fan Xiu had obtained the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord's seal on the ancient stone tablets. It was as if the Buddhist Lord himself was here. He was definitely not that little monk's opponent. What should he do? Gu Fei was panicking. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly as that little bald donkey Fan Xiu took away the boundary pearl? Absolutely not. Even if he couldn't win, he still had to make a move. At worst, he would just destroy the boundary pearl and everyone would part ways. Just as Gu Fei was about to lose the bait, someone else made a move. Ying Tian seemed to have also sensed the disturbance in the boundary pearl. After tearing apart one of the giant dragons, he immediately turned around and roared in anger, sending a palm strike at little monk Fan Xiu. A pitch-black demonic palm the size of a mountain shattered the heaven and earth, slamming down on little monk Fan Xiao in an instant. Boundless Buddha luminescence dissipated, the terrifying demonic energy obliterated everything. Ying Tian, who had recovered his invincible cultivation, stomped on the ground, his battle prowess was unstoppable. Even the fully awakened ancestral earth vein couldn't contend against him. The innate gods born from the creation of heaven and earth were undoubtedly the strongest existences in the heavens and earth, standing at the peak of all living beings. Other than extreme Tao experts, they were probably invincible. Boom. A golden Buddha palm shot out from the boundless Buddha luminescence, clashing with the pitch-black demonic palm. In the center of the Buddha palm, a swastika symbol revolved, exuding the power of the great Tao. Rumble. The Buddha palm and devil palm collided like two primordial divine mountains crashing into each other. Before these two forces, the void between heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper, directly collapsing and shattering. Between Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiao, the energy of destruction and Buddha luminescence enveloped the heaven and earth, turning the void into chaos. The resulting shockwaves nearly caused the 9 Dragons Battle Pearl to collapse. Little monk Fan Xiao and Ying Tian were sent flying back. The 9 ancient monuments trembled violently before slowly descending to the ground, sealing the space around the Realm Pearl. The power of the Great Tao shrouded the Realm Pearl, sealing it within. Want to take the Realm Pearl? Have you asked for my permission? The Earth demonic ancestor's voice was cold. He stopped retreating and took a step forward. With every step he took, the earth trembled violently. His killing intent soared to the sky as he sent another palm strike forward. Rumble. Boundless demonic energy surged out from Ying Tian's palm, exuding the power of the ancestral earth vein. Like a black demonic dragon, it lunged at little monk Fan Xiao. Buddha and I are together, slay all evil demons. Little monk Fan Xiao's voice resounded through the air. Following that, a giant Buddha emerged from the boundless Buddha luminescence, as if a Buddha Lord himself had arrived, exuding the power of the great Tao. Shwa. The Buddha raised his saber and slashed down. The dark green saber light tore through the heaven and earth, traversing tens of thousands of zhang horizontally, slashing down on the 10,000 zhang tall demonic body. The Buddha displayed the supreme might of a Buddhist weapon. Fight. Fight. Ah. Gu Fei hid in the chaotic void, sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the ominous saber, the Buddhist bell of Sanskrit, and the violet gold divine sword hovered around him. He was watching the show. The battle between the 2 great extreme great experts was too exciting. The 2 great extreme great experts could shatter the void of heaven and earth with just a lift of their hands and feet and pierce through the world. A demon and a Buddha clashed with one another. The Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian, unleashed many demonic diagrams from his demonic body, blocking all the green saber lights that came slashing at him. Both of them had temporarily obtained supreme power, and each of them displayed their extreme divine might. It was as if 2 devil Buddhas were fighting each other, and the 9 dragons condensed from the ancestral earth chi were all blown away. This terrifying scene couldn't be described with the words heaven and earth shattering. The momentum of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl could no longer restrain Ying Tian and the little monk Fan Xiao. The entire Forbidden Land was nearly destroyed from the impact. If it weren't for the 9 ancient stone tablets protecting the center of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, this place known as the Hell Dao's number 1 Forbidden Land would have collapsed by now. In the center of the 9 stone tablets, a 9-colored divine pearl about 100 zhang in diameter floated. Above the divine pearl, there were images of mountains and rivers, wind, clouds, thunder, and rain. Wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, all kinds of phenomena were changing on the boundary pearl. This was the projection of a world. The boundary pearl was the origin of heaven and earth, sealed in the center of the Hell Dao. The projection above the boundary pearl was a world full of vitality. From the projection above the boundary pearl, one could tell that the Hell Dao used to be a perfect world. However, the current Hell Dao had turned into a land of death, devoid of the vitality it once had. As long as someone could control the boundary pearl, this land of death would be reopened, and the perfect world covered in dust would reappear. The Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian, and little monk Fan Xiao didn't want the boundary pearl to be affected. Both of them consciously moved away from the boundary pearl. Those 2 fellows, do they think I can't break the boundary pearl seal? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed this scene with his immortal Dao divine eye. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian, and little monk Fan Xiao were fighting far away, giving Gu Fei the perfect opportunity. Rumble, 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 Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He stood up from the mountain and river cauldron, his eyes emitting a blinding light. Like a supreme battle ancestor descending, he stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and charged out from the chaotic void. Without the obstruction of the saint artifact, the boundary pearl's 9-colored divine light once again soared into the sky, piercing through the void and connecting the two worlds. Boom! The entire 9 dragons vying for the pearl shook violently. The mountain and river cauldron was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. Primordial chaos chi surged, causing the 9 stone tablets to shake violently. Endless aura of the great Tao rushed out from the stone tablets, forming a vast Tao energy that sealed the boundary pearl and blocked the descending cauldron. Chapter 664. Preposterous, those two fellows are truly fearless. Ying Tian's words rang in Gu Fei's mind, causing Gu Fei to curse under his breath. Boom! The terrifying demonic phantoms and the golden Buddha avatar battled fiercely, the resulting shockwaves pierced through heaven and earth, causing the entire Hell Tao to tremble. Wherever the shockwaves passed, even one of the great earth ancestral veins was broken. Boundless earth spirit chi burst out from the 9 dragons competing for the pearl and spread out in all directions. This spirit chi was vast and mighty, dispersing the dark clouds and fog between the heavens and earth, causing the sky and stars to reappear. Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu directly broke out of the 9 dragons competition for the pearl, rushing out from the 9 dragons competition for the pearl. They weren't worried that Gu Fei would be able to break the seal. The 9 dragons competition for the pearl was pierced through, one of the 9 great earth ancestral veins was destroyed. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that had been accumulating in the 9 dragons competition for the pearl for so many years began to leak out. With the 9 dragons competition for the pearl as the center, heaven and earth spiritual energy surged out, spreading out to the entire Hell Tao. The death chi that shrouded this world began to dissipate. The sky that had been shrouded by dark clouds and fog for an unknown amount of time appeared once more, specks of starlight sprinkled down from the heavens. As the death chi receded, vitality returned, heaven and earth opened up once more. However, Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to the changes in the world. Standing on top of the mountain and river cauldron, he summoned the violet gold divine sword and slashed down at the seal. Swoosh! A resplendent sword light soared up 1,000 zhang, like a heavenly sword, splitting the world in half. The terrifying sword chi caused the seal to flicker with blinding light. Peng! The violet gold divine sword heavily slashed down on the light barrier, causing the 9 stone tablets to tremble violently. Buddhist runes appeared on the surface of the stone tablets, and the aura of the great Tao circulated around them. Gu Fei felt a great force coming from the violet gold divine sword, nearly knocking the sword out of his hand. The light barrier rippled like water, but it didn't shatter. This is even harder than the old tortoise's tortoise shell. Gu Fei was endlessly shocked. Even the extreme path holy weapon could not split it open. Could it be that an extreme path powerhouse really had to personally come to be able to break this seal? If the two of them had decided on a winner and were free to deal with him, he could only retreat. He touched it. Gu Fei gritted his teeth as a ruthless expression appeared on his face. Then rays of divine light shot out from his body as countless divine runes emerged on his supreme immortal physique. His power instantly increased by 10 times. Terrifying energy ripples gushed out from Gu Fei's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the 9 ancient monuments were affected by the impact, trembling slightly. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light that were like divine lightning. The blood in his body surged, and the divine power of the immortal Tao towered into the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei channeled the Heaven Ascension secret technique and increased his strength to a level infinitely close to that of an extreme path powerhouse. Then he stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river and slowly pressed down on the monument seals. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient mountains were descending from the sky. The sky was crumbling and the earth was collapsing. The 9 monuments were under the greatest impact and began to shine with a Buddhist light that was never seen before. Bang! The mountain river cauldron suppressed the sealing light screen formed by the 9 ancient tablets. Primordial chaos chi swept down like a chaotic world, enveloping the seal formed by the 9 ancient tablets. This was the ancestral energy that existed before the creation of the world, the root of all living things. The chaotic primordial energy was vast and was slowly wearing down the endless Buddhist power on the monuments. Rumble! The 9 monuments shook violently as cracks began to appear on them. The chaotic primordial energy was the root of all living things in this world and could assimilate all types of energy and spiritual energy. I don't believe that I can't break this seal. Gu Fei desperately urged the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron of mountain and river shook violently, displaying its extreme power. Boom. The 9 ancient steels were immediately suppressed to the ground. The power of the great path that flowed from the ancient steels began to weaken, and the Buddha patterns and Buddha seals that appeared began to dim. Gu Fei was inwardly overjoyed. This chaotic primordial energy was the bane of all seals and arrays. I didn't expect a little brat like you to have this trick up your sleeve. Just as Gu Fei was celebrating, Ying Tian's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. In the next second, Gu Fei felt a terrifying aura of danger rapidly approaching him. Bang! A giant black hand slammed down from afar, sending Gu Fei flying. Devil Qi surged as a terrifying demonic figure appeared in front of the 9 monuments. Ying Tian, Gu Fei roared in anger. He was sent flying for more than 10 li before he managed to stabilize himself. A drop of divine blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the ominous saber, and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell hovered around Gu Fei's body, displaying their extreme power to block Ying Tian's attack. But even so, Gu Fei still suffered from the impact. If it weren't for the saint artifact blocking Ying Tian's attack, Gu Fei's immortal physique would have been blown to smithereens, and his soul would have dissipated. An extreme Tao master was simply too powerful. Killing supreme existences was like killing ants. The boundary pearl is not something you can touch. Scram if you don't want to die. Ying Tian's true devil physique was akin to a towering mountain in front of the ancient monument seal. His eyes were like 2 bottomless devil holes, emitting a devilish light that caused one's heart to palpitate as he stared at Gu Fei. Boom! Space shattered as a Buddha walked out in large strides. Everywhere he passed, heaven and earth turned into chaos. The little monk Fan Xiu revealed his heavenly Buddha true body, pressing down on Ying Tian. Damn it! Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron with the violet gold divine sword in his hand, pointing it at Gu Fei. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability or not. Activating the ascending heaven secret art, Gu Fei maintained a state infinitely close to the extreme Tao. His battle intent was unparalleled, and his killing intent surged like a rainbow. So what if he was an extreme Tao master? Good, you have guts, only then are you qualified to be my opponent. Ying Tian said. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't run away, he was a little surprised. Demon die. The little monk Fan Xiu had already arrived. Heavenly Buddhist sacred region. He bellowed, directly tearing space apart, opening up a new world that enveloped Ying Tian. Rumble, space shattered as the new world expanded. It was a world filled with peace and tranquility. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, and Buddhist chants resounded in the air. It was a Buddhist land just like the pure land of bliss in legends. Endless purgatory. Ying Tian sneered, turning around and unleashing a world filled with devil qi. Devil qi surged violently, as if there were countless devils howling and dancing in the air, terrifying to the extreme. The 2 worlds collided, canceling each other out. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and the place where the 2 worlds came into contact turned into chaos. Destructive energy surged violently. Chapter 665. The battle between 2 extreme Tao experts was terrifying to the extreme. The shockwaves from their battle destroyed everything in their path, even the ancient monument seal trembled. One had to admit that the seal laid down by the Buddhist Lord was too powerful. Even a supreme expert would find it hard to break it. Only an extreme Tao expert could break it. Rumble, a Buddhist land and a devil land collided. This was a clash between Buddha and devil. The Buddhist land emitted a boundless Buddhist energy, while the devil land emitted a towering demonic aura. The void between heaven and earth was torn apart, the aura of destruction permeated the air. The little monk Fan Xiu and the earth archdevil Lord Ying Tian were evenly matched, neither could suppress the other. The 9 monuments shook violently, Buddhist runes emerged, and the energy of the great Tao surged, protecting the boundary pearl. The residual energy from the battle between the 2 extreme Tao experts couldn't threaten the boundary pearl. At this moment, Gu Fei did not retreat. He coldly stared at the battle between the Buddha and the demon. Then, as if he had made up his mind, the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms, the Buddhist bell of Sanskrit, and the ominous saber that were revolving around Gu Fei suddenly entered his body. The violet gold divine sword also disappeared, fused into his right hand, while the mountain and river cauldron under his feet sank into Gu Fei's chest. He didn't simply put the 5 extreme Dao divine weapons into his body, but used the weapon body refinement art to fuse the 5 extreme Dao saint weapons into his body. In Gu Fei's right hand, there was a faint shadow of a violet sword, while in his left was an ominous saber. The mountain and river cauldron emerged from his body, protecting him. Gu Fei stood on the 3 realms Buddhist lamp and Buddhist bell. After fusing the 5 extreme Dao saint weapons, Gu Fei was akin to a supreme killing machine formed from extreme Dao saint weapons. Shua. Huang Xiaolong directly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ying Tian's 10,000 Zhang devil physique. With a wave of his right hand, a resplendent purple sword chi shot out, slashing at Ying Tian's waist. The terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, the brilliant sword light dimmed the world. Ying Tian sneered, not even bothering to turn around, his palm struck out behind him. He didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. Boundless devilish energy surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. Buzz. The sound of the sword resonated through the heavens. The purple gold divine sword that had been melted into Gu Fei's right hand displayed extreme divine might. It slashed through the void and directly dispersed the surging palm force with great momentum. Ying Tian was taken aback. Swoosh. A beam of devilish light shot out from Ying Tian's body. Within the devilish light was a devilish diagram, sealing off all 4 directions, blocking the violet gold divine sword's attack. Kill. Gu Fei let out a crazed roar, his long hair dancing in the wind, resembling a crazed war demon as he charged toward Ying Tian. Executing the 8 desolate steps, he appeared directly above Ying Tian's head. Peng. Gu Fei's foot stomped down, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. A Buddhist lamp appeared on Gu Fei's right leg, and with a loud bang the 3-colored Buddhist fire burst out, enveloping Ying Tian from all directions. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Ying Tian's chilling words caused one's heart to palpitate. Boom. Ying Tian's palm struck out, meeting the tricolored Buddhist fire head-on. The powerful force shattered the Buddhist fire, piercing through the void. Gu Fei screamed in fear. The void around him shattered under Ying Tian's power, and he was sent flying into the primal chaos void. Ying Tian wanted to borrow the power of the primal chaos void to kill Gu Fei. After refining the 5 great saint artifacts into his body, Gu Fei's strength reached its peak, allowing him to display the supreme might of a saint artifact. Boom. Gu Fei directly rushed out from the primal chaos void, attacking Ying Tian. His hands danced in the air, the phantom of a sword and saber emerged above Gu Fei's hands, emitting a dazzling light. Like 2 fierce primordial dragons, they slashed towards Ying Tian. The current Gu Fei was circulating the Ascension secret art continuously, and with the 5 great saint artifacts in his body, he was strong enough to contend against an invincible extreme Dao master. The 5 great saint artifacts displayed their divine might, equivalent to an extreme Dao master personally attacking. Terrifying sword and saber chi tore through the void, shattering the heavens and earth. The residual power released from their attacks was enough to make all living beings tremble in fear. Shadows of demonic diagrams rushed out from Ying Tian's body, blocking the saber and the purple gold divine sword. Rumble, the devil domain around him was collapsing. Fighting 1 against 2, Ying Tian gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Ying Tian threw his head back and roared, demonic chi surged from his body. He was getting impatient, he couldn't maintain his invincible state forever. Once his strength waned, his life would be in danger. The great devil displayed its supreme might, fighting against Fan Xiu, the little monk, and Gu Fei. Terrifying energy pierced through heaven and earth, creating a bottomless black hole. Kill. 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 Gu Fei let out a thunderous roar, circulating the immortal Dao God force in his body with all his might, inciting the power of the extreme Dao Saint weapon that had been refined into his body, clashing fiercely with Ying Tian, causing the devil domain around Ying Tian to crumble. He didn't use his inner world because the divine race, the old tortoise, and the others were inside. If he used his inner world, the people inside would be in danger. 3 terrifying existences that could display the strength of an extreme Dao master fought fiercely in the 9 dragons battle for the pearl. Gu Fei was in a frenzy. Swish. 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 He slashed out 3 times at Ying Tian, forcing him back. Then he used the 8 desolate steps to stomp down on Fan Xiu's bald head. Dang. A melodious bell chime resounded. An ancient bronze bell appeared above Gu Fei's left foot. The chime wasn't loud, but it shook heaven and earth. Transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's left foot. This was the sound-killing technique. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the void to ripple violently. The little monk Fan Xiu decisively retreated, at the same time using his heaven and earth energy to block the terrifying sound waves. Rumble, the mountains trembled from the bell chime. Even the 8 giant dragons circling above the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl were affected, falling from the sky. At this time, Ying Tian's silhouette appeared soundlessly behind Gu Fei, punching out with his fist. A resplendent devilish light burst out from his fist, as if a black sun had appeared high up in the sky. Buzz. Just as Ying Tian's fist was about to land on Gu Fei's back, the mountain and river cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, sending Gu Fei flying. However, with the mountain and river cauldron's protection, Gu Fei didn't suffer any heavy injuries. Nevertheless, a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The Rising Heaven Secret Art's 3-minute time limit had long passed, but Gu Fei was still channeling the Rising Heaven Secret Art. He was overdrafting the life force of his supreme immortal physique. Even if I have to give up this supreme immortal physique, I still have to fight. Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His killing intent soared to the sky, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Once again he charged toward Fan Xiu and Ying Tian. Chapter 666. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ying Tian and the little monk Fan Xiu soared into the sky, standing in their respective inner worlds. Then they made their moves against Gu Fei. Terrifying devil chi and Buddhist energy surged out from the devil domain in Buddhist land, gushing towards Gu Fei like 2 great rivers, one black and one gold. Rumble, as if the heavenly river had been turned upside down, the entire place was trembling. Buzz. The cauldron of mountain and river appeared on Gu Fei's body. Chaotic primordial chi surged as his right hand slapped towards little monk Fan Xiu's Buddhist energy. Swoosh. A dazzling purple-gold sword light soared into the sky, breaking through the boundless Buddhist energy that was rushing over like a golden river. It soared into the sky, avoiding the pitch-black demonic energy that descended from the sky, and charged into little monk Fan Xiu's inner world. The peerless blade light shot out and rushed for thousands of miles, slashing towards the little monk Fan Xiu who was standing among the Buddhas. The void was split and torn apart. The inner world of the little monk Fan Xiu was shaking violently. Myriad Buddhas greeting. Little monk Fan Xiu put his palms together and shouted. Boundless Buddhist energy erupted from his body. He instantly connected with this part of the world, as if he had become one with this part of the Buddhist land. Among the boundless Buddhist light, phantoms of Buddhas appeared in the void, and they all reached out their palms, slapping towards Gu Fei who had rushed into his inner world. Boom! Resplendent Buddhist light erupted, so blinding that Gu Fei couldn't open his eyes. Within the blinding Buddhist light, swastikas condensed and rushed towards Gu Fei. Every swastika contained the aura of the Great Tao. Little monk Fan Xiu activated the power of the Great Tao, and it was as if thousands of Buddhas were attacking Gu Fei at the same time. The Buddhist energy was vast and terrifying to the extreme. Heaven shadowing palm. Gu Fei roared as well. He struck out with his palm, and the boundless divine power of the immortal Tao triggered the extreme divine might of the violet gold divine sword. The sound of the sword resonated through the 9 heavens. A huge purple gold hand enveloped the heavens and the earth, blocking the sky as it met the endless Buddhist light. This was the heaven-shrouding palm formed by fusing his own immortal god power with the violet gold divine sword's unparalleled sword chi. Rumble, heaven and earth were collapsing, and Gu Fei rushed out of little monk Fan Xiu's inner world. Bam! A pitch-black hand broke through heaven and earth, directly blasting into little monk Fan Xiu's inner world, slapping down on little monk Fan Xiu who was standing in the Buddhist land. A beautiful mountain range turned into a chaotic void. It turned out that Ying Tian also saw an opportunity to attack little monk Fan Xiu. Little monk Fan Xiu dodged to the side. His inner world was heavily damaged, forcing him to retreat temporarily. Whereas Gu Fei turned around and charged into Ying Tian's devil domain. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, Gu Fei stood on the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms and the Buddhist bell of Brahma. The purple gold divine sword and peerless saber appeared in his hands, and his extreme divine might shook the devil domain. The tricolored Buddhist fire burned through the void, dispersing the boundless demonic energy. The Buddhist bell of Brahma's tolls shattered a mountain range. The peerless saber and purple gold divine sword clashed relentlessly with the devil diagram. Rumble, the devil domain shook violently. Ying Tian was drawing upon the heaven and earth energy to form a terrifying demonic light that pierced towards Gu Fei. This was his inner world, and in here, Ying Tian was the ruler of everything. Bus. The mountain river cauldron shook and a visible ripple spread out from Gu Fei's body like a wave. The destructive demonic light that had pierced through the cauldron completely shattered in the void. The mountain and river cauldron exuded an extreme divine might capable of suppressing the mountains and rivers, causing cracks to appear in the space around the devil domain, as if it was on the verge of collapse. Gu Fei's ferocity was a complete mess. After fusing the 5 great saint artifacts into his body, although he wasn't a true extreme Dao expert, he still possessed the strength of one. His battle with Ying Tian went on endlessly, blood seeped out from his 7 orifices. His appearance was terrifying to the extreme, causing one's heart to palpitate. Ever since he started using the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei had maintained his peak state without stopping. He was burning his life essence to increase his strength. He was throwing caution to the wind. The supreme immortal physique's life essence was burning, causing a blazing divine flame to rise from his body. He was burning his life essence in exchange for invincible power. Of course, what he was burning was only the supreme immortal physique's life essence, not Gu Fei's. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario, which was to give up on this supreme immortal physique. Fusing the supreme immortal physique into the 5 great saint artifacts was already a stretch. The extreme divine might of the saint artifacts caused cracks to appear on the supreme immortal physique. Following the rapid consumption of life essence, more and more cracks appeared on the supreme immortal physique. "You've gone mad." The Earth Archdevil Lord bellowed in anger and shock. Gu Fei was actually risking his life against him as if he wanted to take him down with him. Chaotic demonic universe. Ying Tian bellowed, his body became one with heaven and earth, instantly drawing in the power of the entire devil domain. An unfathomable energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Space twisted, heaven and earth changed. Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him, his body lost its balance. Bang! Ying Tian punched out, directly knocking the dazed Gu Fei out of the devil domain. The mountain and river cauldron blocked the majority of the fist force, but Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique was still affected. Wah! Gu Fei opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of immortal god's blood. His supreme immortal physique was on the verge of breaking apart, and the mountain and river cauldron that was fused into his body nearly flew out. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dark green saber light appeared, traversing heaven and earth, directly piercing through the devil domain, slashing down on Ying Tian's head. Little monk Fan Xiu seized this chance to make his move. Ying Tian instantly disappeared from the spot, evading that resplendent saber light. Then, a devil diagram rushed out from the devil domain, spreading out to cover heaven and earth, aiming at little monk Fan Xiu, wanting to suck him into the diagram. Endless demonic power poured down from the demonic diagram. The power of the great path of the demonic path was surging. Fan Xiu's inner world was collapsing. The demonic diagram emitted a terrifying power, and it actually wanted to take away Fan Xiu's inner world. Swoosh! After stabilizing his momentum, Gu Fei immediately used a teleportation technique, appearing in front of the 9 ancient monuments. Bang! Boundless primordial chaos energy surged out from his body, gathering on his fist. Bang! Like a chaotic star falling from the sky, Gu Fei's fist smashed into the seal on the ancient tablet. The primal chaos energy swept away everything in its path, directly breaking through the seal's power. Gu Fei's fist smashed into the seal's light screen. Not good. Not good. Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu paled, no longer bothering to attack each other. Both of them lunged at Gu Fei. Even before they arrived, they had already sent out a large amount of energy towards Gu Fei. Chapter 667. Roar. Gu Fei was like a primal chaos god. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the primal chaos chi surged from his body. After he punched through the seal on the ancient tablet, he reached out to grab the divine light of the seal and tore a hole in the light curtain formed by the power of the seal. Swoosh! A divine light rushed out from the violet dantian of the supreme immortal physique. Inside the divine light was a figure that directly rushed into the seal on the tablet. Damn it! Damn it! Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu's faces paled at the sight. A pitch-black devil hand as large as a mountain slammed down on Gu Fei, a terrifying force sealed and shattered a part of the world. Swoosh! A resplendent saber light seemed to descend from the heavens, slashing down on Gu Fei's waist in an instant, wanting to cut him in half. The terrifying saber chi tore through the void, shattering the world, sharp to the extreme. Soul Snatch. Gu Fei ignored Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu's terrifying attack. With a loud shout, a ball of divine light shot out from his forehead. Within the ball of divine light, there seemed to be a vague silhouette. Gu Fei's divine soul rushed out and a powerful soul force rippled in the air. The divine light wrapped around Gu Fei's divine soul and rushed into the seal on the ancient tablet. Boom! Ying Tian's giant palm slammed heavily on Gu Fei's body. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded in the air. Gu Fei's back was almost completely shattered. His spine was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Boom! Blood splattered in all directions, specks of divine blood emitting a demonic red glow. A monk's saber mercilessly slashed into Gu Fei's waist, nearly splitting Gu Fei's body in half. Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique suffered unprecedented damage. Brr! Gu Fei bellowed, turning around abruptly. His hands reached out, grabbing Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu, pulling them toward him. Go to hell! Gu Fei roared madly. Then rays of divine light shot out from his body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the air. Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique abruptly exploded, erupting with a terrifying energy that enveloped Ying Tian and the little monk Fan Xiu. The destructive energy destroyed everything. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky and the sky collapsed. Dust billowed as if doomsday had arrived. A ball of divine light, like a hazy small world, rushed out of the destructive storm and disappeared into the seal of the ancient tablet. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would self-destruct his peerless immortal physique. A destructive force swept out in all directions. 5 out of the 9 ancient monoliths were destroyed in an instant. Half of the seals on the monoliths were destroyed, and the realm jewel was also affected. However, just as the boundary pearl was about to be destroyed, 9 towering divine pillars rushed out from the boundary pearl, protecting it. The 9 divine pillars were shrouded in the aura of the great Tao, and countless divine runes of the immortal Tao emerged from them. The 9 divine pillars trembled violently, resisting the destructive energy from the self-destruction of the peerless immortal physique. Roar! Roar! 2 angry roars resounded. Little monk Fan Xiu and the earth demon Lord Ying Tian rushed out from the destructive energy storm, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Swoosh! 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 5 divine lights shot out in all directions, disappearing into the sky. These were the 5 great saint treasures that Gu Fei had refined into his body. They scattered throughout the Purgatory Tao. The entire Purgatory Tao trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any time, as if doomsday had arrived. The place where the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was destroyed. The remaining 8 earth ancestral veins were scattered by the terrifying power that was capable of destroying the world. The spiritual chi of the earth exploded and dissipated in the entire hell path. The aura of death in the Purgatory Tao quickly dissipated. You all of you deserve to die. A furious roar rang out from the 9 heavenly pillars. Then a towering demonic aura erupted from within. Old tortoise, kill them for me. A weak voice sounded. A door appeared on the seal formed by the 9 towering divine pillars. A stalwart figure rushed out from the 9 pillars. Then the door on the seal disappeared. It turned out that the 9 towering divine pillars had been taken away by Gu Fei. At the most critical moment, the supreme seal of the 9 towering divine pillars had saved Gu Fei's life. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged in the boundary bead. His spiritual soul was extremely weak. He desperately moved the inner world of the supreme immortal physique into the immortal divine martial physique. A part of the inner world was moved into the Dantian. The power of the inner world almost caused Gu Fei's immortal divine martial physique to explode. The power brought back by using the godly seizing secret technique was very limited. The power of the supreme immortal physique was almost exhausted after using the heaven ascension secret technique and then self-detonating. He struggled to open the inner world that rushed into the Dantian and released the old tortoise. At this time, the old tortoise had already refined the saint treasure of the demon race, the supreme seal. He set off a monstrous demonic energy, like the birth of a demon ancestor, and rushed toward Fan Xiu. Boom! A huge seal descended from the sky and quickly smashed toward Fan Xiu. A huge and boundless shadow spread out in all directions at an incredible speed. In just a flash, the huge seal with towering demonic energy had already turned into the shape of a mountain. Endless demonic light illuminated the heaven and earth, and the wind blew violently. The shadow of this huge seal instantly became infinitely large. The entire space seemed to be filled by this shadow, and the entire sky darkened. Supreme Seal, Fan Xiu was shocked. He recognized the terrifying seal that descended from the sky. This was the supreme seal of the supreme demon ancestor of the demon race, the supreme sacred weapon of the demon race. At this time, the supreme immortal physique self-detonated, and Fan Xiu suffered a great impact. He could no longer maintain his invincible state. The power of the ancient Buddhist Lord began to fade away from Fan Xiu's body, and his strength fell to the almighty realm. The supreme seal displayed its supreme divine power. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains descending from the sky. The terrifying power sealed this part of the world, and Fan Xiu had no way to escape. Boom! Boundless Buddhist light erupted from Fan Xiu's body, and the shadow of a Buddha emerged. He held the green jade ring blade in his hand and slashed upwards. Swoosh! The dazzling blade light tore through the sky and met the supreme seal that came crashing down from the sky. Boom! The green jade ring blade and the supreme seal collided in an instant, and an intense light burst out. This part of the world collapsed and a terrifying black hole was formed. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Fan Xiu fell from the sky to the ground. Dust rose high into the sky. He was forced down by the supreme seal and he was in a sorry state. Chapter 668. Before Gu Fei self-detonated his immortal body, he opened up his inner world. His true body immediately rushed into the seal on the ancient tablet and into the boundary bead. The boundary bead was about 100 zhang in diameter, like a 9-colored water ball with visible ripples. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas could be vaguely seen on it. This boundary bead gave Gu Fei the same feeling as the chaotic origin embryo that was born from the mountain and river cauldron. Could display the shadow of a world. Gu Fei entered the boundary bead and felt as if he had plunged into a pool of liquid. His body was enveloped by the 9-colored divine liquid. The primordial power of heaven and earth seeped into his body through his pores, causing Gu Fei's spirit to rise. Subsequently, Gu Fei's divine soul rushed out from the self-detonated immortal body and entered the immortal martial body. The powerful force brought by the divine soul almost caused Gu Fei's body to explode, causing his martial body to collapse. Gu Fei's bones and tendons crackled like popping beans. Blood seeped out from his pores and 7 orifices. In an instant he was covered in blood. The powerful force immediately knocked Gu Fei unconscious. His muscles, bones, and flesh were disintegrating and reforming. The sound of bones breaking was incessant. Gu Fei's blood qi was exuberant to the extreme. Blood qi surged and flashed. Gradually a blood mist wrapped Gu Fei. Inside the boundary bead, there was a blood cocoon that emitted rays of blood-red light. The divine soul returned to his body with a vast power, causing Gu Fei's body to once again show signs of transformation. The power of the 5 elements in the blood cocoon was vast and mighty. The 5 elemental essences began to emit the power of yin and yang. Reverse refinement of yin and yang into the 5 elements. When the power of the 5 elements reached its peak, it transformed into a higher level of yin and yang. Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body was transforming into the yin-yang battle physique. Rumble, the earth crumbled and the void collapsed. While Gu Fei fell into a deep slumber inside the world pearl, his martial body undergoing another transformation, the old turtle little monk Fan Xiu, and the earth archfiending Tian were locked in a fierce battle. Ever since the old tortoise's cultivation had fallen, he had been sullen for a long time. Now, not only had he recovered his former cultivation, but he had also refined the demon clan's sacred artifact, the supreme sovereign seal. He needed to vent, and Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiu became his targets. The old tortoise's battle intent soared to the sky. While using his divine sense to control the Grand Emperor seal to attack Fan Xiu, he also rushed into Ying Tian's inner world, exchanging a few blows with him before rushing out again. Ah! Satisfying, this is really satisfying. The old turtle laughed uproariously. 1 against 2, yet he still had the upper hand. The supreme sovereign seal moved in the void like a giant mountain, crushing the heaven and earth as it chased after little monk Fan Xiu. Little monk Fan Xiu's Buddhist lord power had faded away, and he no longer had the invincible strength of the extreme Tao. It seemed like he was injured when Gu Fei self-detonated his supreme immortal physique. Although he had the green jade ring blade in his hand, he was still suppressed by the Grand Emperor seal and had no choice but to retreat. The same was true for the earth archfiending Tian. When Gu Fei self-detonated his supreme immortal physique, his physique suffered a great impact, and he no longer had the invincible aura he had before. With the old turtle here, they could no longer compete with Gu Fei for the Hell Dao. The outcome was already decided. They were not the master of the Hell Dao, so they didn't want to continue fighting and had the intention to retreat. If Gu Fei refined the World Pearl and became the master of the Hell Dao, they would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ing Tian and little monk Fan Xiao dodged the old tortoise's attack at the same time and soared into the sky. As if they had come to an agreement, they charged toward the nine-colored pillar of light shot out from the boundary pearl. The nine-colored light pillar reached the end of the sky and connected the two worlds. Although it didn't really connect the world barrier between the Hell Dao and the Tinglong continent, it connected the two worlds together. As long as there was a powerful existence, they could use their strength to follow the nine-colored light pillar and open up a passage that connected the two worlds. Boom. Little monk Fan Xiao directly slashed out with his saber in defiance of the natural order. The dark green saber light burst out and split the heavens and the earth. A 10,000 feet long void crack immediately appeared in the sky. It followed the nine-colored light pillar and extended into the endless void chaos. You want to leave? How dare you? The old turtle's eyes turned red when he saw this. He and little monk Fan Xiao had an irreconcilable feud. This evil little baldy wanted to escape? How could the old turtle let him escape so easily? Bang! The Tai Sovereign Seal shot up into the sky and smashed a part of the void towards little monk Fan Xiao. Endless demonic aura gushed out from the Tai Sovereign Seal and almost broke the nine-colored light pillar. Mysterious ancient demonic patterns appeared on the Tai Huang Seal before rushing out and circling around it. The cracks on the Tai Huang Seal had long since disappeared. This divine implement of the demonic clan seemed to have recovered to its peak state. The aura of the Great Path surged, displaying the ultimate divine might. Damn it! Little monk Fan Xiao's expression changed. He didn't want to get entangled with the old turtle and directly retreated. He then broke the void and rushed into the nine-colored light pillar. At this time, Ing Tian also broke the void and rushed into the nine-colored light pillar. Wah! Little bald donkey, it's useless even if you escape from the three realms and the six Dao. The old turtle roared and soared into the sky. He retracted the Tai Sovereign Seal and also entered the nine-colored light pillar. A Buddha, a demon, and a beast. After the three great masters left, the terrifying pressure that shrouded the entire world also receded like the tide and completely disappeared. The place where the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was destroyed after this battle. The 9 earth-rend veins were destroyed and endless spiritual energy spread out from the realm pearl to the entire hell realm. The endless death aura gradually dissipated and the dark clouds and fog that shrouded the sky dissipated. The starry sky reappeared with countless stars sprinkling down endless starlight. The world was no longer dark and gloomy. Rumble, the area where the realm pearl was located, was still shaking. The earth-rend veins were destroyed and directly affected the terrain of the entire hell realm. The power of heaven and earth became chaotic, the mountains and rivers changed and the weather changed. Rumble. Suddenly the wind and clouds surged, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Then it started to rain heavily. For countless years there had never been rain in the hell realm. This was the first heavy rain since the rebirth of heaven and earth. The rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights, thoroughly washing away the filth in this place, and the world became clear. After the heavy rain, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire. The entire hell realm changed greatly. The rainwater converged into rivers and lakes that adorned the hell realm. The underworld river that used to be surging was no longer the dark yellow corpse water that was filled with death aura and stench, but normal river water. The rainwater was like sweet dew nourishing the earth. The earth was revived and the hell realm was no longer shrouded by the death aura. However, in the hell realm, skeletons could still be seen scattered everywhere. Boom! The void above the realm pearl suddenly shattered. A terrifying aura instantly spread across the entire hell realm. The heaven and earth trembled and a tall figure walked out from the shattered void. Chapter 669. Under the shroud of the 9-colored light pillar, the person who walked out of the chaotic void was the old turtle. His face was swollen and his clothes were torn. He seemed to have suffered a great loss. Roar! The old turtle roared at the sky. His voice shook the sky, and the rolling sound waves even dispersed the clouds in the sky. His voice was full of anger and unwillingness. Rumble! Suddenly the void above the old turtle's head shook again. The void shrouded by the 9-colored light pillar rippled, visible to the naked eye. A powerful aura surged out from the void. Someone had crossed the boundary and arrived. Damn it, there's no end to it! The old turtle roared. Terrifying energy waves surged from his body, and the void where he was suddenly collapsed. A huge seal rushed out of the old tortoise's body and directly smashed into the shaking void. A furious roar immediately sounded in the chaotic void. Swish! The Tai Sovereign Seal rushed out of the chaotic void with monstrous aura and floated above the old turtle's head. A few drops of golden blood dripped from the seal. The powerful aura that crossed over quickly retreated, and the broken void was quickly repaired. The expert who wanted to cross over was scared away by the old turtle. Below, 9 divine pillars stood around the realm bead. The dark divine pillars were surrounded by the aura of the great path, and the divine patterns of the immortal path appeared. In the center of the realm bead, there was a blood-colored cocoon that emitted a vast aura of chi and blood. It was as if a primordial beast was lurking in the realm bead. The 9-colored realm bead was slowly rotating. The earth, mountains, rivers, lakes, wind, clouds, sun and moon were rotating. The image of the world was constantly changing. The realm pearl was the only thing that existed in this part of the world. It was the core of the world formed by the power of heaven and earth. The old turtle could sense that there were countless senses extending out from the realm pearl, reaching out in all directions to communicate with the Hell Tao. The realm bead was the source of the power of heaven and earth in this world. As long as one refined the realm bead, one could control the entire hell path and spread one's senses to every corner of the hell path. In this way, the master of this realm would be able to sense everything that happened in the Naraka realm. Even if it was in a corner of the Naraka realm, he would be able to sense it. This kid's luck is really... Old Tortoise had to admit that Gu Fei's luck was really good. The Naraka realm would be reopened in Gu Fei's hands. This was an unchangeable fact. Boom. Another extremely powerful aura crossed over, causing the void to tremble. Under this aura, even the sky almost collapsed. Another one? The old tortoise could not help but frown. The people outside seemed to be unwilling to give up. They wanted to follow the guidance of the 9-colored light pillar and break through the barrier of the void to enter the Naraka realm. I have to teach these annoying fellows a lesson. The old tortoise stared at the trembling void and said coldly. His words were filled with a chilling murderous intent. He directly shot up into the sky, breaking through the void and charging into the violently shaking void. Then, intense energy fluctuations spread out from the chaotic void. The old tortoise and the experts who had crossed over began to fight. Very soon, a blood-curdling scream was heard from the chaos void. Then, the old tortoise walked out of the chaos void with a bloody broken arm in his right hand. Needless to say, even if the person was not killed by the old tortoise on the spot, he was at least seriously injured by the old tortoise. One of his arms was torn off by the old tortoise. This can't go on. The old tortoise was very clear about what was happening above. As long as the 9-colored light pillar existed, the people outside could break through the void and walk into this side of the world. He had to find a way to cut off this 9-colored light pillar. The 9-colored light pillar resonated with the Buddhist seal in the outside world. It was probably a backup plan that the ancient Buddhist lord had set up to point out the location of the Naraka realm. The old tortoise stood in the void and pondered for a while. Then he began to gather demonic power on his fingers and engraved ancient demonic marks in the void. He was setting up a formation, using the demonic marks to set up a large formation that prohibited the void and blocked all auras to cut off the 9-colored light pillar. As countless demonic marks disappeared into the void, the power of heaven and earth was triggered and the power of heaven and earth was formed. When the old tortoise engraved the last demonic mark, the entire formation immediately began to operate. All the demonic marks appeared in the void at the same time and then disappeared into the void. The 9-colored light pillar was successfully cut off. The 9-colored light pillar that connected the two worlds was imprisoned in the Naraka realm. The power of heaven and earth that the old tortoise had gathered through the formation had cut off the only bridge connecting the two worlds. After the old tortoise set up the formation, no one else crossed over. The people outside lost the guidance of the 9-colored light pillar and could no longer sense the location of the Naraka realm. At this time, the old tortoise secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There were many abnormally powerful and ruthless characters from the outside world, and even he was at a disadvantage. If those people were to rush into the Naraka realm, another war was bound to break out in the Naraka realm. At that time, the Naraka realm that had just stabilized might really be destroyed. The old tortoise stood guard outside the 9 heavenly pillars and waited for Gu Fei to wake up. The sealing power formed by the 9 heavenly pillars was so strong that even the old tortoise could not break it. After heaven and earth were reopened and the earth was restored, the Naraka realm was no longer the lifeless world of death. There were night and day, stars, sun and moon. It was an almost perfect world. Time passed by, day after day. Unknowingly, half a year had passed, but there was no strange fluctuation in the realm bead. A year had passed and there was still no movement. 10 years, 20 years, time flew by. 20 years had passed, and there was still no sign of Gu Fei coming out from the realm bead that was wrapped in blood-colored energy. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. In the entire Naraka realm, the old tortoise was the only one. However, the old tortoise's days were not difficult because there was no day or night for cultivation. The old tortoise wanted to raise his cultivation to the next level. Therefore, the old tortoise spent most of his time in seclusion in his inner world. He sent out his corpse general avatar and waited outside the 9 heavenly pillars. Time passed unknowingly. 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. Life began to appear in the Naraka realm, and vegetation began to appear on the desolate land. Until one day after 300 years, a strange sound like thunder suddenly came from the realm bead, and streams of chi and blood rushed out from the realm bead, and the chi and blood were extremely vigorous. The entire Naraka realm shook, and a powerful aura spread out from the realm bead, as if a primeval dragon had awakened. A figure walked out from the realm bead. Chapter 670. Gu Fei seemed to have had a long and comfortable sleep. He could not feel the pain of his body's transformation at all. It was as if his soul had returned to nature. His mind wandered in front of the 9 heavens palace, wandering between heaven and earth. There was no pain, no worries, and no danger. He just let his mind wander. It was as if he had experienced 100 reincarnations, but it was also as if it was only a short moment. In a hazy state, he seemed to see the ebb and flow of the tide, the clouds rolling and the clouds unfolding, and the sea turning into mulberry fields. This was the tempering of the mind. Countless scenes appeared in front of him and then disappeared, as if they were real and illusory. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a strong suction force in the void, pulling his mind back to the Niwen Palace. Then he opened his eyes and found that he was like a baby, curled up in a blood-colored cocoon-like blood fetus. The blood fetus collapsed and turned into a vast blood chi, rushing into Gu Fei's body. The blood chi on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty, and it poured out from his body, causing the boundary bead to vibrate. As the boundary bead moved, the weather immediately changed, and the entire Naraka realm trembled. The originally clear sky was immediately shrouded by clouds and wind. Just as the boundary bead moved, a stone man sitting cross-legged outside the 9 heavenly pillars suddenly opened his eyes with a swoosh. The stone man slowly stood up and the dust on his body scattered. Under the cover of the dust, there was a black light flashing. What kind of stone man was this? It was the old tortoise's indestructible martial body avatar. The indestructible martial body avatar was like a god of war. The ancient armor was still shining with a cold light, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Although he was just standing there quietly, he gave off a strong sense of oppression. At this time, the boundary bead in the 9 heavenly pillars gradually calmed down, and the world gradually returned to peace. A figure walked out of the boundary bead. Boom. At this time, the void in the distant sky suddenly shattered, and a loud laugh came from the shattered void. Then a world emerged from the shattered void. Swoosh. Swoosh. Whoosh. 3 silhouettes dashed out from that corner of the world. Instantly, demonic chi shot up into the sky. Powerful auras filled the air, as though 3 peerless demons had broken through the void and arrived. "Us brat, you've finally woken up." The old tortoise's voice was heard. In the next moment, a burly figure appeared outside the 9 heavenly pillars. This person was wearing a purple gold crown and a purple robe. He looked like a demon emperor. Who else could it be but the old turtle? Gu Fei, a green-haired, cold-looking young man in green robes approached. Between his green hair was a pair of small silver forked horns. The last to arrive was a great demon that seemed to be covered in raging divine flames. He wore a fiery red battle suit, and even his hair was fiery red. He was a mighty middle-aged man with a purple horn on his forehead. There seemed to be lightning curling around the horn. After Old Tortoise and the others came out, the shattered void gradually repaired itself and disappeared into the void. Old Tortoise, Xiaoqing, Old Qilin. Gu Fei recognized them. There was no need to mention Old Tortoise, but Xiaoqing was a great demon that could take human form. His aura was extremely powerful, and he had the cultivation level of a demon immortal. Old Qilin, who was subdued by Old Tortoise in the virtual sky world, was not weak either. It seemed to be more powerful than Xiaoqing. Its body was surging with fire, and its eyes seemed to be flickering with fire. "Brat, quickly take these 9 pillars and let us in." Although Old Tortoise had recovered his cultivation level of a great demon, his temperament had not changed at all. Gu Fei did not take the 9 heavenly pillars because he had lost the ability to do so. Although he underwent a transformation in the realm bead and completely shed his mortal body, his cultivation level was still in the immortal realm. The godly seizing secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, had heaven-defying power. When Gu Fei's spirit returned to his body, it also brought back a part of the power of the peerless immortal body. However, this power did not allow Gu Fei to break through his current realm. This transformation was a transformation of power. The power of the 5 elements in Gu Fei's body had all been transformed into the essence of yin and yang. In Gu Fei's dantian, a mass of qi that looked like a black and white divine pearl was slowly rotating. The amazing thing was that there was a yin and yang eye on the black and white, divine pearl. Yin gave birth to a bit of extreme yang, and yang gave birth to a bit of true yin. The cycle of yin and yang was simply a miniature Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. When Gu Fei woke up and sensed the changes in his body, he couldn't help but wonder why such a change happened in his dantian. Was it related to the yin-yang jade pendant? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out. Since things had come to this, he could only accept the reality. Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands, and the power of yin and yang surged out from his hands. A door immediately appeared on the seal formed by the 9 heavenly pillars. Gu Fei's spirit had merged with Li Xuandao's soul memory, so he naturally knew how to break the seal of the divine pillars. Old Tortoise, Xiaoqing and the old Qilin then walked into the seal. Inside the seal, an extremely pure power of heaven and earth rushed out, shocking the spirit of Old Tortoise and the others. What a pure power of heaven and earth! Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at the 9-colored realm bead floating in the void behind Gu Fei. The 9-colored divine light that connected the 2 realms from the realm bead had long dissipated, and Old Tortoise had long removed the formation that blocked the 9-colored divine light. The 9-colored realm bead emitted waves of power of heaven and earth and communicated with the entire hell path. Gu Fei's spirit had long been connected to the realm bead. As long as he was in the hell path, he could use the power of the realm bead to sense all the subtle changes in the hell path. Brat, I have to say that you're a man of great luck. Old Tortoise reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the realm bead and smiled at Gu Fei. Congratulations, Gu Fei. At this time, Xiaoqing stepped forward and congratulated Gu Fei. This tone. Why does it sound like a person? Gu Fei suddenly thought of He Tian and wondered how that guy was doing in his inner world. Computer access. Boss help. Why am I so unlucky? In Gu Fei's inner world, under a 5 Fingers mountain, what was suppressed was not the legendary monkey that caused havoc in the ancient heavenly court, but a black and white skeleton. At the foot of the 5 Fingers mountain, He Tian would shout every time the sun went down, "It's been 300 years, 300 years. Boss, I've waited for so long that the flowers have withered." Hundreds of miles away from the 5 Fingers mountain, there was a holy land dotted with more than a dozen spiritual springs with dense spiritual energy. From time to time, crisp laughter could be heard from the holy land. That lecherous skeleton is shouting again. A fairy with her hair dripping with water and half of her body immersed in the spring suddenly looked in the direction of the 5 Fingers mountain and murmured. A younger fairy wrinkled her nose and said disdainfully, "He deserves it. Who asked him to capture us 7 sisters and make us his wives? It's been 300 years and the ancestor still hasn't returned. If it weren't for the fact that this world hasn't collapsed yet, I suspect that the ancestor might have." A fairy sighed. "Sixth sister, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the clan lord and the others find out. They might also suppress you for 300 years. The older fairy glared at the younger fairy and said in a deep voice, "Got it, big sister." The 6th fairy replied casually, "The ancestor hasn't returned for 300 years. The clan lord and the others must be even more anxious than us." The big sister's expression also became somewhat gloomy. The atmosphere in the spiritual spring became somewhat oppressive. 7 fairies, I, Old Hay, know my mistake. Please help me put in a good word for me to the clan lord and let me go. I, Old Hay, won't dare to be presumptuous again. He Tian's soul fluctuations were incomparably powerful. Bah! You lecherous skeleton, it's best if you are suppressed for 10,000 years. You want us to plead for you? Dream on. The youngest of the 7 fairies, the 7th sister, scolded. Damn it! What 7 fairies? They are simply a bunch of vicious shrews. Just wait for my boss to return. You'll all be in for a treat. He Tian scolded. Preposterous! The other fairies were furious when they heard this. They immediately wanted to scold him back. Enough! The big sister of the 7 fairies shouted. Her gaze swept over her 6 sisters. Why should we bother with a lunatic? We all have a part in this. Although He Tian was detestable, even the clan lord of the Shin clan, Xianxia, had only suppressed him under the 5 Fingers mountain. He hadn't dared to kill him. One must know that when the old ancestor was still alive, he had placed great importance on He Tian, Gu Fei, and that old demon. If he were to kill He Tian, it would most likely incur the old ancestor's displeasure. Back then, the ancestor had opened the inner world and released the old demon and Gu Fei to participate in the earth-shattering battle for the infernal realm. The higher-ups of the Shen clan were aware of this. The clan lord of the Shen clan, Xianxia, and the supreme divinity, Li Fan, had even taken advantage of the moment when the inner world was opened to see the ancestor in a desperate situation. Rumble. At this evening, when the sky was filled with the glow of sunset and tired birds were returning to their nests, the inner world that was like a fairyland suddenly began to shake. The void above the inner world was undulating, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye were like waves of water. What's going on? In the Spirit Spring's sacred realm, the 7 fairies looked up in surprise. Is the ancestor returning? Several figures rushed out from the sacred mountain of the Shen clan that was suspended in the eastern sky. The figures of several higher-ups of the Shen clan appeared high in the sky. Chapter 671. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. Then a few silhouettes walked out from the void that was rippling like water. Powerful auras filled the heaven and earth. It's not the ancestor's aura? What's going on? Why is it that old demon? The celestials were alarmed. Hundreds of celestials stood in the eastern sky, led by the celestial clan Lord Xianxia and Hierarch Li Fan. At this time, a powerful aura of death came from the northern sky. A ghostly fog shrouded half the sky. The 3 supreme sovereigns were hidden in the aura of death, watching the people who emerged from the void. I, Old Turtle, have returned. I didn't expect to be so popular. Everyone actually came to greet me. Old Turtle wore a gold-purple crown. He was burly and imposing, but his ruffian aura was at odds with his appearance. Little sister Xianxia, did you miss Big Brother? Old Turtle's sharp eyes spotted Xianxia among the celestials. Xianxia could not help but feel disgusted when she saw Old Tortoise's tortoise eyes sweeping up and down her body unscrupulously. Where's my ancestor? Patriarch Xianxia couldn't sense Li Xuandao's aura. He couldn't help but feel nervous. If something happened to the ancestor, then Xianxia didn't dare to think further. Without an almighty overseeing the celestials would be in danger. Xianxia, were you in a hurry to find me? Gu Fei walked out from behind Old Turtle and looked at Xianxia with an expressionless face. Gu Fei had already changed his appearance. He controlled his muscles and bones to directly change his appearance to Li Xuandao's. His aura had changed so much that no one could recognize him. Old ancestor, you. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he saw Gu Fei. The old ancestor in front of him was only in the immortal celestial realm, and he couldn't sense the slightest fluctuation of immortal divine force from him. It wasn't just Xianxia but the rest of the celestials. Apart from his appearance, this ancestor bore no resemblance to the ancestor. Umph. Gu Fei let out a cold laugh. Then, without any warning, the wind and clouds in this part of the world surged. The power of the world surged, and there was even the faint sound of thunder in the sky. With a single thought, the weather changed and the power of the world surged. Only the person who refined this world could accomplish this, because he was the supreme ruler of this world. Since Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, he had also seized the world that Li Xuandao had refined. He was the master of this world. Greetings, old ancestor. Xianxia and the others no longer had any doubts, and they all bowed to Gu Fei. Their ancestor was the master of this world, and Gu Fei could control this world. What else did they have to doubt? Get up. Gu Fei waved his hand and said indifferently. Disperse, do what you need to do. Gu Fei didn't like Xianxia and the others. Yes. Xianxia and the others secretly wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and retreated. Fortunately, their ancestor didn't take offense at their earlier suspicions. Little sister Xian, why are you leaving so quickly? Come and accompany me to talk about life. It's not bad. Seeing Xianxia retreating, Old Tortoise immediately called out in a strange tone. Brotherly, you're right. That disrespectful old man. Gu Fei couldn't help but glare at the Old Tortoise, who was watching Xianxia leave in a flirtatious manner. At that moment, the supreme emperor of the 3 undead creatures in the northern sky also hurriedly flew over and kowtowed to Gu Fei. Greetings, master. The 3 supreme rulers were in fear and trepidation, afraid that Gu Fei would reprimand them. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 3 supreme rulers. Instead, he said impatiently, all of you can leave. Save me, big brother. He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He Tian sensed Gu Fei's arrival and hurriedly transmitted a message to Gu Fei. He had been suppressed for 300 years. The legendary monkey had been suppressed for 500 years, while he had been suppressed by the 5-Finger Mountain for 300 years. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference. Plus, he wasn't as powerful as the monkey. The monkey was a ruthless character who had dared to turn the ancient celestial court upside down. Boom. The Five Fingers Mountain collapsed. Dust soared into the sky and crushed rocks flew in all directions. The mountains shook and He Tian soared into the sky. It was as if a peerless great demon had come into being. A powerful soul ripple spread between heaven and earth. The cultivation and strength of the Emperor realm were fully displayed. Say no more. Follow me. Gu Fei transmitted a message to He Tian, then opened his inner world and walked out. Old Tortoise, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Old Qilin hurriedly followed Gu Fei out of the inner world. Outside was the Purgatory realm. Beside the Boundary Pearl, there were still 4 ancient steels. Each of them was still surging with Buddhist power. After Gu Fei came out of the inner world, he directly sent the 4 ancient steels into the Boundary Pearl. I want to refine the 4 ancient steels into 4 realm gates, Gu Fei said as he sat down cross-legged. His hands kept forming hand seals to guide the power of the Boundary Pearl to refine the 4 ancient steels. Old Tortoise and the others didn't disturb Gu Fei. They immediately retreated. Several hours later, the 4 ancient steels rushed out of the Boundary Pearl and rapidly shrank before flying into Gu Fei's hands. There was no longer a trace of Buddhist power fluctuation on the ancient steels. The Realm Gate was an exclusive divine artifact that could connect the 2 realms. With the Realm Gate in hand, anyone could use it to return to the inner world. Gu Fei gave 2 Realm Gates to Old Tortoise and Xiaoqing, and kept 2 for himself. Then Gu Fei communicated with the Boundary Pearl with his mind, causing it to emit a 9-colored light pillar. The light pillar shot into the sky and disappeared into the endless firmament. Old Tortoise, you go first. The 9-colored light pillar connected the 2 realms, but Gu Fei did not enter the 9-colored light pillar first. Instead, he asked Old Tortoise to take the lead. After all, his cultivation and strength were the strongest among them. Although 300 years had passed, no one knew if there were still people waiting for them outside. It would be bad if they went out rashly and were attacked. Old Tortoise nodded and flew up, disappearing into the 9-colored light pillar. Gu Fei followed closely behind, followed by Xiaoqing and the Fire Qilin. When Gu Fei was teleported out by the 9-colored divine light, there was a loud bang. Old Tortoise and the mysterious expert fought. 300 years had passed, but there were still people waiting outside. Chapter 672. Boom. The golden palm blotted out the sky, directly breaking the 9-colored light pillar and shattering the void. Like a golden divine mountain, it slammed down on Gu Fei's group. Terrifying energy rippled from it as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Endless golden rays of light fell from the golden palm like rays of divine light, piercing through the void towards Gu Fei's group. The palm hadn't even slammed down yet, but the heaven and earth were already shaking. Bang! The Old Tortoise made his move directly. His right hand slapped upwards against the sky. His demonic power was vast and mighty like a surging river. It surged upwards and collided with the giant golden hand. Boundless demonic power surged. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void was shattering. The terrifying energy directly turned the void into a chaotic void. The heaven and earth were pierced through. The aura of destruction was terrifying. Little bald donkey, you still won't give up even at this time? The Old Tortoise bellowed and soared into the sky. Demonic energy surged from his body as an ancient seal appeared in his hand. The ancient seal was only the size of a fist, held in the Old Tortoise's hand, yet it exuded the aura of the great Tao with mysterious ancient demonic runes faintly discernible. These were the demonic Tao runes comprehended by an extreme Tao expert of the demonic race. They were the runes of the great Tao and were branded onto the ancient seal. This was a saint artifact that could display the power of the great Tao. At this time, Gu Fei saw clearly that the one who attacked was little monk Fan Xiu. He quickly scanned the surroundings but couldn't find any traces of Ying Tian, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief. If little monk Fan Xiu joined forces with Ying Tian, their lives would be in danger. Fortunately, the Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian didn't appear. However, Gu Fei wasn't so optimistic because the 9 black mountains were still standing in the surroundings, exuding boundless Buddhism energy. High up in the sky, a swastika emerged, sprinkling down boundless Buddhism energy. However, the power of this Buddhist ceiling formation seemed to be much weaker compared to 300 years ago. Only 3 old monks could be seen at the top of the 9 black mountains. Each of the 9 black mountains was guarded by an old monk. They guarded this great secret of the Buddhist sect and would not leave without permission. The other 5 old monks were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they were killed by the Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian? Gu Fei thought of a possibility. Xiaoqing Heitian, and the old Qilin stood behind Gu Fei watching the battle in front of them. The old tortoise was displaying his might, using the Tai sovereign seal to clash violently with the green jade ring blade in the hands of little monk Fan Xiu. In the hands of almighty beings, the extreme Dao Saint artifacts could display the might of the extreme Dao. When the two extreme Dao Saint artifacts clashed, the entire world seemed to collapse. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing the 9 black mountains to tremble. The Buddhist seal was actually shaken, as though it could not withstand the divine might of the extreme Dao Saint weapon, and was showing signs of collapsing. With a thought from Gu Fei, the 9 colored light pillars suddenly produced transparent ripples like water. Then, with a boom, a giant cauldron broke through the void and rushed out of the 9 colored light pillar. Hum! The giant cauldron shook and primordial chaos chi descended, causing the ancient cauldron to look like rays of primordial chaos rainbow. An infinite ancient aura surged between heaven and earth. Swoosh! Then a purple divine light cut through the void and appeared in the 9 colored light pillar. Shocking sword chi suddenly erupted, shooting up to the 9 heavens. Under the impact of the chilling sword chi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, making everyone present feel as though a divine sword was pressed against their throats. Gu Fei was retrieving the extreme Dao Saint weapons scattered in the hell path. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword rushed out of the hell path one after another. The powerful aura of the extreme Dao Saint weapons spread between heaven and earth, and the Buddhist seal immediately suffered a great impact. The swastika in the sky trembled. The Buddhist seal on the 9 black mountains was on the verge of collapse. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the Sanskrit Buddhist puppet, and the half of the peerless saber all rushed out of the hell path. Then, Gu Fei directly cut off the connection between the hell path and the outside world. The 9-colored light that came from the hell path and connected the 2 worlds dissipated in the void. Swoosh! 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 The 5 extreme Dao Saint weapons all rushed towards Gu Fei and then entered his body. The terrifying aura emitted by the 5 extreme Dao Saint weapons gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Xiaoqing, the old Qilin, and He Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the extreme Dao Saint weapons was too powerful and terrifying. It made their hearts tremble as though a deep mountain was pressing down on their chests. They almost couldn't breathe. After Gu Fei put away the 5 extreme Dao Saint weapons, he rushed into the sky and directly punched the swastika in the sky. His qi and blood surged and the power of yin and yang seeped out of his body. It was as though there was a yin-yang divine fire dancing in his body. His punch seemed to move the power of heaven and earth in the entire sky. The entire sky trembled under his fist. After Gu Fei's physical body had undergone a transformation in the realm pearl, even Gu Fei didn't know how strong his physical body had become. It was a good time to use this Buddhist seal to verify his current strength. Gu Fei didn't think too much and directly attacked. Bang! The fist blasted on the swastika, and the violent power directly shook the swastika that was emitting Buddhist light. The entire Buddhist seal was shaking. Buddhist patterns appeared, and the power of the Great Path circulated. The swastika in the sky was almost smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei's violent power was shocking, and his physical body was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a mighty cultivator. At the immortal realm, Gu Fei could even mobilize the power of heaven and earth for his own use, and unleash even more powerful martial arts and battle techniques. Bang! Another punch blasted out. It was not a mystic art, nor was it a sorcery but pure martial arts divine power. The entire world was shaking and the swastika in the sky began to crack. This, the physical body of a martial artist, is actually so terrifying. It's really unimaginable. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the old Kirin were all shocked when they saw this scene. Gu Fei was like an unparalleled warrior, constantly attacking the Buddhist seal, causing the entire seal to tremble and almost collapse. The expressions of the 3 old monks standing on the peaks of the 3 black mountains changed. Although the Buddhist seal had been weakened to its weakest state after the battle 300 years ago, it was still a seal personally laid down by the Lord Buddha, so it still possessed great power. However, the young man in the sky had actually shaken the power of the seal. This made the 3 old monks very shocked, and they also felt very uneasy. If the person inside broke the seal and rushed out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 3 old monks sat down cross-legged in the void as if they had agreed on it beforehand. They circulated their Buddhist powers and their bodies shone with boundless Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see the shadow of a Buddha looming over the bodies of the 3 old monks. Buddhist chants sounded, and the entire Buddhist seal immediately displayed the power of the Great Path. Countless Buddhist patterns appeared, and the swastika in the sky that was almost destroyed by Gu Fei's attack emitted resplendent Buddhist light. The vast and mighty Buddhist power sent Gu Fei flying. The power of the seal increased greatly in an instant. 10 times Yin Yang Fist. Gu Fei shouted, and the secret skill of ascension was activated. The power of Yin and Yang in his body instantly increased by 10 times, and the endless power of Yin and Yang gathered in Gu Fei's hands. So what if the power of the seal increased greatly? I can still beat you up. His right hand bloomed with the power of extreme Yang, and a blazing sun appeared on Gu Fei's fist. His left hand, however, was as black as ink, as if a bottomless pit had emerged. Rumble! Gu Fei's Yin and Yang fists blasted upward and the whole world trembled. He put his hands together and the black and white masses of air collided with each other, fusing with each other. Yin and Yang combined and the power increased by more than 10 times. In front of the fist, the void collapsed, and the terrifying fist force that had increased by 10 times directly penetrated the sky and earth. It was unstoppable. Boom! The swastika Buddha seal instantly collapsed under Gu Fei's fist, and the terrifying power of destruction swept out, collapsing the void, tearing the earth, and destroying everything. The Buddha's seal was broken. This was not the first time that the seal had been broken. 300 years ago, there was a great battle that spread from the Naraka realm to the Buddha's seal. It was extremely terrifying, and the Buddha's seal had been broken at that time. At that time, the 5 old monks guarding the seal had also fallen. Endless Buddha patterns dissipated in the void, and the dissipated Buddhist power emitted spots of golden light, flickering and disappearing in the void. The Buddhist seal was broken again, and the 3 old monks sitting cross-legged above the 3 black mountains spat out a mouthful of golden blood and flew out. Gu Fei was the first to rush out, and Xiaoqing He Tian, and the old Qilin followed Gu Fei and rushed out of the seal. Without a word, Xiaoqing, Erebus, and the old Qilin rushed out of the seal and immediately chased after the 3 old monks who had been sent flying. Then they attacked the 3 old monks. Boom! A monstrous divine fire burst out from the old Qilin's body, and instantly engulfed the heaven and earth, trapping an old monk in a sea of fire. The fire burned fiercely and the void distorted and transparent ripples spread out. Swoosh! Erebus' soul power condensed into blades and swords. It was as if there were tens of thousands of divine weapons that slashed towards the other old monk who had been sent flying. Xiaoqing's attack was very simple, and he directly slapped the old monk. The old monks guarding the Buddhist seal all had the cultivation of the immortal realm. In the Tinglong continent 300 years ago, when the immortal realm was extinct, these old monks were absolutely invincible. However, now that Gu Fei had returned to the Tinglong continent, these old monks were somewhat insignificant. A martial artist of the immortal realm was enough to suppress any experts of the same realm. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps and his long hair danced wildly. His murderous aura was like a rainbow, and he chased after a tall and thin old monk as if he was teleporting. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. The old tortoise and little monk Fan Xiu were both flying backward, and they were moving at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 673. Bang! The gigantic cyan hand smashed through the air, emitting a boundless amount of demonic energy. The gigantic hand was transforming, and after that, it transformed into a cyan dragon claw the size of a small mountain. It tore through the air and slammed towards a fat old monk. Xiaoqing's combat strength was unparalleled. It was as if an ancient war demon had been reborn. His cyan hair danced wildly and the silver dragon horn in his hair shone with divine light. It was incomparably dazzling. A little demonic dragon dares to be presumptuous in front of me? The fat old monk said sternly. He then took a string of Buddhist beads from his neck and threw it at Xiaoqing. Swoosh! The Buddhist beads emitted a dazzling golden Buddhist light. They flew out and turned into 108 golden lights the size of a head. They pierced through the void and bombarded towards Xiaoqing. Like meteorites falling from the sky, each Buddhist bead emitted a vast fluctuation of Buddhist power. The entire sky seemed as if it was about to collapse and the void trembled. The 108 Buddhist beads met the cyan dragon claw. Boom! 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 A huge collision sound was heard. The cyan dragon claw smashed away dozens of golden Buddhist beads. Its momentum was not reduced and it continued to tear towards the old monk. You are just a fat pig. How dare you call yourself Lord Buddha? You are courting death. Xiaoqing sneered. The dragon claw directly slashed down. The void between heaven and earth collapsed under his claw. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Swoosh. The old monk disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared in the sky above Xiaoqing. Bang! A dazzling golden hand suddenly appeared above Xiaoqing's head. Then it bombarded towards Xiaoqing. Dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing shouted and revealed his true dragon form. Roar! A Saiyan divine dragon hundreds of feet long roared and soared into the sky. Boom! The Saiyan divine dragon directly smashed the golden hand that smashed down from the sky. It was incomparably powerful. Divine dragon tail whip. Xiaoqing's voice resounded high up in the sky. Bang! The green divine dragon directly used its dragon tail to send the fat old monk flying. Roar! The old monk let out a roar and was sent flying thousands of feet away by Xiaoqing. Only then did he stop. 108 Buddhist beads danced around him like an arhat descending to the mortal world. Xiaoqing's tail whip of the divine dragon had dealt a great blow to the old monk's body. Golden Buddha blood seeped out of his orifices, making him look extremely hideous. After the Saiyan divine dragon slapped the old monk away, it disappeared into the void. The Saiyan demonic light flickered, and Xiaoqing's figure appeared from the demonic light. The fact that Xiaoqing was able to suppress the old monk, who was at the immortal realm, surprised Gu Fei. Xiaoqing was no longer the Xiaoqing snake that he met in the southern wasteland. Although Gu Fei was fighting with the tall and skinny old monk, he was still paying attention to the changes in the field. Xiaoqing's combat strength surprised him. It seemed that the old tortoise had put in a lot of effort on Xiaoqing. Bang! Gu Fei smashed a Buddhist weapon with one punch and sent the tall and skinny old monk flying. Specks of golden light exploded in the void. Those were the fragments of the Buddhist weapon. With his powerful physical strength, Gu Fei could already fight with the old monk. The strength of the immortal body had reached an unbelievable level. The strength of Gu Fei's physical body was comparable to the level of a divine weapon refined by an almighty expert. Every move of his had great strength. The old monk's magic weapon was only a Buddhist weapon refined by himself. It could not contend against Gu Fei's fist. How is this possible? The old monk was shocked. His magic weapon was destroyed and his body was also impacted. A trace of golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's physical body was so strong that it made people tremble. Could it be that he was a legendary immortal warrior? I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei pressed forward. With just one step he was already in front of the old monk. His qi and blood were surging, comparable to a flood dragon. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. The old monk was shocked and angry. Before Gu Fei could make a move, he was already one step ahead. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling golden light. In the golden light there was a Vajra pestle. Swish! The Vajra pestle emitted an extremely sharp Buddhist light. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest. Wherever it passed, a spatial crack appeared in the void. Umph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly punched out. His fist directly hit the Vajra pestle in front of him. The Vajra pestle immediately shattered. After Gu Fei's fist smashed the Vajra pestle, it did not stop. It continued to press forward like a giant mountain. The powerful force crushed the void. Bang! Without any suspense, the old monk was punched in the chest by Gu Fei. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. The old monk's chest immediately collapsed. Under the influence of the qi, the old monk did not even have a chance to dodge. Wah! The old monk spat out a large mouthful of golden blood and flew backward. His sternum was completely shattered. His body was almost smashed into two by Gu Fei's simple punch. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he had already caught up with the old monk and then stomped down. Rumble! A terrifying force surged under Gu Fei's feet. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his feet. The 8 desolation steps did not only have 8 steps of extreme speed, it also had an offensive battle technique, 8 steps 8 kills. Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 kill steps. Roar! The old monk roared. He felt danger. This young man had the terrifying strength to kill him. He raised his hands to block. Endless Buddhist power surged out from his hands, trying to block Gu Fei's step. Bang! The old monk was directly trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. In the face of martial arts battle techniques, all supernatural powers seemed to be vulnerable. The old monk's block did not have any effect at all. Boom! The old monk smashed down from the sky like a meteorite. The earth shook and dust flew high into the sky. The violent impact caused a huge pit to appear on the ground. Gu Fei's cultivation could be said to be invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation level. Among cultivators of the same cultivation level, immortal cultivators were the most frightening and also the strongest in terms of battle prowess. They were both in the immortal god realm, but this old monk was no match for Gu Fei. The gap between the two was definitely not small. The old monk did not die. Buddhist power was still surging out from the pit. Gu Fei descended from the sky and was about to attack again. But at this moment, swish! A golden light rushed out from the pit and flew into the sky. Within the golden light, there was a golden divine bead the size of half a fist. Powerful Buddhist power and soul fluctuations radiated from the divine bead. Sarira? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. This old monk had actually abandoned his physical body and hid his soul in the Sarira to break out of his body and escape. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of the 8 desolation steps. He chased after the old monk as if he was teleporting. He stretched out his hand and a big black hand immediately condensed, grabbing at the dazzling golden immortal Buddhist Sarira. The big black hand was condensed by the power of extreme yin. The palm was like a bottomless black hole, producing a force that could swallow the sky. It actually sucked the immortal Buddhist Sarira. After that, the immortal and Buddhist relic was grabbed by the large hand and kept away. The power of yin and yang surged in Gu Fei's hand. The old monk still wanted to beg for mercy, but Gu Fei did not give him the chance. The soul in the immortal Buddhist Sarira was directly erased by Gu Fei, leaving only pure Buddhist power in the Sarira. Gu Fei kept the Sarira and looked around. He saw old tortoise and little monk Xianxia fighting further and further away. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed, the earth sank, and the void turned into chaotic nothingness. Old tortoise and little monk Xianxia were like two ancient gods fighting. Their battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The mighty and terrifying energy fluctuations made people's hearts palpitate. The Tai Huang seal and green jade ring blade collided continuously. Old tortoise and little monk Xianxia each wielded an extreme sacred weapon, but it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Old tortoise and little monk Xianxia had a deep grudge, so this battle was extremely fierce. As for the battle between little Qing and the fat old monk, the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Little Qing displayed the dragon clan's great divine ability and suppressed the old monk. Not only did it destroy all 308 of the old monk's Buddhist prayer beads, it even beat the old monk until he vomited blood. On another battlefield, flames burned the sky. The Fire Qilin and another old monk were fighting, while He Tian watched from the sidelines without stepping forward. The Fire Qilin was incomparably powerful. His cultivation was stronger than Xiaoqing's. The flames enveloped half the sky, causing the void to distort. The endless divine fire trapped the old monk within. The old monk struggled left and right in the sea of fire, but he could not rush out. Faint demon clan Dao patterns appeared in the fire. Gu Fei could see that the Fire Qilin had used the power of fire to set up a fire formation to trap the old monk in the sea of fire. He wanted to burn the old monk alive. His side could be said to have won. So what if the opponent was an immortal or Buddha? He would still be killed. Boss is mighty. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei had killed his opponent, he immediately rushed over and displayed his flattery skills to attack Gu Fei. However, his successful flattery skills were useless in front of Gu Fei. Mighty my ass. Gu Fei sent He Tian flying with a kick. However, at that moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a few powerful auras appearing in the primordial battlefield. Furthermore, the auras were rapidly approaching. Chapter 674. Powerful auras came from the east. For Gu Fei and the others who were in the desolate battlefield, that direction was the location of the Buddhist land in the west. Those powerful auras were full of peace and tranquility. There was no murderous intent in them. That was the characteristic of the Buddhist experts. The more peaceful they were, the more murderous they would be. In the world of cultivation, everything was determined by one's strength. It was the same for Buddhism. Mercy was only for the weak. The strong did not need to be merciful. Being merciful to the enemy was the same as being cruel to oneself. The experts of the Buddhist land are here? Gu Fei frowned. He sensed that those powerful auras were approaching quickly. Those were the energy waves of the immortal realm. How can there be such people in the world? Gu Fei was very surprised. The immortal realm was extinct in the Tenglong continent. Even demigods were legendary figures. But now, several immortal realm experts suddenly appeared. 300 years had passed. Did the Tenglong continent change? Gu Fei had a bad feeling. When the Fire Demon Lord appeared, many influential figures were alarmed. At that time he already knew that something big was going to happen in the Tinglong continent. However, he entered the Hell Realm with the old turtle and slept in the Boundary Pearl for 300 years. He didn't know what happened in the Tinglong continent. Humph. Good. Gu Fei thought that he could learn from these guys what happened in the Tinglong continent in the past 300 years. Xiaoqing, old Qilin, stop playing. Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing and the fire Qilin. At this moment, a few golden rays of light appeared in the dim eastern sky. The peaceful power of Buddha arrived. The experts of the Buddhist sect had finally arrived. Xiaoqing and the fire Qilin had already sensed the auras of the experts of the Buddhist sect. Therefore they didn't hold back anymore. They immediately used the great magical power of the demon clan and attacked the two old monks. Divine dragon dances in the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing shouted loudly, and a vast wave of demonic power immediately surged out from his body. Swish. 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 His figure became blurry. Then, multiple figures charged out of his body and into the sky. They flashed through the sky and surrounded the old monk. Although the 9 figures were faint and illusory, each of them emitted a powerful demonic aura, as if 9 Xiaoqing had appeared at the same time. The 9 silhouettes attacked at the same time. Terrifying demonic energy swept towards the fat old monk like a raging wave. The terrifying energy wave shattered the void. Indestructible golden body. The old monk shouted, and his body suddenly emitted endless golden Buddhist light. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of golden powder, like a Buddha cast from pure gold. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the entire sky. Endless Buddhist power surged. This old monk was starting to fight with his life on the line. Bam. 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 Violent collisions resounded. Every time they collided, the entire void trembled. The boundless Buddhist light dissipated. Xiaoqing seemed to have transformed into 9 ancient demon gods. Endless demonic power suppressed the boundless Buddhist light emitted by the old monk. The 9 blurry figures shot out 9 destructive divine lights that pierced through the old monk's indestructible golden body. The 9 divine lights shattered the void and annihilated everything. They were unstoppable. On the indestructible golden body of the old monk, 9 large holes were pierced through. Golden blood splashed out. The indestructible golden body had been pierced through. Roar. The old monk roared crazily. He didn't die because of this. The golden blood that splashed out from the indestructible golden body began to burn. The Buddhist power that erupted was even more powerful and terrifying than when he used the indestructible golden body earlier. Do you want to self-destruct? Xiaoqing's voice resounded in the void. Then, boom. A green dragon claw descended from the sky. Like the claw of the ancestral dragon, it broke through the layers of Buddhist light and grabbed the bald head of the old monk. Bam. The bald head of the old monk was crushed by the dragon claw. Even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape. His soul was destroyed by Xiaoqing and his headless body fell from the sky. After killing the old monk, the 9 terrifying figures that looked like demon gods rushed together. A strong light flashed and Xiaoqing's figure appeared. The power of the dragon clan's combat skills was terrifying. Both Xiaoqing and the old monk were in the immortal realm, but Xiaoqing was able to kill the old monk. On the other side of the battlefield, the fire Qilin also used his trump card. Endless power of divine fire gathered in his hand and a flame divine spear appeared in his hand. Roar. The fire Qilin roared and stepped on the divine fire. Like a god of fire, he rushed into the fire formation with a murderous aura and fought with the old monk who was trapped in the formation. After a dozen rounds, the fire Qilin killed the old monk. Then he walked out of the fire with the old monk's head on the divine spear. His red armor was stained with golden blood. How dare you kill a disciple of my Buddhist sect? You deserve to die. A loud shout came from the east. A Buddha god, clad in an embroidered kasaya and standing on a 9th-grade golden lotus, rushed over with a Buddhist aura surrounding him. Boom. The Buddha stretched out his hand and a huge golden hand appeared in the void. It grabbed at the fire Qilin and the whole area was enveloped by the golden hand. Humph. The fire Qilin sneered. He was fearless in the face of the Buddha. He raised the divine spear in his hand. Bang! The head of the old monk on the divine spear was immediately turned to dust. A spot of flame divine light suddenly bloomed from the tip of the divine spear. The dazzling divine light was as bright as the sun and pierced through the huge hand that was grabbing at him. Boom! The huge golden hand and the divine spear collided in an instant and there was a loud explosion. The golden light lit up the whole dark world. The fire Qilin flew back thousands of feet. The divine fire surged all over his body and caused the void around him to distort. His eyes were still as sharp as a divine weapon, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? The fire Chilan's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He pointed the divine spear at the Buddha standing on the 9th-grade golden lotus. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like cold lightning. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you disrespect the Buddha Lord? At this time the Buddha's light flashed and the Buddha's power was vast. Several Buddhist experts arrived. They stood behind the Buddha Lord and shouted at the fire Chilan. Buddha Lord? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Could this guy be the sect master of the Western Great Sect, the current master of the Western Buddhist land, Buddha Lord Qinglian? Buddha Lord Qinglian was one of the most powerful figures in the Tenglong continent. He was the leader of the Western Buddhist sect and was a great virtue in the Buddhist sect. As early as 300 years ago, there was a rumor that Buddha Lord Qinglian had cultivated the Arhat Dao fruit and became a Buddha Lord. Is the Buddha Lord? Then am I not a Dao ancestor? Suddenly a strange voice came from the side. This wasn't a real voice but a soul fluctuation. Undead creature? The Buddhist experts looked in the direction of the soul fluctuation and couldn't help but be shocked. They saw a strange skeleton with a black and white bone body smiling at them silently. It wasn't strange for there to be undead creatures in the desolate battlefield. This place was full of Yin Qi and evil Qi, and it was also the entrance to the Hell Path. Powerful souls in the world would be summoned by the Hell Path and gather here. However, ever since ancient Buddha Fanxiu returned 300 years ago, he killed all the powerful undead creatures in the desolate battlefield in a domineering manner. However, the undead creature in front of them was incomparably powerful. The soul fire in the skull was as bright as the sun, emitting a vast and boundless soul fluctuation. This undead creature definitely had the strength of an immortal realm expert. How can there be such a powerful undead creature in the desolate battlefield? The Buddha Lord seemed to be a little surprised when he saw He Tian. Rumble? The battle between Old Tortoise and Little Monk Fanxiu continued. After 300 years of cultivation, Little Monk Fanxiu's strength had recovered to its peak state. The two experts were evenly matched. The Tai Sovereign Seal and the Green Jade Ring Blade kept colliding. The power of the extreme Tao shook the entire desolate battlefield. Even the entire Western Buddhist sect could feel the unusual movements coming from the desolate battlefield. The battle between Old Tortoise and Little Monk Fanxiu was getting further and further away. However, Gu Fei and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure and the aura of the Almighty. It's that old demon from the past. Sure enough, it's that evil old demon. After recognizing the Old Tortoise, the three experts behind Buddhist Lord Qinglian immediately became excited. One should know that the Old Tortoise was the one who dug up the tomb of the Millennium Buddha Lord on the Spirited Mountain. The tomb of the Millennium Buddha Lord was the holy land of the Western Buddhist sect. What's the relationship between you and that old demon? Buddhist Lord Qinglian stood on the 9-grade lotus throne like an ancient Buddha descending. He smiled and calmly asked Gu Fei and the others. What old demon? Watch your mouth. He Tian walked over from afar. He didn't seem to put Buddhist Lord Qinglian in his eyes at all. This evil demon deserves to be punished. A middle-aged Buddha walked out from behind Buddhist Lord Qinglian and approached He Tian. His whole body emitted Buddhist light and a golden wheel appeared behind his head. This was an immortal Buddha at the immortal realm. You Baldi deserve to be punished. He Tian didn't show any weakness. The power of yin and yang surged out from his skull. A Taiji yin-yang diagram seemed to appear behind his head. Buddhist Lord Qinglian didn't stop him. He just watched the scene quietly. Gu Fei also didn't say anything. It was a good opportunity for He Tian to test these monks. It should be known that the other party was the Buddhist Lord of the Western Buddhist sect. The Western Buddhist sect was an orthodoxy passed down by the Millennium Buddha Lord. It had existed for countless years but no one knew what made it stand tall. Chapter 675. The middle-aged Buddha's white robe fluttered in the wind. Buddha's aura shrouded his body as he walked forward like a Buddha without a trace of murderous aura. He put his palms together and looked peaceful. He didn't look like he was fighting anyone. However, He Tian didn't dare to let his guard down. He knew that although these Baldis looked benevolent, it was just a disguise. Under the benevolence there was a hidden killing intent. If he was not careful, he would fall into the hands of these Baldis. Buddha's radiance illumination. The middle-aged Buddha let out a soft cry. He put his palms together and flipped them outwards. 10,000 rays of Buddha's light suddenly radiated from his hands, illuminating the dark world and shining towards the black sky in front of them. Under the shroud of the Buddha's radiance, the void was collapsing. The Buddha's radiance had the power of destruction. It was like the light of destruction. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. Yin and Yang reversal. He Tian also shouted and waved his hands in front of him. The power of Yin and Yang surged and a Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram appeared in front of He Tian. The void in front of him seemed to have turned upside down. The destructive Buddhist light that shone towards him was reversed and shot back towards the middle-aged Buddhist. The middle-aged Buddhist was obviously shocked. He had never expected that Lin Fan would have such an unfathomable technique. Lin Fan had actually reversed his attack. It was truly shocking. Although the middle-aged Buddha was shocked, he didn't panic. He flipped his right hand and a small golden plate appeared in his hand. Then it enlarged rapidly. Whoosh! The golden Buddha banner swayed and monstrous Buddha's radiance surged out. Mysterious and ancient Buddha runes appeared and a golden Buddha's fire burned forward. The destructive Buddha's radiance was immediately turned into Buddha's fire by the power of the Buddha banner and burned towards He Tian. Swoosh! With the protection of the Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram, He Tian directly rushed into the surging Buddha's fire. The power of Yin and Yang surged and the void around He Tian was distorted. All the Buddha's fire that was burning towards him was blocked, shifted, and repelled. He Tian's divine power was invulnerable. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. The middle-aged Buddha shook the Buddha's fire banner fiercely. A terrifying Buddha's force surged out from the banner and shook the entire void. The terrifying Buddha's fire burned half of the sky red. It seemed to be even more powerful than the fire Qilin's divine fire. The void was silently annihilated in the sea of fire. Mahakala strolled through the sea of flames as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through the courtyard. He quickly approached the middle-aged Buddhist, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The void was directly shattered. Mahakala's fist shone with a divine light that was as dazzling as the sun. The power of extreme Yang erupted, dispersing the endless Buddha fire. His fist landed on the Buddha fire god banner. The middle-aged Buddha was shocked when the Buddha's weapon was smashed away. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but He Tian didn't give him the chance. When the Buddha's fire banner was smashed away, He Tian had already reached the middle-aged Buddha's side. The Buddha's right was Yang, and the Buddha's left was Yin. The power of extreme Yin condensed on He Tian's left fist. Then he punched towards the middle-aged Buddha's abdomen. The power of extreme Yin burst out. He Tian's left fist seemed to have turned into a black sun. Bang! The middle-aged Buddha was shocked when the Buddha's weapon was smashed away. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but He Tian didn't give him the chance. When the Buddha's fire banner was smashed away, He Tian had already reached the middle-aged Buddha's side. Bang! He Tian's punch caused the middle-aged Buddha's body to arch like a prawn. The white moon monk robe on his body instantly shattered, like butterflies fluttering in the sky. A simple punch had beaten the middle-aged Buddha into a miserable state. His internal organs were shattered, and golden blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Whoosh! He Tian's right arm was like a horizontal mountain range, bombarding the middle-aged Buddha's arched back. Bang! Kacha! A violent collision sound and the sound of bones breaking rang out almost at the same time. Stop! The other 2 Buddhist experts standing behind Buddhist Lord Green Lotus immediately shouted and rushed out, wanting to save the middle-aged Buddha. He Tian's attack almost smashed the middle-aged Buddha into 2. His body was seriously injured, but the middle-aged Buddha didn't die. With his cultivation at this level, his body was no longer ordinary. Even his blood had turned golden. It was not easy for the middle-aged Buddha to die, but He Tian's attack had broken his tendons and bones. It was enough for him to suffer. Boom! The middle-aged Buddha fell from the sky like a meteorite. The violent impact caused the ground to tremble, and a cloud of dust rose up. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures flashed. Xiaoqing and the fire Qilin blocked the 2 Buddhist experts who were rushing towards He Tian. Their battle intent was like a rainbow, and their demonic power was vast. Although they killed the 2 old monks who guarded the Naraka realm in the previous battle, they didn't seem to be satisfied. The 2 Buddhist experts rushed out and it was a good time to fight. Do you Buddhists like to fight in groups? Gu Fei sneered. He stepped in the void and approached Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, who was sitting on the 9th grade Golden Lotus. Bang! 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 Like a supreme god of war, Gu Fei's every step in the void caused the whole world to tremble. His black hair fluttered and his eyes were like lightning. He was extremely powerful. Immortal martial arts. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus stared at Gu Fei. At this moment he could no longer remain calm. There was no fluctuation of Dharma power, and there was no phenomenon of supernatural power. He could already see that Gu Fei was different from others. The world has changed and the immortal gods have appeared. Now even the immortal martial artists have appeared? Buddhist Lord Green Lotus's expression was extremely solemn, and he stared at Gu Fei who was approaching him step by step. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but stop. What happened in the Tenglong continent in the past 300 years? He stared at Buddhist Lord Green Lotus and said indifferently. He really wanted to know the situation of the Tenglong continent. In the past, he would never dare to speak like this to a hierarch of a great sect. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a legendary existence. But now it was different. Gu Fei had become an immortal through martial arts. He was the first immortal martial artist to reach the immortal martial arts realm. He was confident that he could compete with someone like Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. You and I shouldn't be enemies, but you killed my disciple. I have no choice but to fight with you. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus didn't answer Gu Fei's words. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He directly pushed his palm forward. His movement was slow, but his palm was moving like a huge mountain. Rumble, the world in front of Gu Fei's palm shook. This was not a technique, nor was it a supernatural power. It was a tyrannical power that shook the world. So what if it was Buddhist Lord Green Lotus? He would still fight. Chapter 676. This was an ordinary palm, simple and unadorned. Gu Fei's movements were extremely slow, and his palm was slowly pushing forward. However, the powerful pressure was like a sharp divine weapon, causing the spectators in the distance to feel as if they were being attacked by a sharp blade, causing their flesh to feel a faint pain. Astral winds rose in front of his right palm. The white light was like a tidal wave, fiercely rushing towards Buddhist Lord Qinglian. It was unstoppable. Gu Fei had broken through to the immortal realm. Among the immortals there was no one who could stand up to him. Gu Fei's strength made Buddhist Lord Qinglian feel an unprecedented pressure. Although his opponent's white palm was pushing forward very slowly, it blocked all his paths of retreat. The powerful aura had already locked onto Buddhist Lord Qinglian. If he dared to dodge, then the unimaginable power of extreme yang in the fist would definitely increase its speed to the extreme in an instant, giving Buddhist Lord Qinglian a fatal blow. There were no openings in this palm strike. It was difficult to dodge, impossible to dodge. Heavenly Buddha palm. Buddhist Lord Qinglian stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Boundless Buddhist power condensed into a dazzling golden Buddhist palm in front of his palm and met Gu Fei's right palm. He felt an immense pressure from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's martial arts had an unfathomable power. He had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. Gu Fei was forcing him to do so. They had just exchanged blows, but Buddhist Lord Qinglian was actually in a passive position. This was something nobody had expected. Gu Fei was a domineering figure. His martial arts had a domineering aura. In a battle he would force his opponent to use his full strength. Boom! The two palms collided. It was as if two mountains were colliding. Millions of beams of light shot out. The destructive power directly caused the space around them to collapse. A great collision. This was a battle between immortal energy and Buddhist energy. There were no fanciful moves. It was a direct collision. The earth and sky shook violently. Everyone who was watching the battle retreated rapidly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, extending into the distance. The people present were all extraordinary people. None of them could remain calm. The two followers of Lord Green Lotus were even more dumbfounded. That young man was actually fighting against Lord Qinglian without falling into a disadvantageous position. This was truly unbelievable. One should know that Lord Qinglian was the current Lord Buddha of the Buddhist path, a supreme character who could shake an entire era. Although several major events had happened in the Tenglong continent in the past 300 years and immortals had appeared in the world, Buddhist Lord Qinglian was still a rare powerhouse in the Tenglong continent. However, a nameless young man was able to fight Lord Green Lotus to a standstill. This shocked the two followers of Lord Green Lotus. Boss, Gu Fei, this kid. He Tian, Shaoqing and the Fire Qilin Balan were also shocked. The bald man standing on the Nine Lotus throne was extremely powerful. He wasn't someone the old monks guarding the Hell Dao could compare to. However, Gu Fei was able to fight against such a powerhouse. It was truly surprising. After clashing head-on with Lord Qinglian, Gu Fei moved as fast as lightning amidst the dazzling light. He was engaged in an intense battle with Lord Qinglian. Afterimages were left in the void. In the end, even their figures disappeared. The two of them were like two destructive lights. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed and smashed. Nothing could stop them. Bang! 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 The two of them continuously fought against each other, using their divine abilities and battle skills. The world shook and the void shattered. The power of immortals and Buddha's light surged. Roar! Brr! The two of them roared at the same time and punched with their right fists. Boom! Two fists fiercely collided with each other. Bam! Both of them flew backward and the void between them instantly collapsed. Under the effect of the power of the world, the shattered void quickly repaired itself. The world couldn't really be broken and couldn't be repaired. When the shattered void disappeared, the two of them stood quietly in the sky. Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus stared at each other without blinking. Gu Fei's expression didn't change. He was still calm. A trace of blood was seeping out from his clenched right fist. The trace of blood didn't drip from Gu Fei's hand. Instead, it quickly flowed back and disappeared in his hand. Cultivators were very terrifying. In the great era of the ancient era, a great accomplishment cultivator was the nightmare of every cultivator. Everything on a great accomplishment cultivator contained great power. A drop of blood, an inch of flesh, or even a strand of hair had the power to kill a great existence. Lord Green Lotus, who was standing on the 9 Lotus throne, also had golden blood seeping out from his right hand. However, the blood of Lord Green Lotus didn't drip down either. Both of their bodies were very strong. After getting injured, their wounds would quickly recover. Gu Fei noticed the strangeness of Lord Green Lotus's hand. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't expect Lord Green Lotus's body to be so strong. It's not only cultivators who have a strong body. My Buddhist sect also has a body refining technique. It's not necessarily inferior to the body refining technique of the martial path. Lord Green Lotus said indifferently. Is that so? Gu Fei said disdainfully. It was absolutely stupid to fight a cultivator in close combat. The body of a cultivator was recognized as the strongest body in the cultivation world. The body refining technique was not a great divine ability of the Buddhist sect. Gu Fei's battle intent was high. Lord Green Lotus was too powerful. He actually used the power of his body to fight with Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. However, he didn't believe that the body refining technique of the Buddhist sect could compete with the battle technique of the martial path. Boom! Immortal martial force surged in his body. Yin and Yang Qi surged violently. 5 multicolored hazy spaces began to appear outside his body. The power of Yin and Yang turned into the power of the 5 elements. 5 hazy spaces appeared. This was the fusion of Gu Fei's battle technique and the power of the inner world. It was a different kind of battle technique. Cultivating the 5 elements in reverse could turn into Yin and Yang. Then, the power of Yin and Yang could also turn into the 5 elements. Gu Fei tried and successfully used this battle technique. Swish! He used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky. It was as if he was passing through the 5 worlds. His speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he appeared above Lord Green Lotus. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot stomped on Lord Green Lotus's head. A vast immortal martial force surged under his foot. The void collapsed from this stomp. A destructive aura rippled. He used the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. Golden-topped Buddhist lamp. Buddhist Lord Qinglian shouted as he stepped forward with his right palm. Buddhist power surged out from his palm, blooming with Buddhist light. A divine lamp appeared in the middle of the Buddhist light, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. The Buddhist lamp hung high in the sky, illuminating the void. It became the only thing between the heaven and earth. It wasn't a real Buddhist lamp. It was just a shadow condensed from Buddhist power. However, it contained endless power. The void was silently annihilated under the light. Chapter 677. Rumble? This was an earth-shattering collision. The 8 steps, 8 kills and the golden apex Buddhist lamp collided. The terrifying power directly shook the sky and the earth. The world was torn apart. The martial arts battle technique and the Buddhist divine power clashed. The immortal martial arts battle force collided with the endless Buddhist power, piercing through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky. The Buddhist lamp that was fixed in the void also dissipated in the void. Buddhist Lord Qinglian, who was standing on the 9-grade lotus throne, fell from the sky. Boom! The earth collapsed and Buddhist Lord Qinglian descended from the sky like a golden star. His powerful Buddhist power caused the area below to collapse, forming a huge pit. The vast Buddhist power impacted the whole ground violently like waves. The mountains collapsed, the earth trembled, and hideous cracks spread to the distance. At this time, two roars suddenly sounded, and then, a black and white divine light soared into the sky and rushed to the distant sky. Two balls of golden Buddha light suddenly burst out, and the power of Buddha was vast and mighty. It was as if two golden suns had appeared high up in the sky. In the golden light, two Buddhas rushed to the sky and chased after the black and white divine light. On the ground there was a huge pit and there was a figure lying on the ground. Golden blood was seeping out from his body. The middle-aged Buddha, whose body had been destroyed by Mahakala, had been beheaded. He had been beheaded and killed. Despicable devil, die. You killed my Buddhist disciple, you must die. The two Buddhas shouted angrily and their voices spread far. At this moment they could no longer maintain their calm. Their murderous aura was surging, and they were like angry Vajra. They could not wait to tear apart Haitian's bones one by one. This Haitian? In the distant sky, Xiaoqing couldn't help but shake his head. A ruthless guy. Fire Qilan Balan looked at Haitian's distant figure and said indifferently. Mahakala did not always play his cards according to common sense. While everyone's attention was focused on Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus, he sneaked up to the middle-aged Buddha whose body he had crippled. Then he suddenly attacked and killed the middle-aged Buddha who was circulating his Buddhist energy to heal himself. This action of Haitian completely infuriated the other two Buddhas who were confronting Xiaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan. The two Buddhas were furious and immediately rushed towards Haitian. Xiaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan did not stop them and let the two Buddhas pursue Haitian. This Haitian was too comfortable just now, so he deserved to be hunted down. You two, come and help me. Haitian transmitted his voice to Xiaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan. 1 against 2 was not his style. Xiaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan didn't move as if they didn't hear Haitian's transmission. Preposterous. Erebus couldn't help but groan inwardly as he fled into the distance. These two Buddhas seemed to be even stronger than the unlucky Baldi he had just killed. Haitian didn't want to fight to the death with these two Baldis. He didn't have the confidence to kill both of them at the same time, so he could only retreat. Soon Haitian and the two Buddhas disappeared into the dusky sky. Boom. At this time there was a sudden tremor in the sky. Then a dazzling five-colored divine light burst out from the dusky sky. The power of the five elements was vast and mighty. It was as if a five-colored sun suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the whole world and dispersing all the dark clouds and mist. Clang, clang, clang. In the sky, there seemed to be countless divine weapons being unsheathed. A cold and sharp aura spread out. In the endless five-colored divine light, there were countless swords and sabers condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they slashed downwards. This was an endless sea of sabers and swords. It wasn't really thousands of sabers and swords, but each saber and sword was like a peerless divine weapon, emitting a palpitating saber light and sword energy. Yin and yang into the five elements, thousands of sabers and swords. Gu Fei's voice echoed in the sky. The sabers and swords condensed from the power of the five elements cut through the void and slashed towards Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, who was standing on the 9-grade lotus platform and emitting endless Buddhist light. This was a sea of sabers and swords, a terrible storm formed by the sabers and swords. Xiaoqing and the Fire Qilan Balan, who were watching the battle from afar, were shocked by the scene in front of them. The martial arts were incomparably powerful. Even if they were to face such an attack, they might not be able to resolve Gu Fei's attack. Rumble, like a Buddha rising from the earth, the thick earth chi also rose from the ground. The earth shook as Buddhist Lord Green Lotus used his power to draw the earth chi. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus's voice was still peaceful and calm. In the face of thousands of sabers and swords falling from the sky, he was still calm and composed. His expression did not change as he used his Buddhist power to draw the earth chi. Rumble, it was as if huge mountains rose from the earth and then crashed into the sky. The gray earth chi shrouded the earth and the shadows of the mountains could be vaguely seen in the earth chi. Boom. Countless sabers and swords collided with the mountains that emerged from the earth chi. The multicolored saber light and the sword shadow broke into the earth chi. The mountains were collapsing and the earth chi was surging. However, when one mountain collapsed, another one emerged from the earth chi. It seemed as if there was no end. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus used the power of the earth to resist Gu Fei's thousands of sabers and swords. This was the collision between the power of the five elements and the earth chi. The thousands of sabers and swords formed by the power of the five elements were also collapsing. It seemed that they were still on par. Gu Fei and Buddhist Lord Green Lotus were still unable to suppress each other. Gu Fei could be proud that he was on par with the legendary Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. It should be known that Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a legendary figure in the Tinglong continent. Taoism had Ku Rong, the Buddhist land had Green Lotus, the demon race had Yellow Dragon, the devil area had Dominator of Six Paths and the Great Demon Venerable. These figures stood at the top of the cultivation world in the Tinglong continent. This was the Tinglong continent 300 years ago. No one knew what the Tinglong continent had become now. The power of the five elements and the earth chi collided and cancelled each other out. The thousands of sabers and swords disappeared and the earth chi that Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had drawn was also dispersed. Buddhist Lord Qinglian soared into the sky while Gu Fei descended from the sky. The two of them stood in the air and exchanged glances with each other. Sparks flew from the collision. At this time He Tian rushed over from afar. He could not get rid of the two tails behind him. He directly rushed towards Xiaoqing and the fire Kailan Balan. This guy. Chapter 678. Swoosh. The yin-yang escape art was as fast as lightning. He Tian was like a black and white divine rainbow, rushing towards Xiaoqing and Balan. Behind He Tian were two murderous Buddhas. This guy is really unreliable. Xiaoqing and Balan wanted to retreat. They were not willing to attack, but He Tian's ability to escape was really superb. With a yin-yang great shift, he had already rushed to the front of Xiaoqing and Balan. Boom. At this moment, the void in front of them suddenly shook. A huge golden hand with boundless Buddhist power broke the void, shrouded the heaven and earth, and directly grabbed at He Tian's back. The two Buddhas made their move. The golden hand exuded boundless Buddhist energy, locking down this part of the world and enveloping Little Qing and the fire Qilin Baron. Little Qing and Baron couldn't help but be moved. Preposterous. Xiaoqing's face suddenly darkened. The two Buddhas simply did not put him and Balan in their eyes. Did these two baldies think that they were almighty? He Tian used the yin-yang great shift again, the void shook and he dodged to the side. In this way it became a battle between Xiaoqing, Balan and the two Buddhas. Xiaoqing and Balan were the first to bear the brunt. The huge golden hand looked like it was cast from gold, and it was the size of a small mountain. As it slammed down, the vast Buddhist power caused the void to collapse. Boom. Monstrous divine fire gushed out from Balan, the fire Kirin. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and a powerful momentum immediately spread between heaven and earth. Endless divine fire condensed in Balan's hand, and an ancient flame divine spear appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly and directly pierced forward with the spear. Swoosh. The divine spear pierced through the air with a slight sound. The void was immediately torn apart by the tip of the spear. Raging divine fire condensed at the tip of the spear, emitting a dazzling fiery light. It was as if a golden sun had been raised on the divine spear. The terrifying heat it emitted caused the void in front of the divine spear to distort. Bam! A dull sound of impact rang out. The huge golden hand collided with the divine flame spear. The divine flame spear directly pierced through the huge golden hand. Balan held the divine flame spear and directly rushed through the golden hand. The golden light hand dissipated, and the vast and mighty energy swept through heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and underworld mist on the horizon. Chi. The divine spear was like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing through the chest of one of the Buddhas who was charging over. The divine fire burned so much that the void distorted. The spark on the spearhead was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark sky of the desolate ancient battlefield. The Buddha who rushed over first was clearly taken aback. He didn't expect Balan to be so strong. He directly pierced through the golden hand and attacked him. Swoosh. A golden Buddhist wheel rushed out from the body of the Buddha, spinning forward to block. The Buddhist wheel was engraved with mysterious Buddhist runes. This was a Buddhist treasure with Buddhist runes interwoven into it. Clang. The divine spear pierced the Buddhist wheel, and the sound of metal colliding resounded in heaven and earth. The Buddhist wheel shook and was knocked back by the divine spear. Meanwhile, Balan's attack was also blocked. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves shook the entire desolate ancient battlefield. The roar shook the mountains and rivers. The person who could make such a terrifying roar was definitely a top-notch figure. Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus, who were fighting endlessly, couldn't help but stop. Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others almost fell from the sky because of the roar. Everyone's chi and blood were tumbling, and their ears were buzzing. Their spiritual soul and body were greatly impacted. It's the old tortoise. When Gu Fei heard the roar, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked at the place where the old tortoise and little monk Fan Xiu were fighting. In the distant sky, a demonic diagram shrouded the heavens and earth and was descending. A terrifying demonic energy came from the front. The demonic aura shocked all living beings. Even Gu Fei felt a shiver from the depths of his soul. The Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian? The demonic diagram was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. He used to fight with the owner of the demonic diagram in the Naraka realm. Could it be that the Demon Lord had been hiding in the desolate ancient battlefield and never left? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. If that was really the case, then it would be very bad. The old tortoise seemed to have suffered a great loss. He roared again and attacked with the Tai Sovereign Seal. The seal broke the void and rushed out from under the demonic diagram. Swoosh! The dark green saber light soared up and split the heaven and earth. Like a ray of destructive divine light, it chased after the old tortoise from behind. The extremely sharp saber chi swept across the heaven and earth. The old tortoise's hair was disheveled. There was a horrifying hole in his chest and abdomen. Blood beads that emitted bright red light sprinkled down from the sky. The old tortoise roared crazily and smashed the Tai Sovereign Seal behind him. Boom! The Supreme Sovereign Seal collided with the dark green saber light, shattering the extremely fierce and terrifying saber light. The old tortoise was also sent flying by the earth-shattering strike. He withdrew the Tai Sovereign Seal and disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was near Gu Fei and the others. "Let's go!" The old tortoise shouted and opened up his inner world. It shrouded down and took Gu Fei and the others inside. The old tortoise then broke the void and rushed into the void. Buddhist Lord Qinglian saw the opportunity early and escaped before the old tortoise arrived. However, the two Buddhas who followed him were not so lucky and were taken into the inner world by the old tortoise. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silhouettes crossed the void from 1,000 miles away and arrived near the old tortoise. At this time, the old tortoise had already broken the void and escaped to God knows where. Swoosh! The demonic diagram shrouded the world and descended towards Xianxia. A terrifying demonic energy surged out from the demonic diagram as if it wanted to swallow the whole world into the diagram. Ying Tianyu, little monk Xianxia, was shocked and angry at the same time. He never thought that this ferocious demon would be so ruthless and attack him directly. The green jade ring blade slashed out in defiance of the heavens. The resplendent blade light directly broke into the world in the demonic diagram, and a mountain range collapsed under the blade light. Go! Fan Xiaoxiao and Lishang broke through the void and rushed out from the devil diagram. He was unwilling to fight with Ying Tian, so he directly put Buddhist Lord Green Lotus into his inner world and left the ancient desolate battlefield. A cold laugh rang out in the air. After that, a silhouette shrouded in devilish chi appeared above the diagram. A terrifying devilish chi gushed forth from the silhouette, causing all living beings to tremble. The desolate ancient battlefield was silent. The undead creatures all hid in fear. Chapter 679. Boom! In the sky above a certain mountain range in the western Buddhist land, the void suddenly shattered. A black hole emitting the aura of primal chaos appeared high up in the sky. Swish! A figure rushed out from the black hole. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, the most terrifying thing was that there was a bloody hole in his chest. His flesh was badly mutilated and blood was dripping from his wound. Droplets of blood were dripping from his wound. Roar! The old tortoise roared, shaking the mountains. The birds and beasts in the mountains trembled in fear and fled in all directions. This area was instantly thrown into chaos. Fan Xiao Ying Tian. The old tortoise gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that these two fellows who were like fire and water would join forces to deal with him. One must know that the Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian was suppressed in the Naraka Dao by a Buddhist lord. There was a great enmity between Buddhas and devils. It was precisely because of this that the old tortoise suffered such a great loss. Two people who would never join forces actually joined forces. Even now, the old tortoise still found it hard to believe. I will remember this enmity. Although the old tortoise's anger burned the 9 heavens, he had no choice but to retreat. Ying Tian's sneak attack had seriously injured his body. For the time being, he couldn't find those two to settle the score with. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would have died after taking a blow from the Earth Demon Lord. However, the old tortoise was innately different from ordinary almighty. The old tortoise scanned his surroundings and then flew towards the depths of the mountain range. The western Buddhist land was a land of thousands of miles. There were spiritual mountains and temples everywhere. It was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. This mountain range was located in a remote area of the western Buddhist land. There were no spiritual veins underground. It could be said to be a barren land with no Buddhist disciples cultivating here. However, the commotion caused by the old tortoise's shattering of the void still alarmed some Buddhist experts. Swish, swish, swish. 3 monks appeared in the void, surrounded by Buddhist light and a golden wheel of Buddhist Dharma looming behind their heads. These 3 monks could already condense a golden wheel of Buddhist light behind their heads, indicating that they were about to attain the Arhat Tao fruit. The 3 monks scanned the surroundings carefully with solemn expressions. An old monk with a ruddy face glanced into the depths of the mountain range, and then he rode on a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The other 2 monks glanced at each other before flying off to follow the old monk. Rumble? Not long after, a strange sound rang out from the ancient desolate battlefield. The entire ancient desolate battlefield was trembling as devil chi shot up into the sky. The baleful chi even gushed into the Western Buddhist land. The Western Buddhist lands were shaken. All of the Buddhists were visibly moved. Within the ancient desolate exhibition ground, it was as if a peerless devil had awakened. The demonic energy surged out from the desolate battlefield, causing all living beings in the Western Buddhist land to tremble, causing countless living beings to feel uneasy. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In the center of the Western Buddhist lands, where the tomb of the legendary ancient Buddhist lord was, Mount Ling, a little monk with white teeth and red lips stood at the summit, looking in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield. Tian, what are you trying to do? Little monk Fan Xiu murmured to himself. An incomparably solemn expression appeared on his young face. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind little monk Fan Xiu. Where is that old monster? Little monk Fan Xiu said indifferently. He did not turn around. On his small body, there was a completely different aura. He had the bearing of a Buddha. He's hiding in the depths of a mountain range in the southwest, the person replied respectfully. That old monster is heavily injured. As expected, he can't escape far. Little monk Fan Xiu said. He then leaped up and headed southwest. Taking advantage of the fact that the old tortoise was heavily injured, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the old tortoise. Little monk Fan Xiu did not want to miss this opportunity. However, at this moment, another person appeared in front of little monk Fan Xiu. It was as though he had walked out of the void. What's the matter? As soon as he saw this person, little monk Fan Xiu immediately stopped. A strange expression flashed across his face. He had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. It was a young monk dressed in a yellow robe. He put his palms together and said to little monk Fan Xiu, Ancient Buddha, countless demonic creatures have suddenly appeared in the desolate battlefield. These demonic creatures are continuously entering our Buddhist Pure Land from the desolate battlefield. What? Little monk Fan Xiu was shocked. He could no longer maintain his composure. What is Tian trying to do? Is he going to start a war between the Buddha and the demon? Immediately sound the Buddha bell and gather the Buddhist soldiers. I'd like to see what that ominous demon is trying to do. Little monk Fan Xiu temporarily put the matter of the old tortoise aside. Rumble. The strange sound of galloping horses came from the desolate battlefield that bordered the Buddhist Pure Land. Demonic chi covered the sky and surged violently. Compared to the sunlight on the Buddhist Pure Land, it was a peaceful scene. It was like 2 different worlds. Demonic chi engulfed the heaven and earth, gushing out from the desolate battlefield towards the peaceful world. Terrifying roars came from within the demonic chi as if there were thousands of demons howling, causing one's scalp to go numb. Within the dusky demonic chi, countless demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. Swoosh. A malevolent demonic creature covered in pitch-black scales and shrouded in demonic chi suddenly rushed out from the demonic chi. Chi! 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 The demonic creature's body immediately emitted wisps of white smoke. When the spiritual chi from the Buddhist Pure Land rushed towards it, it felt as if it was being burned by fire. With a painful hiss, it rushed back into the demonic chi. Brr, brr, brr. Terrifying roars began to resound from the surging demonic chi, shaking the heaven and earth. Those were the roars of powerful demonic creatures. Weak demonic creatures couldn't withstand the aura of the Buddhist Pure Land, but the powerful ones were unaffected. Bam! A huge foot that was 10 feet tall stepped out from the demonic chi, causing the earth to tremble. The pitch-black foot was covered in pitch-black scales and shrouded in demonic chi. A fiendish aura spread out. Brr! A roar shook the heaven and earth. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered. A huge demonic beast that was 100 feet tall walked out from the demonic chi. It had a single horn on its head and a huge bloody mouth. It stood on the ground and had a pair of slender arms that were 30 to 40 feet long. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure that was shrouded in Buddhist light appeared in front of the demonic beast. It was a young monk wearing a white moon monk robe. He had an extraordinary aura as if he was a Buddha riding the wind. Chapter 680. The demonic aura was vast and mighty. From the desolate battlefield, it surged towards the Buddhist land. Within the endless demonic aura, there were countless demonic creatures roaring like a group of demons dancing. Roar. The powerful demonic beasts let out terrifying roars and directly rushed out of the demonic aura. They rushed into the Buddhist land and destroyed everything in their path. The Buddhist land was in chaos. Living beings fled in all directions. The peaceful and serene world had turned into a demonic domain under the ravages of the demonic aura and demonic beasts. The demonic power was eroding the entire Buddhist land. The Western Buddhist land was shaken. Buddhist experts rushed towards the desolate battlefield. The battle between Buddha and demonic beasts was unavoidable. Swish. A skinny demonic claw tore through the void and slapped towards a young monk. The demonic claw was covered with black scales and was surrounded by demonic aura. A string of Buddhist beads flew out from the young monk's wrist. 18 Buddhist beads emitted resplendent Buddhist radiance like 18 golden stars. They flew towards the demonic beast. Bang! With a bang, the demonic beast's claw immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was smashed by a Buddhist bead and dispersed. Bang! 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 17 bloody holes appeared on the demonic beast's body. Black-colored demonic blood splattered in all directions. Its mountain-like body fell down with a loud bang. The ground shook and dust flew up. The terrifying demonic beast was instantly killed by the young monk in the white moon monk robe. The 18 Buddhist beads emitting resplendent Buddhist radiance flew back to the young monk's hand. Umph! Just when the young monk killed the demonic beast, a cold snort suddenly came from the depths of the demonic aura. Bang! The void above the young monk's head suddenly shattered. A huge black hand directly slapped down from the void. Bang! The young monk was instantly smashed into a bloody mist. He didn't even have the time to scream before his soul was scattered by that huge hand. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Within the demonic aura, an incomparably powerful existence was making a move. Roar! 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 As if they were stimulated by the smell of blood, ferocious and powerful demonic beasts started to rush out from the demonic aura. Bang! 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 The ground shook and countless demonic beasts rushed out from the demonic aura. Swish! 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 Figures shrouded in Buddhist light began to appear as well. They then rapidly engaged in battle with the demonic beasts that had charged into the Buddhist land. Buddhist light radiated from the Buddhist weapons, illuminating the sky. They were even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The Buddhist protectors and Buddhist soldiers arrived. The Western Buddhist land had a territory of 10,000 miles. There were countless sons of Buddha and it was said that there were millions of Buddha soldiers. It was one of the few super forces in the Tinglong continent. It had an incomparably deep foundation. For thousands of years, there were not many incidents where they dared to attack the Western Buddhist land. The Buddhist soldiers were much stronger than the demonic beasts, and they could. Of Buddhist soldiers, protectors, the Buddhist soldiers, killed, and the Buddhist soldiers, killed from demonic beasts. All the Buddhist guardians and Buddhist soldiers that rushed over could fly in the air. In other words, every single Buddhist soldier possessed the formidable strength of the void-controlling realm and above. However, even so, the demonic aura from the desolate battlefield was still surging towards the depths of the Buddhist land. Countless demonic beasts were still rushing out from the demonic aura. The strength of the demonic beast seemed to be unstoppable. It was threatening the entire Buddhist land. Moreover, the strength of the demonic beasts that rushed out from the demonic aura started to increase. More and more powerful demonic beasts started to appear. Roar! A demonic ape that was as huge as a hill stretched out its huge palm and slapped a flying disciple down from the sky. The tendons and bones of the disciple were broken. All the bones in his body were almost crushed. Bang! The devil ape stomped down and crushed the Buddhist disciple that it had slapped down from the sky into minced meat, killing him on the spot. Some disciples of the Buddhist sect started to die. A demonic dragon with a pair of wings on its back spat out a monstrous demonic flame. The demonic flame burned the disciple into ashes. Even the Buddhist weapons they had refined were turned into ashes. Bang! The earth suddenly split open. A demonic snake broke out from the earth and swallowed a disciple who was flying in the sky. More and more Dharma protectors and Buddhist soldiers were gathering from all directions, fighting against those terrifying demonic beasts that had rushed into the land of Buddha and wreaked havoc. Melodious bell tolls came from the depths of the land of Buddha. "Ing Tian, what are you trying to do?" Little monk Fan Xiu's childish voice came from the depths of the Buddhist land. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to the heavens and the earth. The demonic aura that covered half of the sky was still pushing towards the depths of the Buddhist land. No one responded to little monk Fan Xiu. Only the shrill and terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The power of the demonic aura was vast and mighty. All the flying beasts that couldn't escape in time were instantly invaded by the demonic aura. They were demonized and turned into ferocious demonic beasts. "Ing Tian, don't go too far." Little monk Fan Xiu's voice sounded again. This time his tone was no longer calm. This Ing Tian, was he trying to demonize the entire Buddhist land? The Western Buddhist land was the inheritance of the Buddhist sovereign. If the Western Buddhist land was demonized, it was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Buddhist sect, severing the legacy of the Buddhist sovereign. For millions of years, there weren't many forces or peerless characters that could threaten the legacy of the Buddhist sovereign. Boom! A giant palm slammed out from the demonic aura. Terrifying demonic energy rippled out, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The entire Western Buddhist land trembled. Ing Tian used action to respond to little monk Fan Xiu. That pitch-black gigantic hand was like a hand of destruction, exuding an extremely terrifying and powerful force, directly annihilating a few experts of the Buddhist sect who were blocking its path before slamming into the depths of the Buddha land. "Fine. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see who's afraid of who." Little monk Fan Xiu bellowed. Rumble! Boundless Buddha luminance erupted from the depths of the Buddhist land. The shadow of a Buddha appeared, towering over 10,000 zhang. Its head reached the sky and its feet stood on the ground. It was as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Boundless Buddha energy instantly spread across the entire Western Buddhist land. The 10,000 zhang tall Buddha shadow stretched out its right hand and pushed forward, colliding with the giant black palm. The power of Buddha and devil clashed, causing the giant black palm to dissipate into the void. Shwa. Chapter 681. This was a place like a fairyland. Dense spiritual energy filled the air, flowers and trees flourished, and strange spiritual springs dotted the landscape. Auspicious clouds lingered in the sky, and red-crowned cranes soared in the sky. In the sky above this world there was a floating palace. It was a divine palace, surrounded by spiritual energy and flickering with spiritual light. It was like an ancient divine mountain was fixed high up in the sky, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. There was no sun in this world, only a dazzling divine pearl orbiting in the sky, rising from the east and setting in the west, like the sun of the world. In the main hall of the divine palace, there were 2 rows of seats on each side. On the throne in the middle sat a burly figure with disheveled hair. His chest and abdomen were dripping with blood and there was a bloody hole. Blood that emitted a bright red light seeped out and dyed the throne red. The scarlet blood flowed under the throne and glowed. Old Tortoise Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He stood in front of the old tortoise, shocked to the extreme. He couldn't imagine that in this world, other than an extreme master, there was someone who could injure the old tortoise to this extent. Old Tortoise rushed into the depths of the barren mountains and unruly rivers in the Buddhist land, then directly entered the inner world and returned to the divine palace. He then released Gu Fei and the others who had been kept in the inner world. Master? Master? Xiaoqing and the fire Qilan Balan couldn't help but be moved when they saw the old tortoise's appearance. The old tortoise was an almighty master of the demonic race, but he was injured to this extent. "It's all right, I won't die." The old tortoise gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Only he would plot against others, but ever since he met that evil Baldy Fan Xiu, he began to have bad luck. "What's going on?" Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed what was going on. "I didn't think that the 2 most unlikely fellows would join forces. What else can I say?" The old tortoise said hatefully. "Earth Demon Lord Ing Tian, little monk Fan Xiu, just wait and see." With a thought from the old tortoise, the spiritual energy of this world was immediately attracted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered his body. In the central region of his inner world, a divine spring was emitting pure life essence energy. The life essence energy gathered into a tornado-like airflow, going against the sky and rushing towards the heavenly palace. When Gu Fei and the others saw Old Tortoise running his mystic art to heal his injured body, they stopped talking. Endless spiritual energy gathered. especially the pure life essence, which was continuously devoured by the old tortoise's wounded body. The old tortoise's body began to emit waves of purple demonic light. The flesh around the bloody hole in his abdomen began to move. The flesh began to reform, the wound began to heal, and the blood that had flowed out also began to flow backwards. Endless spirit energy and life essence energy poured into the old turtle's wounded body. The old turtle's wounded body was healing quickly. That was the terror of mighty figures. As long as their souls were not destroyed, even if their bodies were pierced through or even blown up, they could still reform their bodies and regenerate their flesh and blood. In the main hall, the demonic power and spiritual energy surged. In less than 2 hours, the bloody hole between the old turtle's chest and abdomen disappeared. The old turtle's injured body was healed, and there was no longer a trace of injury. Ha! Old Tortoise let out a long breath and opened his eyes. 2 sharp divine lights flashed from his eyes. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed across the main hall. He stopped and no longer gathered spiritual energy. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. It's done? Gu Fei sensed the exuberant vitality of the old turtle and could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this the power of a mighty figure? Regenerating flesh and blood was not a difficult task for Gu Fei. When his martial body was cultivated to this level, even if Gu Fei suffered such a serious injury, he could still survive and repair his injured body. However, it would never be as fast as the old turtle. Such a serious injury was healed in an hour, which was something that Gu Fei could not do for the time being. It was not easy to kill a mighty figure. It could only be done by special means. Master your body? Xiaoqing asked with concern. The old turtle was his master. If it were not for the old turtle, Xiaoqing would still be a green snake. The fire Qilin Balan also looked at the old turtle nervously. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. I want to see how the Buddhist land is doing now. If we join forces with the demons, I'm afraid that little guy Fanxio will also be in trouble. The old turtle sneered. He stretched out his hand and 9 crystal clear divine crystals appeared in his palm. Each of the divine crystals was surrounded by divine light. Mystic light divine stones. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the 9 divine crystals. He immediately knew what kind of magical power the old turtle was going to use. Gu Fei had merged with Li Xuandao's soul memory, so his knowledge was different. As expected, the old turtle shook his palm and the 9 divine crystals shot up into the sky. They broke through the void and were hit by the old turtle into the void. At the same time, 9 black holes suddenly appeared in the sky above the Western Buddhist land. The 9 divine crystals broke through the void and entered the Western Buddhist land. Then they scattered in all directions. In the void in the center of the hall, 9 pictures appeared. The 9 divine crystals transmitted the scenes of the Western Buddhist land into the old turtle's inner world. Soon, the old turtle and Gu Fei noticed the strange movements in the Western Buddhist land. The area close to the desolate battlefield was filled with demonic aura. Countless powerful and ferocious demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist land were fighting with countless demonic beasts. It was extremely intense. Occasionally, there would be dark green saber lights that broke through the layers of demonic aura. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth. A demonic diagram was faintly discernible in the depths of the demonic aura. The terrifying pressure caused the heaven and earth to change color. Rumble, the entire Western Buddhist land was trembling. 2 extremely powerful forces shook the world, piercing through the heaven and earth. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and all living beings were reduced to ashes. What was originally a pure land had turned into a battlefield of slaughter and blood. Corpses of demonic beasts and Buddhist soldiers could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. Good. Very good. Just as I expected, that Ying Tian has been suppressed by the Buddhist sovereign for countless years. His soul nearly dissipated, how could he let these baldies go? The old turtle was overjoyed when he saw the scene transmitted by the divine crystals. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was slightly surprised. Ying Tian was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to make the entire Western Buddhist land his enemy. Did he really think that he could annihilate the little monk Fanxio and the entire Western Buddhist land by himself? The fact that the Western Buddhist land was able to exist for so many years without being buried in the river of time showed how deep their foundation was. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The old turtle's face darkened as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. What are you planning to? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely guess what the old turtle was planning. This old turtle must be thinking of a way to deal with the little monk Fanxio and Ying Tian. As expected, the old turtle's face darkened. He turned to Gu Fei and Xiaoqing. We can't let this chance slip by. We'll split up. Smelly brat, you bring Xiaoqing's group to the little monk Fan Xiu's lair, the spiritual mountain. I'll hide in the vicinity of the battlefield. The spiritual mountain? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat hearing this. The lair of the Buddhist land wasn't a friendly place. Who knew what kind of Buddhist almighty figures were guarding the spiritual mountain? With the strength of these people, any one of them would be able to kill them all. Don't worry, there's only one almighty figure in the Buddhist land, and that's Fan Xiu. I haven't sensed the existence of a second almighty figure in the Buddhist land. The old turtle seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about and said, that better be the case. Gu Fei said, when you get to the spiritual mountain, find a way to destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. The old turtle said in a deep voice. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain? That was too ruthless. One should know that under the spiritual mountain was the origin of the spiritual veins that suppressed the entire Western territory. All the spiritual veins in the Western Buddhist land converged under the spiritual mountain. That was the origin of the 100 veins. If the origin of the 100 veins was destroyed, half of the Western Buddhist land would be destroyed. Without a doubt, if the 100 veins spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain were destroyed, the spiritual chi would be in chaos and leak everywhere, leading to a series of terrible events. The auspicious aura of this pure land of bliss might be completely destroyed in a single night. This pure land might become a place of unruly mountains and unruly rivers. Destroying the earth's spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain could not be considered pure destruction, but at least it would destroy the unique advantage of the Western Buddhist land. If the spiritual veins were destroyed, the other remote mountains might be shrouded in dense spiritual chi overnight. After thinking about it carefully, cold sweat appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. If he did that, he would become the mortal enemy of the entire Buddhist land. He might not have a place to stay in the entire Tinglong continent. With the 100 veins spiritual veins, the disciples of the Buddhist land could achieve twice the results with half the effort. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to destroying half of the foundation of the Buddhist land. Gu Fei said, if I do that, the experts of the Buddhist land will chase me to the ends of the earth to kill me. No one can resolve this. Are you afraid? The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently, me? Afraid? Fine. I'll throw caution to the wind. Let's do it. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. Since there was already a great enmity, he might as well make it more intense. Good. The old turtle was very happy. He immediately opened his inner world and sent Gu Fei, Xiaoqing and the others out. The old turtle was still a little worried, so he sent out the corpse general doppelganger as well. The corpse general doppelganger was the indestructible martial body left behind by the indestructible martial artist. Its combat strength was comparable to that of a mighty expert. With the corpse general doppelganger around, Gu Fei and the others felt a lot more at ease. Gu Fei and the old turtle went their separate ways. Soon Gu Fei, Xiaoqing and the others sneaked near the spiritual mountain. They stopped in a dense forest at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Chapter 682. With the Western Buddhist lands on the brink of life and death, almost all of the Buddhist sect's experts had left for the desolate battlefield to defend against the invading Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian and his army of demonic creatures. However, Gu Fei still sensed several powerful presences above the spiritual mountain. There were Buddhist sect's experts guarding this sacred ground. The spiritual mountain was the heart of the Western Buddhist lands. Even if all the Buddhist sect's experts were deployed, they wouldn't leave this sacred ground completely empty, allowing others to take advantage of it. One had to know that beneath the spiritual mountain was the origin of the Western Buddhist land's 100 veins, the ancestral root of the surrounding 10,000 li. Any mishap would bring great changes to the Western Buddhist lands. There are powerful experts on the mountain. Xiaoqing also sensed the powerful presences. If they acted rashly, they would surely alert the experts on the mountain. What should we do? Xiaoqing asked. He wasn't too surprised because he had been cultivating in the old tortoise's inner world until he became an immortal god. Only then did the old tortoise let him and the fire Qilin Balan out to temper themselves. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, those two baldies are following Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. They definitely know a lot of Buddhist sect secrets. Let's go interrogate them first. Correct. Xiaoqing nodded. At this time, He Tian raised his head to look at the sky above the spiritual mountain. The soul fire in his skull flickered as two yin and yang divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. This sky is a little strange, He Tian suddenly said. He seemed to have noticed something, but he wasn't too sure. Gu Fei and the others were startled. What was so strange about the sky above the spiritual mountain? They looked up to the sky, but they didn't see anything strange. It would be great if I could use the Immortal Dao Divine Eye, Gu Fei said. The Immortal Dao Divine Eye was a technique cultivated by Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique had been destroyed in the great battle at the Path of Hell. After Gu Fei's divine soul returned to his body, it was difficult for him to use this divine ability again. He had fused with Li Xuandao's soul memories and grasped countless Immortal Dao techniques, but it was a little difficult to use them. Other than the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the other divine arts of the Immortal Dao were difficult to use. Just like the Immortal Dao Divine Eye, it was difficult for Gu Fei to truly grasp it. Although they couldn't tell what was strange about the sky above Mount Numinous, everyone took note of it. At that moment, the corpse general's avatar that stood behind everyone like an invincible god of war made a pulling motion in the air with both hands, and a void that was around 300 meters wide appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a space created by the old turtle's avatar using the power of the corpse general. This indestructible martial body did not have an inner world. Perhaps the inner world of this indestructible martial body had been shattered by someone when it died and no longer existed. It could only rely on its supreme power to open up a small space. In this space, the edge of the space was chaotic. There was nothing in the space except for 2 big bald heads. They were the 2 Buddhas that were casually taken into the inner world by the old turtle. After Gu Fei entered the small space, the void closed and everyone waited outside. The dense forest at the foot of Mount Numinous was very quiet. From time to time, Buddhist experts would fly out of Mount Numinous using the golden light escape technique. For the time being, no one could sense the presence of Xiaoqing and the others. Since they were at the immortal realm, no one would be able to detect them once they retracted their auras. Could it be that there were no mighty beings on Mount Numinous as the old turtle had said? Not long after, the corpse general's avatar opened up the small space again, and Gu Fei walked out with a solemn expression. He could vaguely see the 2 bald heads suppressed in the small space. They were covered with blood and seemed to be on the verge of death. How is it? Xiaoqing came up to him and asked. The world has changed, Gu Fei said in a low voice. He used the soul-searching technique to read the memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Buddha Lord Green Lotus. He knew what had happened in Tinglong continent in the past 300 years. Ever since the demons appeared in the north, the Tinglong continent could no longer be at peace. In the northernmost demonic region, the land of the ancestral demons appeared. 7 huge cities that suppressed the northernmost demonic region like the Big Dipper rose from the ground. They drew upon the power of the stars and fixed themselves in the sky. Where the giant cities used to be, there were 7 huge black holes. Devil chi surged in the black holes and demonic roars were endless. It was as if a group of demons were dancing inside. A world of demons wanted to break through the seal of the 7 divine cities and appear in the far north devil region. Some people said that the real extreme path demon ancestor was about to be resurrected. All the almighties went into the demon realm. Ghost Emperor Fengdu even led countless ghost soldiers into the demon realm under the extreme north demon realm. He slaughtered his way in and out, shocking the world. Then, some mighty beings opened the bridge of heaven and earth and returned from the heaven realm. The ancient sects that had disappeared for countless years also began to return. Yaotai Ancient Holy Land, Yuanshi Celestial Sect, Archaic Tao Sect, Primitive Families. The ancient sects appeared one after another, shocking the world. With the return of the ancient sects, the figures of immortals and gods began to appear in Tinglong continent. A flourishing age suddenly appeared. In the world of cultivation, immortals and gods were no longer legends. The world had changed greatly. There was a rumor that the world had changed millions of years ago. From then on, no one on Tinglong continent could break the void and enter the heaven realm to become an immortal. Gu Fei learned from the soul memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Lord Green Lotus that Fan Xiu actually had a great background. He opened the heavenly Buddha path, allowing the ancient Buddhist sect to reappear. The ancient Buddhist Lord refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Buddha path was one of the 6 paths. Compared to the hell path, the heavenly Buddha path was the legendary heavenly kingdom, the true pure land of ultimate bliss. That pure land of ultimate bliss was right above the spiritual mountain. He Tian could already see that something was wrong. Ying Tian had attacked, but the Western Buddhist lands still did not use their greatest trump card. The ancient Buddhist experts of the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. The heavenly Buddha path was hidden in the void. If Gu Fei could still use the immortal Tao divine eyes to see through all illusions, he would be able to see the existence of the heavenly Buddha path. The world had changed. It was difficult for immortals and gods to ascend. However, the archaic Dao sect used their supreme treasure, the sky connecting platform, to open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. It could send people to the legendary heaven realm. Every returning ancient desolate power had a supreme expert guarding it. It was because of the return of the ancient desolate powers that the human realm did not fall into the hands of the devils. The true experts had entered the ancestral devil land to fight against the great devils of the devil world. In the past 300 years, both the ancient desolate powers and the devil world suffered losses. There were also changes in the cultivation world. There were no longer awakened self, transcending mortality, void controlling, demigod, and supreme saint. These were the 5 great realms. Above the supreme saint, there were still the immortal god, profound transformation, celestial being, supreme being, and extreme Tao. Gu Fei noticed that if the cultivation realms were divided according to these cultivation realms, he would at most be in the 4th or 5th heavenly immortal god realm. As for the Green Lotus Buddhist Lord, his cultivation had probably broken through the immortal god realm and reached the profound transformation realm. Gu Fei explained the current situation to Xiaoqing and the rest. Xiaoqing, the Fire Qilin, and He Tian were both shocked and excited. This was definitely the arrival of a new era. Chapter 683. After learning about the situation on Spirited Mountain, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and the others discussed for a while, then prepared to take action. What they were doing now was truly incredible. Once the big baldies from the Buddhist sects found out that they were the ones who did it, there would probably be no place for them in this world. They had to be careful. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and jumped into it. In the hell path, he had once suppressed a powerful blood fiend Azura with the strength of an emperor, in the mountain and river cauldron. This was the perfect time to use it. Within the mountain and river cauldron was an endless void. Primordial chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like the chaotic void before the world was created. In a certain corner of this chaotic void, a ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor was being suppressed by a huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi. It was a terrifying demon born from the blood hell sea. Its body was covered in crimson scales, and its body was surging with blood chi. It had a demon horn on its head. The demon's body was surging with killing intent. Although it was being suppressed by the huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi, it was still extremely ferocious and continued to struggle. With a thought from Gu Fei, the huge mountain that was suppressing the blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately turned into primordial chaotic chi and dissipated in the void. Roar! The ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately roared and turned into a bloody shadow. It was extremely fast and ferociously pounced towards Gu Fei. An elongated bloody shadow appeared in the void. Umph! Gu Fei sneered and pressed his palm forward. Bang! The bloody shadow immediately suffered a huge impact and was sent flying. Very good. It still has the strength of an immortal. Gu Fei nodded. Although this blood fiend Azura Emperor had been suppressed for so long, it still had terrifying strength comparable to an immortal. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the air. He used the desolate steps and instantly appeared in front of the blood fiend Azura Emperor as if he was teleporting. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Azura Emperor. Boom! The air shook. Gu Fei's hand covered the entire area. His 5 fingers were like 5 pillars that supported the sky. They sealed the area and surrounded the blood fiend Shura. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's large hand broke through the layers of bloody mist and directly pressed down on the blood fiend Azura King. That palm was like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing the blood fiend Azura to the point where it couldn't move at all. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. It directly entered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's knowledge sea and shattered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's soul. Godly snatch! After shattering the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's spiritual soul, Gu Fei shouted and used the godly snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's mind. Gu Fei separated a part of his consciousness and entered the blood fiend Azura's body. He took control of the blood fiend Azura's body and inherited his power. At that moment, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the Fire Qilin Balan all looked at the mountain and river cauldron nervously. They were waiting for Gu Fei to appear. Swoosh! A beam of bloody light suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. A cold and terrifying aura with a faint smell of blood immediately spread. This is... Xiaoqing and the others saw a blood-colored demonic shadow rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although they were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked. There was a figure wrapped in this bloody shadow. It made a turn in the air and flew towards Spirited Mountain. At that moment, Gu Fei walked out of the world in the mountain and river cauldron. He did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. Instead, he shrunk it to the size of a fist and held it in his right hand. The blood fiend Azura sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness, was stopped by a monk who suddenly appeared before it could reach the waist of the mountain. Boom! The bloody light rushed into the sky. The power of the blood fiend Azura sovereign exploded instantly. The glaring bloody light dyed the entire heaven and earth red. A vast power surged. In the endless bloody light, a blood-colored hand grabbed at the monk who had appeared in front of it. Gu Fei did not say a word and attacked immediately. The monk was shocked, but he did not panic in the face of danger. He also pushed his palm forward. A vast Buddhist power condensed into a golden Buddha's hand and blocked it. Bam! The two hands collided instantly and the entire void shook. Then the golden Buddha's hand collapsed and the blood fiend demonic hand slapped forward. The monk was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. The monk was smashed into a bloody mist by the blood fiend Azura sovereign's blood fiend demonic hand. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The monk was not a match for the blood fiend Azura sovereign at all. He did not even have the chance to scream before his soul was destroyed. Hence, the massacre began. The blood fiend Azura sovereign's sudden attack on Spirit Mountain immediately alerted the Buddhist disciples who were guarding the mountain. Spirit Mountain was instantly thrown into chaos. The Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain could not help but be shocked that there was a demon attacking Spirit Mountain so quickly. They hurriedly charged towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign from all directions. The blood fiend Azura sovereign had the strength of an immortal realm. Under Gu Fei's control, his blood-red body emitted a terrifying energy wave. He was unstoppable. He used the mystique of the blood fiend clan and killed 9 bald demigods. He gradually killed his way from the mountainside to the peak of Spirit Mountain. Under the control of a strand of Gu Fei's primordial spirit, the blood fiend Azura sovereign went on a killing spree on Spirit Mountain. On Spirit Mountain, blood-red light shot into the sky and a murderous aura filled the air. Buddhist experts kept falling. All the Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain were attracted by the blood fiend Azura sovereign. The demon has cultivated to a savage level. A loud shout came from the peak of Spirit Mountain. Then a powerful aura erupted from the peak of Spirit Mountain. An immortal realm Buddhist expert had made his move. Boom! A wooden fish the size of a hill fell from the sky and smashed towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign. The void shook and the Buddhist power was vast. Roar! The blood fiend Azura sovereign roared and punched upwards. Bam! With a bang, the wooden fish that had fallen from the sky was immediately smashed into the sky. Swoosh! A tall figure appeared at the peak of Spirit Mountain. He extended his hand and retrieved the wooden fish that had been smashed away by the blood fiend Azura sovereign. Then he pressed towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign. Chapter 684. Thousands of feet below Spirited Mountain, a layer of light with a peaceful aura blocked Gu Fei and the others. It was a layer of dazzling Buddha light. Above the Buddha light, there were faint swastikas and mysterious Buddha patterns. These Buddha patterns were created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and were the embodiment of the great path of Buddhism. There really is a seal. When Erebus saw this, the soul flame in his skull flickered a few times, and a dazzling divine light shone from his eye sockets. The weakness of Spirited Mountain is the 100 meridian spiritual roots underground. If we can think of this, so can those baldies from the Buddhist sect. Xiaoqing said with a solemn expression. Spirited Mountain was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Below the ground was the source of the spiritual veins of the entire Western Buddhist land. It was the land of the 100 meridians ancestral roots. It was because the 100 meridians gathered under Spirited Mountain that the entire Western Buddhist land was able to become a land of bliss. Cultivating on Spirited Mountain would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, if anything were to happen to the 100 meridian spiritual roots, the Western Buddhist land's unique advantage would be destroyed. The spiritual land would then become a barren land of barren hills and unruly rivers. It was impossible for the Buddhist sect to not set up layers of seals for such an important place. Needless to say, the seals that were set up with Buddhist Tao patterns were definitely the work of a peerless figure. Furthermore, that person was most likely the legendary ancient Buddhist Lord. What should we do? Even the quiet fire Chilan Balan frowned. Even if the old tortoise personally came, it would be difficult for him to break the seal with his dermic powers. Don't worry. Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He then extended his right hand and a small cauldron appeared in his palm. It floated above his palm and rotated continuously. The mountain and river cauldron. When Xiaoqing and the others saw the small cauldron, their eyes lit up. They already knew that the mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi. It was the heaven and earth ancestral chi and seemed to be able to break all seals. Even the seal laid down by the legendary Buddhist lord throughout the ages is unable to withstand the smelting of primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Fei walked forward and activated the mountain and river cauldron. A misty, colorless gas rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. An immeasurably ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos of heaven and earth immediately spread out. The quaint little cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos chi directly pounced on the layer of sealing Buddhist light. The Buddhist light that was covered by the primordial chaos chi immediately dimmed. The primordial chaos chi began to melt away the sealing power bit by bit. This was definitely an extremely arduous process. Gu Fei constantly urged the Zhenyuan in his body and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. He felt as if all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. It was not until 6 hours later that the primordial chaos chi finally assimilated the Buddhist power on the layer of sealing Buddhist light and smelted a hole that was less than the size of a fist. It had to be said that the sealing power here was too strong. The Buddhist light seal was unusually strong. It was like a piece of peerless divine iron. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would definitely not be able to shake this seal at all. Even if Old Tortoise came, he would not be able to do anything to this seal. At this time, the battle on Spirited Mountain was still ongoing. There was no movement in the void above Spirited Mountain. Everywhere on Spirited Mountain was stained with blood. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, went on a killing spree on Spirited Mountain. Countless Buddhist masters were killed until an immortal Buddha took action and intercepted the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The battle on Spirited Mountain did not seem to alarm the people from the heavenly Buddha path. There was nothing strange in the sky above Spirited Mountain. The people from the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. Swoosh! The blood-red demonic claw tore through the void and directly tore a flying half-Buddha shrouded in Buddhist light into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. It was bright red blood, not golden Buddhist blood. Only those who had cultivated the immortal Buddha path fruit would have their physical body become flawless, and their blood and chi would turn into golden immortal Buddha blood. All the Buddhist disciples were shocked, and all of them scrambled to retreat to the distance. Die, demon! An old monk with a white beard and white eyebrows rushed out. The Kasaya on his body suddenly flew up and expanded rapidly, covering the sky and earth as it shrouded the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. On the Kasaya, a vast wave of Buddhist power rippled. The Buddhist light was dazzling, and countless swastikas appeared on the Kasaya. The power of the Tao circulated. This was the attack of a peerless figure in the immortal Buddha realm. Brr. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign roared angrily. His hands turned into blood-red demonic claws that tore the sky and earth apart. He tore at the Kasaya that shrouded the sky, tearing spatial cracks in the void. However, the Kasaya was extremely soft and difficult to tear. The Kasaya wrapped around the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. Umph. The white-bearded old monk produced Buddhist seals, activating the power of the Kasaya. He wanted to refine the blood fiend Azura Sovereign who was wrapped in the Kasaya. Brr. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign roared again and again. Blood fiend demonic power surged, and the Kasaya that enveloped him gradually expanded as though it was filled with air. Ha! The old monk's Buddhist power surged as Buddhist light circled around him like lightning. His expression was extremely solemn as beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeped out of his forehead. It was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using all his strength. His hands were trembling as he produced the seals. The Kasaya that enveloped the blood fiend Azura Sovereign was still expanding. The Kasaya shimmered with Buddhist light as the swastikas emanated endless Buddhist power, drawing upon the powers of the world. However, it was still difficult to completely suppress the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The old monk could no longer maintain his composure as he exhaled and said, "Fellow Buddhists, lend me a hand." His voice reverberated throughout the peak of Spirit Mountain. Boom. The old monk's voice was still echoing in the world when a figure shrouded in Buddhist light broke through the void and walked out. Bam. That Buddha figure directly flipped his palm and pressed it down. The golden palm shook the void and attracted the endless power of heaven and earth. It was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on the ground. Swoosh. At that moment there was another sound of something tearing through the air. A figure appeared in the distant sky with fluttering sleeves. Then he strode through the void, traversing thousands of feet with each step as he charged over. "Ha, long-browed old monk, I thought you alone would be enough to destroy this fiendish demon," The newcomer laughed loudly. It was a fat monk with a big belly. "Laughing monk, cut the crap and come help," the white-bearded old monk said gravely. His snow-white eyebrows twitched continuously. The Buddhist expert who attacked first pressed down with his golden palm, pressing the blood fiend Azura sovereign who was wrapped in the Xianxia to the ground. Rumble, Spirit Mountain shook. The terrifying power of the Immortals and Buddhas shook Spirit Mountain. If not for the protection of the Buddhist array, Spirit Mountain would have collapsed long ago. The golden Buddha's hand pressed down like a divine mountain. The blood fiend Azura sovereign roared repeatedly. Endless blood chi surged and the demonic power of the blood fiend surged. Under the violent struggle, the golden Buddha's hand also trembled. The laughing monk came to the sky above Spirit Mountain. He could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was truly shocking that two immortals and Buddhas could not completely suppress this fiendish demon. At this moment, the owner of the golden Buddha's hand revealed her true body and slowly descended. She stepped on the golden Buddha's hand like a bodhisattva descending to the mortal world. It was a bhikkhu nun in white monk robes. She had the peerless cultivation of an immortal and Buddha, but her face did not age. She was like a young virgin, a peerless beauty. "Thank you, householder Thousand Leaves, for helping." The pressure on the long-browed old monk was greatly reduced after the nun helped him, so he thanked the nun. "Eliminating demons and protecting the Tao is the duty of us Buddhist disciples. Brother Buddha, there's no need to be so polite," the nun said softly. Her voice was like supreme wisdom, relaxing and relaxing. "Laughing monk, why aren't you helping? With the three of us working together, we can definitely refine this fiendish demon." Householder Thousand Leaves suddenly said to the fat monk. "Roar. You want to eliminate demons and protect the Tao? You don't have the right." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the golden Buddha's hand that was the size of a small mountain. The blood fiend Azura sovereign wasn't completely suppressed. Rumble. The Buddha's hand inside the Xianxia emitted strange sounds like thunder from the ninth heaven. The entire mountain peak was shaking, countless temples were shaking, and all the monks' expressions changed. With the three immortals and Buddhas taking action, the other monks had already retreated far away. This fiendish demon that suddenly attacked the Spirit Mountain was terrifying to the extreme. It killed the Buddhas like they were ants. Only Buddhist Vedanta in the immortal and Buddha realm could contend against it. Vast demonic power surged. The blood fiend Azura sovereign's body, controlled by a wisp of Gu Fei's consciousness, displayed terrifying combat strength. Gu Fei was using the Ascension mystic art. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were mysterious and unfathomable, possessing unbelievable power. Gu Fei thought that it would be difficult to use the Ascension mystic art with this body, but after trying it out, the Ascension mystic art actually worked. "Dye the sky with my demonic blood, break." The blood fiend Azura sovereign controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness roared. Boom. Boundless crimson light suddenly erupted from the Xianxia. The crimson demonic light penetrated the Xianxia's barrier and surged out, sending the golden Buddha's hand flying. Rip. A pair of crimson hands tore the Xianxia apart. A blood fiend demon walked out of the torn Xianxia with unparalleled might. "You can all die now," the blood fiend Azura sovereign said coldly. Its crimson eyes emitted 2 demonic beams of crimson light that swept across the 3 immortals and Buddhas. Its chilling killing intent caused the world to chill. At the peak of the Spirit Mountain, blood chi surged into the sky. Demonic light dyed the entire world red. At this moment, the blood fiend Azura sovereign was extremely powerful. It was like a peerless demon had descended, looking down on the world. The old monk, the laughing monk, and layman Thousand Leaves turned pale with fright. This demon. How did he become so powerful? Chapter 685. Boom. At the peak of the Spirit Mountain, crimson light shot into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged, shaking the entire world. The blood fiend Azura Emperor pressed forward like a peerless demon. With every step he took, the peak of the mountain trembled. The little monk, the long-browed monk, and Thousand Leaves were all pale with fright. The demon before them was extremely powerful. Its strength seemed to have risen to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei's soul split had successfully allowed the demon body to use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. The demon body's combat strength instantly increased tenfold. Rumble, the void trembled. That terrifying demonic body was like a gigantic mountain moving, exuding boundless ferocious might. Buddhist experts who were flying in the air continuously fell from the sky. The demonic power disturbed the world. Bang. Before the blood fiend Azura Emperor could make a move, Thousand Leaves had already made his move. A golden Buddhist hand descended from the sky, crushing down on the terrifying figure below. Gu Fei sneered. He controlled the blood fiend Azura Emperor and punched upwards. His blood-colored fist turned into a blinding light that resembled a blood-colored sun as it met the golden Buddha's hand that was pressing down on him. Boom! The golden hand shrouded in Buddhist light collided with the demonic fist that resembled a bloody sun. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Then the void began to shatter. The void within a radius of several hundred meters turned into a pitch-black chaotic black hole of nothingness. The ferocious power pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist hand was sent flying into the sky and rapidly shrank. It was actually a dazzling golden skeletal hand, sparkling as if it had been cast from gold. Boundless Buddhist power surged within it. Bang! The earth shook. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded from the blood fiend Azura Emperor's stomp, forming a huge crater. Dust and boulders flew everywhere. Crimson demonic blood seeped out of the hand and dripped onto the ground. The demonic blood possessed a powerful demonic energy, corroding holes in the soil. Gu Fei noticed that the demon body's right arm was starting to crack. Demonic blood seeped out of the cracks and a foul stench of blood permeated the air. The powerful demon body had been injured. When Gu Fei's avatar saw the golden hand, it was startled. It was a palm bone and it was a right palm bone. A peerless character that could cultivate to become an almighty being would have treasures all over their body, and they could be refined into great treasures. This palm bone contained boundless Buddhist energy, and it was definitely formed from a right palm left behind by an almighty Buddhist. Swoosh! The golden palm bone flew back to Householder Thousand Leaves and entered her right palm, fusing with her right palm. Fellow Buddhists, what are you waiting for? Householder Thousand Leaves shouted. The long-browed monk and the laughing monk immediately came to their senses. They immediately made their moves and unleashed their immortal force. The long-browed monk's snow-white eyebrows turned into two rays of godly light that pierced toward the blood fiend Azura Sovereign like peerless weapons. Chi! Chi! The two long eyebrows turned into dazzling divine light that pierced through space and tore through the world. In an instant, they had already pierced through the blood fiend Azura Emperor's chest. Swoosh! Two rays of bloody light shot out of the blood fiend Azura Emperor's blood-red eyes. They were like two demonic swords that slashed forward and destroyed the two rays of divine light. Wherever the bloody light passed, two cracks appeared in the air. Chaotic aura seeped out, and the divine light formed by the two eyebrows was immediately severed by the bloody light. The two white eyebrows floated down from the sky. Roar! The fat, bare-chested laughing monk was no longer laughing. He roared angrily and the entire space trembled. Then a Buddhist pagoda rushed out of his mouth. The pagoda had 9 floors and each floor seemed to contain a small world. Buddha statues could be faintly seen in the small world, and vast waves of Buddhist energy flowed through them. Rumble! The bronze pagoda soared into the sky and grew to the size of a small mountain. Then it descended from the sky and enveloped the blood fiend Azura Emperor. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, wanting to swallow the blood fiend Azura Emperor into the pagoda. Boom! The pagoda landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Unexpectedly, the blood fiend Azura Emperor did not resist and allowed the pagoda to suck him in. The pagoda shook violently and gradually shrank. Within the hazy space within the 9-story pagoda, boundless Buddhist energy surged out. The entire pagoda seemed to be burning, and vast Buddhist energy surged, wanting to destroy the blood fiend Azura Emperor. What's going on? Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk could not help but be stunned when they saw this. They never expected that the laughing monk would use the pagoda to suppress the fiendish demon as soon as he made his move. However, they were only happy for a moment. After the bronze pagoda shrunk to the height of a person, it couldn't shrink anymore. No matter how much the laughing monk channeled his Buddhist energy, he couldn't shrink it any further. Rumble! As if a huge mountain was shaking, the countless Buddha statues on the bronze pagoda released dazzling Buddhist light. It was as if countless Buddhas had come to life. This pagoda was definitely an important treasure. Its Buddhist energy was boundless, but it could not truly suppress the demonic body of the blood fiend Azura Emperor that was being controlled by Gu Fei's avatar. Bang! 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 Within the bronze pagoda that was taller than a person, there was a series of violent collisions. The entire pagoda flickered with Buddhist light, and the void within the 9-story pagoda kept flickering. We'll help you. Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk hurriedly flew behind the laughing monk when they saw this scene. They each stretched out a hand and pressed it on the laughing monk's back, continuously channeling their dermic power into the laughing monk's body. Rumble, the entire bronze pagoda immediately emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Every level of the 9-story pagoda released endless Buddhist light, and a Buddha vaguely appeared in the void of each level. The 3 immortals and Buddhas were all experts of the Buddhist sections. Their dermic powers came from the same source, and when the 3 Buddhist energies fused together, their power immediately multiplied. With the 3 of them working together, the power of the bronze pagoda was fully unleashed, and a trace of the aura of the Great Path circulated. The peak of Spirited Mountain was shaking, and the heavens and earth were shaking. Temples kept collapsing, and the bronze pagoda revealed a power that surpassed the realm of immortals and Buddhas. This was already the terrifying power of the mysterious transformation realm. Some of the temples that were sealed in weaker areas began to collapse, and Buddhist runes appeared all over Spirited Mountain, drawing upon the power of the Great Path to dissolve the terrifying power that erupted from the peak of the mountain. Chapter 686. At the peak of Spirited Mountain, battles were raging. However, the spirit veins that were thousands of feet deep beneath Spirited Mountain remained calm. Someone had isolated the aura beneath the ground with their powers. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated in Gu Fei's hand. The primordial chaos chi surged. After a few hours, he finally managed to break a hole in the Buddhist aura seal that was big enough for one person to pass through. Gu Fei was so tired that he was about to give up after spending so much effort to achieve such a small result. At the crucial moment, Little Blue and Fire Qilin Baron placed their hands on his back and transmitted their primal chi to him. After a hole was broken in the seal, the power of the seal finally decreased by a lot. After an hour, Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and a large hole with a diameter of about 30 feet immediately appeared on the Buddhist light seal without a sound. Good. Ah. It's finally broken. Those baldies are in trouble. Cheers came from underground. Through the broken seal, Gu Fei and the rest looked down. They could see that there was an empty space underground. It was a cave that was covered by the Buddhist aura seal. In the cave, there was a roaring dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Spiritual chi was constantly emitted from its body and slowly seeped out through the barrier. Specks of splendor flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. That was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. *CK. He Tian exclaimed. This spiritual root is really rare. It has already taken the form of a dragon. It has a soul. Even Gu Fei, Xiaoqing and Balan were shocked by the scene before them. This was the 100 Meridian origin under Spirited Mountain. Only God knew how much spiritual chi there was underground. However, soon, everyone realized that there was something wrong with the spirit vein. On the body of the dragon, there were golden orbs of light shining. Those golden orbs were like golden stars, emitting a vast Buddhist power. It was obvious that the giant dragon was trapped. He Tian was more knowledgeable. He sighed and said, "The baldies of the Buddhist League are really vicious. They actually trapped the dragon souls of the spirit veins within 1,000,000 miles in this place. No wonder the spiritual energy in this Buddhist land is so abundant. These baldies are simply bandits. No, they are 10 times more despicable than bandits." At this time, Gu Fei also understood the purpose of the Buddhist sect. The spiritual chi within 1,000,000 miles was originally evenly distributed, but now it was trapped under the Spirited Mountain. In the extreme north, except for the western Buddhist land, the other regions must be barren and unruly. Let's be charitable for once. He Tian clasped his hands together and said solemnly. Tiske. Xiaoqing gave He Tian the middle finger. It's a pity to destroy this dragon vein. The Fire Qilin Balan said regretfully. The transformation of the spirit vein into a dragon vein requires the baptism of countless years. The Western Buddhist land has existed for countless years. The place where the 100 veins under the ground converged had actually formed an earth dragon soul. It was really unexpected. What's there to feel pity about? We can't let those baldies take advantage of us. Etienne said. This guy is black-hearted. Even if he can't get it, he won't let others have it. How do we destroy this dragon vein? Gu Fei looked at the giant dragon calmly and murmured to himself. Yeah, how do we destroy this dragon vein? This dragon vein contained boundless spiritual energy. If it were to suddenly explode, the entire spiritual mountain would probably be blown away and they would be in danger. Got it? Xiaoqing suddenly had an idea. He then reached into his magical equipment pouch and took out a handful of purple beads. Each bead was surrounded by purple chi and there seemed to be purple lightning flashing inside. Celestial purple thunder beads? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the purple beads in Xiaoqing's hand. This is good stuff. In fact, these celestial purple thunder beads were given to the old tortoise by Gu Fei. It was obvious that the old tortoise had given these beads to Xiaoqing. The celestial purple thunder beads were refined from the 9 heavens celestial young purple thunder by a supreme immortal. They were extremely powerful. One bead was enough to turn a part of the void into a sea of thunder. The power of the thunder and lightning could tear the sky and the earth, shattering the void. He Tian, hurry up and carve the void traversing formation runes. Gu Fei said to He Tian. This guy had a deep understanding of formations. Everyone already knew what Gu Fei wanted to do. He Tian opened up a void and took out a white jade platform. He then carved formation runes on it. Soon, a mysterious formation diagram appeared on the white jade platform. Alright, this is a formation diagram that can traverse 10,000 miles. This is my limit. He Tian was a little tired after carving the formation diagram. 10,000 miles is far enough. Gu Fei nodded. After merging with Li Xuandao's memories, he had also mastered many void-traversing formations. However, he had yet to set up these formations. Let's do it. Gu Fei said solemnly. Xiaoqing nodded and waved his hand. The celestial purple thunder beads in his hand turned into dozens of purple suns that smashed towards the giant dragon. At the same time, the white jade platform controlled by He Tian also emitted a bright divine light. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and the others rushed onto the white jade platform. Whoosh! The white jade platform traversed the void. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the cave. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The entire spiritual mountain was shaking violently. All the monks were shocked. At this moment, the sky was shaking and the earth was moving. The entire Buddhist land was undulating like waves. Boom! Boundless spiritual chi exploded, and half of the majestic spirit mountain collapsed. Even with the Buddhist sect's formation, it was useless. The weather changed and the world lost its color. In the Western Buddhist land, the monks and Buddhas were all shocked. Many of them had understood what had happened. Their faces were ashen. Half of the spiritual mountain collapsed. Countless monks and Buddhas rushed to the sky. However, many of them were still swallowed by the monstrous spiritual energy that erupted. Bang! The void above the spiritual mountain suddenly shattered. A magnificent Buddhist temple descended from the sky. Under the lingering Buddhist light, the temple descended with endless Buddhist energy. The violently shaking heaven and earth was instantly frozen. How? Heavens, someone destroyed the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. Outrageous. Even if this demon dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be a pity. Householder Thousand Leaves, the long-browed monk, the laughing monk, and the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's bronze pagoda were all sent flying by the terrifying power. When the 3 immortals and Buddhas stabilized themselves and saw the scene, they almost went crazy. The spiritual mountain, the holy land of Buddhism, had half of it collapsed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The spiritual mountain had stood tall in the Western Buddhist land for countless years. It had never been damaged so severely. This was the first time. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign took the opportunity to rush out from under the bronze pagoda. He roared at the sky, then punched the bronze pagoda away and flew to the sky. What a great demon! A loud shout came from the Buddhist temple that was slowly descending. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread through the heavens and the earth. Oh no! A great expert is making a move. The voice spread throughout the Buddhist land and naturally reached the ears of the old tortoise. He was lying in ambush in the void, staring at the battle between the little monk Fan Xiu and the ferocious demon Ing Tian. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty, and demonic chi soared into the sky. A great expert of the Buddhist Tao and a great expert of the demon Tao were fighting fiercely, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The battle had reached a white-hot stage and was extremely intense. Gu Fei and the others. The old tortoise was a little worried. At this time, in the sky above the spiritual mountain. Boom! A huge golden hand descended from the sky, slapping down at the blood fiend Azura Sovereign who was soaring into the sky. Endless power came down from the golden hand, directly causing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's demonic body to crack, and his demonic body was covered with cracks. Bam! The huge hand slapped down, directly smashing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign into a cloud of blood mist. Endless Buddhist power sealed the void, and even the avatar of Gu Fei couldn't escape. It was destroyed by the huge hand. Thousands of miles away from the spiritual mountain, Gu Fei roared and almost fell from the white jade platform. He suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. his vision went black and he almost fainted. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. The avatar was destroyed and his body was also affected. At this moment, half of the spiritual mountain completely collapsed, and even the nearby peaks collapsed. Countless temples on the peak were destroyed, and a large number of monks and Buddhas chanted Buddhist names and flew into the sky. The majestic Buddhist temple floating on the spirit mountain emitted an immense wave of Buddhist power that froze a part of the void. The earth vein's spiritual chi that had exploded was actually activated. The collapsed spiritual mountain was reforming, and the spiritual chi was vast. Because the spiritual root was destroyed, the spiritual chi that spread far away was also gathered back. A great expert was making a move, wanting to use the supreme Buddhist power to reform the spiritual mountain and gather the dragon soul of the earth. Such a heaven-defying move could only be done by a great expert. How dare they invade my Buddhist land and destroy my dragon vein? These people deserve to die. Go and kill them. A calm voice came from the Buddhist temple in the sky. Then the void shattered and a portal appeared in the void. Then hundreds of Buddhist soldiers rushed out of the void above the spiritual mountain, and those Buddhist soldiers rushed into the portal. Those were Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, and they were extremely powerful. The destruction of the spiritual vein under the spiritual mountain had finally alarmed the great experts of the heavenly Buddha path. Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei and the others were about to cross the void again, but at this moment, a powerful wave suddenly came from the nearby void, and then a portal appeared high in the sky. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, under the leadership of a Buddhist expert, rushed out from the void portal high in the sky. This. Chapter 687. The Almighty has unfathomable means. He actually used power to teleport the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddhist path 10,000 miles away. The Almighty has made a move, we have to run. Erebus almost jumped up in shock when he saw the spatial gate appear. He summoned his white jade platform and was about to cross the void when the white jade platform suddenly appeared in front of him. It's fine. If the Almighty had made a move, we would have long since been annihilated. Gu Fei was very calm. In an instant he thought of many things. The Almighty was probably having a headache over the exploding dragon vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent only a few hundred Buddhist soldiers to chase after them. The Almighty's divine abilities were truly hard to fathom. Gu Fei had already reached a level where not even a drop of water could leak out, but he was still targeted by the Almighty from the heavenly Buddhist path. Could it be that the Almighty had divine abilities that could see through the past and the future? Destroying my Buddhist path's sacred land deserves death. Colluding with the devil deserves death. A resounding voice echoed through the world. The spatial gate disappeared, and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers, led by a middle-aged monk, approached Gu Fei's group. Their powerful aura was frightening. The middle-aged monk's body emitted a towering murderous aura. It was the polar opposite of the Buddhist path's peaceful aura. It was hard to imagine that there was such a character among the Buddhist path's experts. The middle-aged monk was very powerful, so powerful that even Gu Fei could see through his strength. Gu Fei felt a sense of danger from the middle-aged monk, and he was secretly alarmed. Could it be that the other party was a celestial being that had surpassed the profound transformation realm? The middle-aged monk walked step by step in the void, but it was as if a part of the world was pressing down on Gu Fei and the others. The momentum of the void was enough to make Gu Fei and the others tremble in fear. It was as if they were looking up at a part of the world. Let's go, this person isn't someone we can handle. He Tian's expression changed as soon as he saw this person's momentum. He rushed to the white jade platform. Gu Fei and the others were also shocked. They hurriedly rushed onto the white jade platform. The white jade platform immediately emitted a burst of divine light, wanting to cross the void. However, they were shocked to find that the white jade platform did not succeed in crossing the void. Gu Fei and the rest were shocked. The space around them had been sealed. The monk's magic was so strong that the white jade platform had lost its effect. Humph? Trying to escape? Don't waste your time. That vast voice resounded once more, and it was like a resounding bell that resounded by everyone's ears, causing their souls to tremble. Damn it. That's a deva. His power is affecting heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked, but he was not afraid because Old Tortoise's corpse general clone was still standing quietly behind them. So what if he's a celestial? I'll still kill him. Gu Fei growled. Swoosh. The corpse general's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light as sharp as a knife's edge. It swept its gaze over the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that were flying in from the distance. The middle-aged monk seemed to feel threatened. He waved his hand and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers stopped in the sky, no longer pressing forward. An imperishable warrior? How can there be such a person in this world? The middle-aged monk's expression became serious. It was only now that he sensed the corpse general's existence. Swoosh. The corpse general's clone disappeared behind the crowd. Boom. In the next moment, the void in front of the middle-aged monk suddenly shattered. A tall figure exuding a domineering and terrifying aura rushed out from the shattered void. Bam. A punch was thrown. It was simple and direct, but the ferocious power shook heaven and earth, causing cracks to appear in the void. Those cracks were like spirit snakes that coiled around the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk didn't expect the corpse general's clone to suddenly attack. He was shocked. With a thought, a Buddha diagram rushed out from his body and blocked the attack. Within the Buddha diagram there was a smiling Buddha statue. At this moment the Buddha statue seemed to come to life. It emitted thousands of Buddhist lights and a trace of Tao charm flowed around it. The corpse general's strength was unparalleled. It directly broke through the layers of Buddhist lights and punched the Buddha diagram. Boom. The Buddha diagram trembled. The Buddha statue seemed to come to life as a phantom rushed out from the Buddha diagram. A vast and boundless Buddhist power directly shook the corpse general's clone and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Between heaven and earth, Tao power surged. The Buddha diagram actually triggered the power of the Great Path. This Buddhist treasure was incredible. It was a Buddhist treasure that had condensed Buddhist Tao patterns. A Buddha figure appeared in the Buddha diagram with Buddhist patterns circling around it. Brr. The corpse general's clone roared angrily. The entire sky shook along with its roar. A roar that could shake mountains and rivers, shaking heaven and earth. The corpse general's clone was stimulated with endless battle intent. Although this clone had a trace of the old tortoise's avatar in its Niwen palace, at this moment, the indestructible martial body automatically stimulated a terrifying battle intent that soared to the sky. This was a kind of instinct, the instinct of battle. This indestructible martial body originally had the strongest battle strength in the world. Before it died, it was definitely a terrifying existence that could compete with the Buddhist Almighty. Streams of chi and blood rushed out of its body like dragons dancing and circling around it. A black stick appeared in the indestructible martial body's hand. It's getting serious now, Gu Fei murmured as he watched the battle from afar. If it wasn't for the old tortoise's indestructible martial body avatar, they would be in big trouble. Of course, even without the indestructible martial body avatar, Gu Fei was not necessarily afraid of the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that came from the heavenly Buddha path. He had two powerful forces in his hands. Even in the current Tenglong continent, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned. If Gu Fei released the two forces in his hands, the entire Tenglong continent would be shaken. Especially the Shin clan's patriarch Li Xianxia and hierarch Li Fan. Both of them were definitely powerful cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. As long as the Almighty did not appear, celestial beings could move unhindered between heaven and earth. Boom. At this time, the indestructible martial body had already swung the black stick in its hand. Its monstrous battle strength shook the heaven and earth and shattered the void. With a terrifying aura of destruction, it directly smashed towards the middle-aged monk holding the Buddha diagram. Kill them. The middle-aged monk was full of killing intent. He pointed at Gu Fei and the others, then rushed forward and unfolded the Buddha diagram to fight with the indestructible martial body. Kill. 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 The hundreds of Buddhist soldiers immediately bypassed the battle between the indestructible martial body and the middle-aged monk. They split into two groups and fiercely rushed towards Gu Fei and the others in the distant sky. These Buddhist soldiers wore ancient monk robes and held ancient magic weapons. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist lands could not compare to them. Chapter 688. Hundreds of Buddha soldiers were like fighting Buddhas that rushed out from a primitive world. Buddhist power surged from their bodies, but within their peaceful aura, there was a towering murderous aura. From the perspective of Buddhism, killing seemed to be a kind of mercy. It was the duty of these Buddha soldiers to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. What should we do? Seeing the hundreds of murderous ancient Buddha soldiers, everyone could not help but feel their scalp tingle. These Buddha soldiers all had the cultivation of immortal realm. Hundreds of Buddha soldiers were surrounded by Buddhist light. The momentum of their charge directly shook the heavens and earth. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses, unstoppable. He has a Buddha soldier and I have an immortal soldier. Let's see who's stronger. Gu Fei sneered and then directly opened the inner world in his dantian. The void shattered, and under the shroud of divine light, a group of immortals rushed out. Immortal aura lingered and rays of light shone. The leader was a young divine king wearing battle armor and holding a golden divine halberd. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. The divine king's black hair fluttered and his eyes were like stars as he stared coldly ahead. This person was the celestial race expert, Sage Li. Behind him stood hundreds of immortals holding immortal weapons. To deal with these hundreds of Buddha soldiers, there was no need to mobilize the two ultimate gods from the celestial race. Divine King Sage Li was enough to deal with them. Kill? Sage Li shouted and pointed the divine halberd in his hand at the hundreds of Buddha soldiers that were rushing over. The hundreds of immortals behind him immediately went to meet the group of Buddha soldiers. The appearance of Sage Li and the hundreds of immortal soldiers obviously shocked the hundreds of Buddha soldiers. However, so what if they were immortals? They had to die for colluding with demons. Although the hundreds of Buddha soldiers were shocked, they did not stop. Swoosh. Sage Li directly teleported in the void and pounced into the hundreds of Buddha soldiers like a ferocious tiger. The divine halberd pierced through the void and directly picked up a Buddha soldier. With a shake of the divine halberd, the body of the Buddha soldier instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was a cloud of pale golden blood mist. Boom. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers and hundreds of immortal soldiers clashed together. Suddenly, Buddhist light flashed. The brilliance of Buddhist weapons and immortal weapons lit up the entire sky. The power of Buddha and immortal spirit surged violently. Saint Li's halberd swept across, and several Buddhist soldiers were immediately cut in half at the waist. Wherever the halberd went, everything was destroyed. Blood splattered, and immortals and Buddhas fell one after another. The divine kings of the Hell Path would be peerless experts of the mysterious transformation realm after they left the Tenglong continent. Divine King Li Sheng was a whole realm higher than these Buddhist soldiers. These Buddhist soldiers could not contend against him at all. Humph? You want to kill us? Then you must be prepared to be killed. Xiaoqing said in disdain. Hundreds of immortals fighting hundreds of Buddhist soldiers. From the start, the immortals had the upper hand. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible and leave. Otherwise, if that almighty Buddhist is freed up, we will definitely die. Gu Fei said calmly. Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian couldn't help but nod. If Gu Fei didn't have the power of the celestial race in his hands, these Buddhist soldiers would have killed them many times over, let alone a supreme expert. The middle-aged monk who was fighting with the indestructible martial body doppelganger roared again and again. He discovered the situation here. He never thought that Gu Fei and the others would have such a move. It's the successor of the Immortal Path. The female immortal of the Yaotai Holy Land. You are from the Archaic Tao sect or the Primordial Immortal sect. The middle-aged monk shouted loudly. I don't know what you are talking about. Divine King Li Sheng had the cultivation of the mysterious transformation realm. The group of Buddhist soldiers was almost invincible in front of him. Buddha's blood stained his body and his battle intent was like a rainbow. Li Sheng displayed an incomparably powerful and terrifying combat strength. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the Heavenly Buddha sect were instantly killed. Damn it, retreat. The middle-aged monk was anxious. Hundreds of battle-hardened Buddhist soldiers were disciples of the Buddhist sects who were lucky enough to survive the Dark Ages. If they were destroyed, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly Buddha sect. Although the ancient Desolation forces had returned, it was not like what the outside world had guessed. Every ancient Desolation force had countless immortal-level powerhouses. In fact, after the turmoil of the world, some of the ancient Desolation forces had been annihilated in the long years and completely disappeared. Even if they survived, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After those Buddhist soldiers heard the order, they immediately dispersed and rushed towards the direction of Spirited Mountain. They were like rays of golden rainbow that crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Run? Where do you think you are going? The golden halberd in Divine King Li Sheng's hand slashed repeatedly. Thousands of meters of killing light rushed out, splitting the void. Wherever the killing light passed, faint golden Buddha blood sprinkled in the air. Just as Li Sheng was about to lead the 100 immortal gods to chase after them, he received a voice transmission from Gu Fei. Hence he stopped. In the short battle, only a few of Li Sheng's immortal soldiers died, and more than a dozen were injured. Compared to the hundreds of scattered Buddhist soldiers, Li Sheng had already won a great victory. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go first. Gu Fei called Li Sheng and the others back. He was a little uneasy and did not want to stay for long. Then he opened up his inner world and kept Li Sheng and the others inside. The group flew onto the white jade platform and crossed the void. Because of the suppression of the indestructible martial physique, the middle-aged monk's power could no longer affect this part of the world. Gu Fei and the others successfully crossed the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a huge golden hand broke through the void and descended from the sky. It directly landed on the indestructible martial physique. Roar! The indestructible martial physique felt danger. Divine power surged all over his body, and the black rod in his hand directly pierced upwards. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable, as though it had pierced a hole in the sky. Bang! The huge golden hand collided with the black rod. The huge hand contained endless power and the aura of the great Tao. It was difficult to resist, and it actually slapped the indestructible martial physique and the rod down from the sky. Boom! The huge golden hand forcefully pressed the indestructible martial physique onto the ground. The ground within 100 miles immediately shook violently like waves, and dust rose high into the sky. This kind of power was definitely the attack of a mighty figure. The huge golden hand dissipated, and a huge palm print that was hundreds of feet wide appeared on the ground. The palm print went deep into the ground and was 100 meters deep. Rumble! The earth shook, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from the palm print on the ground. A tall figure rose from the palm print. The mud and gravel within a radius of 1,000 feet also floated up. The indestructible martial physique was incomparably powerful, and his combat strength caused the world to lose its color. The world shook and he was like a god or a demon. His long hair danced wildly as he slowly rose into the sky. This. Chapter 689. Boom. The giant golden hand once again shattered the void and descended from the sky. It displayed supreme Buddhist power and directly slapped down the indestructible martial physique with infinite battle intent. The attack of the mighty figure was terrifying to the extreme. The giant golden hand was enough to kill all existences below the mighty figure level, but it could not do anything to the indestructible martial physique. Warriors who could cultivate the indestructible martial physique were all peerless figures in the past. Even if a mighty figure encountered such a person, they would probably retreat. The indestructible martial physique was not a legend. Even though the old tortoise's indestructible martial physique had fallen for countless years, it still had unlimited potential. This clone was not able to display the terrifying battle strength of the mighty figure level. Even though it could not display the battle strength of the mighty figure level at this stage, the indestructible martial physique was still incredibly powerful. Even a mighty figure would find it difficult to cause any damage to the indestructible martial physique. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The indestructible martial physique was like an unkillable cockroach. It broke through the ground again and soared into the sky. Its black rod pointed to the sky, its long hair danced wildly, and its battle intent was like a rainbow. The mighty figure did not appear. He was attacking from thousands of miles away. Boom! 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 The giant golden hand continued to shatter the void and directly bombarded from the sky. It pierced through heaven and earth and collapsed mountains. The terrifying power of destruction spread between heaven and earth, and the whole world seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. However, the indestructible martial physique was still indestructible. It soared into the sky and dared to challenge the mighty figure. The Buddhist celestial being realm powerhouse who had retreated was also shocked when he saw this shocking scene. The indestructible martial physique was too powerful. If he had been the one to receive such an attack, he would have already been blasted into pieces. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already crossed the void and were already thousands of miles away. No matter how powerful the Buddhist mighty figure was, it was difficult to find traces of Gu Fei and the others this time. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They used the white jade platform to travel through the void. After a dozen times, the white jade platform could no longer withstand the power of traveling through the void. It turned into dust and dissipated into the void. At this moment, they were already over 50,000 kilometers away from the Buddhist land of the West and had entered the border of the Central Plains. The Central Plains was much vaster than the Western Buddhist lands. If mortals were to traverse through the Central Plains, they would most likely need to spend several years. The border between the Western Buddhist lands and the Central Plains was also vast and boundless. Although the border between Mount Song and the Central Plains could not be described as barren and unruly, it was also not some spiritual land. Miasma and poisonous fog would occasionally drift through the Mount Song army, making it an uncivilized and savage land. The Central Plains was the most prosperous region in the entire Tenglong continent. However, it was divided by three great empires. They were Southern Yin, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi. Each of the three great empires controlled a territory of 1,000,000 miles. They were the three great powers of the Tenglong continent. They could contend against the Taoist sect, the demon race, and the Buddhist sect. At the border between the Buddhist land, Southern Yin, and Northern Wei, there was a place that was not governed by any of the three powers. The people there believed in the shaman religion, which was the inheritance of the ancient ancestors. It was a chaotic primitive region. Because it was not governed by any of the three powers, many people who were fleeing for their lives and those evil villains who had nowhere to go in the Central Plains gathered in this region. Over the years, this desolate land had become the most unique place in the Tenglong continent. Jianghu City was the largest city in this primitive region. No one knew the origin of this city because it had existed for too long. Some people said that this city was built by the ancient ancestors. Some people said that this city was built by the body of a great shaman after he passed away. Of course, compared to the big cities in the Central Plains, Jianghu City was nothing. The capital of the three great empires, Southern Yin, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi, each had a population of 10 million. It was the most prosperous place in the Tenglong continent. However, it was rare to see a city like this in this undeveloped region that still retained its primitive customs. This was the sorcerer's land. It had the inheritance of the sorcerer tribe in the Tenglong continent. Sorcerer. This was a very old word. It could be traced back to the era of the ancient ancestors. In this place, sorcerers had a high status. The most powerful force of the sorcerer tribe in Jianghu City was the Dark Sorcerer cult. The Dark Sorcerer cult was an invincible existence that deterred all the sorcerers in this region. After Gu Fei and the others came out from the Buddhist land, they entered this ungoverned region. The people here were ferocious and seemed to be hostile to everyone who entered this region. What is this place? Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw people wearing strange clothes. The clothes they wore were clearly different from the clothes of the people in the Central Plains. Some of them even had strange pictures drawn on their bodies. This place. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. Although he had never been to many regions in the Tenglong continent, he had read about them in the ancient books. When they arrived in front of a large city that was pitch black, Gu Fei finally knew where they were. Jianghu City was completely black as if it was cast from black iron. It was like a ferocious beast that was entrenched on the ground. It seemed as if it could explode at any time and tear all living things that came close to it into pieces. Jianghu City gave off a strong sense of oppression that made one's heart palpitate. We have come to the territory of Wu. Be careful. Otherwise we won't even know how we died. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. This kind of ancient witchcraft had unimaginable power. Although Gu Fei had the cultivation of the immortal realm, he still felt a little uneasy when facing this black city. This black ancient city was not simple. What was the reason that allowed it to stand in this primitive region for so many years? When He Tian heard this, the fire of soul in his skull suddenly flickered violently. He seemed to have some misgivings about Wu. At this moment, He Tian was wrapped in black clothes to avoid shocking the world. If he appeared with his bones, everyone would probably think of him as an evil spirit. Gu Fei remembered that he had killed a sorcerer from the dark sorcery cult called Ancestor White Bones in the southern wasteland. It seemed that the dark sorcery cult was nothing special and was not worth being afraid of. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Gu Fei strode into the city. Although there were already immortals walking around in the Tenglong continent, there were very few of them. Like a mysterious dragon, it was hard to find its tail. Gu Fei did not feel any particularly strong aura in this city. Xiaoqing and the fire Kiran Balan followed Gu Fei in. However, He Tian raised his head and looked at the city in front of him. His eyes flashed. However, he did not say anything and chased after Gu Fei and the others. When Gu Fei and the others entered the city, they saw that the streets were very lively. People came and went. Most of the people in the city were sorcerers with weapons or colorful bags. There was even something moving in the small bags on the waists of the sorcerers. From time to time, people in Central Plains clothing could be seen walking around. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. They are selling it cheaply. A top-notch cold iron godly sword for only 1,000 taels of gold. It's worth it. Spirit beasts for sale. There were many shops on both sides of the street. There were also many stalls on the ground. The sound of hawking could be heard continuously. Many people stopped to look and choose their goods. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma? It's only 100 years old. Cold iron godly sword? You have the nerve to take out scrap metal to buy it? Spirit beasts? Even cats and dogs can be called spirit beasts. Along the way, little Qing couldn't stay idle and kept giving pointers. His words infuriated the stall owners half to death. "How could we still do business after hearing what you said, brat?" The stall owners wanted to tear Xiaoqing to pieces. However, when they saw the extraordinary bearing of this group of people, none of them dared to do anything. Seeing this, Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Xiaoqing was too wicked. At this time, a fair and chubby little fatty suddenly came to Gu Fei and the others. He cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, "Gentlemen, are you esteemed guests from the Central Plains?" When Gu Fei heard that, he couldn't help but size up the little fatty. He was about 17 or 18 years old and wore a gray robe. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He didn't look like a poor person. But this little fatty's clothes had already been washed white. He had such an aura, but his clothes were so shabby. What was this person's purpose? "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Before Gu Fei could say anything, little Qing took a step forward and coldly stared at the little fatty in front of her as she spoke. Although little Qing had already restrained his aura, he still made the little fatty feel a great deal of pressure when he took a step forward. His face turned deathly pale and his heart thumped wildly. "Ah, I see that you are new to Jianghu City, so I took the liberty to recommend myself. Do you need a guide?" The little fatty forced himself to calm down and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Big brother?" Hearing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little surprised that this little fatty could remain so calm in front of Xiaoqing. "What's your name?" Gu Fei asked with interest. This little fatty did not seem to be a local novice wizard. There was a faint trace of qi coming from him. Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested in this little fatty. "My surname is Gu, my name is Zhong, Gu Zhong," the little fatty said carefully. He could tell that these people were not ordinary people. If he served them well, he would definitely be rewarded. Surname Gu. When Gu Fei heard this, he was truly taken aback. To think that he would actually have the same surname as him. This was truly shocking. Chapter 690. Gu Zhong Gu Chong. What an interesting name. Gu Fei smiled. "We also need a guide. You can be our guide for now." Gu Fei was surprised that this little fatty had the same surname as him, but he didn't reject him. Is it possible to get half of the reward in advance?" Little fatty Gu Zhong scratched his head and asked Gu Fei with some hesitation and embarrassment. "Reward?" Gu Fei couldn't help but feel troubled. He wasn't a person of the secular world and didn't have any money on him. How was he going to pay? Xiaoqing and the fire Qilan Balan naturally didn't have any money, let alone He Tian, who only had a skeleton. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Money was absolutely indispensable in the secular world. "Young masters, don't tell me you don't have any money on you?" The little fatty thought that he had caught a few rich guys and could make a fortune, but it seemed like he had wasted his efforts. "Money? What's that?" Xiaoqing asked curiously. "Is the benefit you want money?" Xiaoqing had never traveled in the secular world before, so he was curious about everything. Most transactions between cultivators were based on bartering. Moreover, people in the cultivation world viewed money as dirt. Xiaoqing had no idea what money was. The fatty couldn't help but stare. Could it be that these well-dressed fellows with extraordinary bearing weren't the noble children of the Central Plains who had come out to train? "We don't have money, but we have these things. They should be enough to pay you," Gu Fei suddenly said and threw a few things to the little fatty. "What is it?" The little fatty hurriedly took it. Before he could see what it was, he felt a warm sensation on his hand. Lowering his head, he saw that he was holding 3 pieces of crystal-clear jade that were 3 fingers wide and had a misty luster flowing around them. The warm feeling was coming from the jade. When you? The little fatty's eyes lit up when he saw the things in his hand. His hands trembled as he quickly said, "Enough, enough, enough. Dizzy. It's just a few pieces of mutton fat jade, why are you so happy?" Xiaoqing couldn't help but have a disdainful expression when he saw the little fatty's excitement. That sort of sheep-fat white jade was not a rare item for cultivators. The 3 pieces of sheep-fat white jade that Gu Fei had tossed to little fatty did not have any spirit qi at all, making it even less attractive to the cultivation world. Gu Fei had a lot of this kind of white jade. In the Hell Path there was even a white jade mountain that was completely made of white jade. Although Gu Fei hadn't truly grasped the Hell Path, he still had the ability to take some items from there. When little fatty heard little Qing's words, he couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't left just now. This young master was simply the god of fortune. These 3 pieces of white jade were worth at least a few thousand taels of gold. The little fatty's heart was blooming with joy. He was very, very short of money right now. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you leading the way? Xiaoqing said impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Where do you want to go? The little fatty put away the 3 pieces of white jade and smiled brightly at Gu Fei's group. Let's go eat a big meal first. Take us to the best restaurant here. Gu Fei said. He hadn't eaten anything from the secular world in a long time. All right. Young masters, please follow me. The little fatty responded and led the way, leading Gu Fei's group along the street. Although Jianghu City was a city in the barbarian lands, it was a place where people should be. Although the Sorcerer Land was an ungoverned region, the forces of the Central Plains still managed to infiltrate this place. The Heavenly Star Tower was the best restaurant in Jianghu City. Only people with status would be able to dine in the Heavenly Star Tower. As long as the guest wanted to eat something, it would be available here. Even the liver of a dragon or the gallbladder of a phoenix could be obtained. The little fatty, Gu Zhong, already knew that these young masters weren't simple. How could a person who casually threw out the white jade be an ordinary person? He led Gu Fei's group straight to the Sky Star Tower. In the entire Jianghu City, only the Sky Star Tower could barely entertain such people. With the little fatty's introduction, Gu Fei's group had a better understanding of the situation in Jianghu City. This was a city controlled by the Dark Sorcerer cult. The population of the entire city was less than 100,000, but it was the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Sorcerer Land. Compared to other places in the Sorcerer Land, this was simply heaven in the eyes of sorcerer cultivators. The Sky Star Tower had a total of 18 floors. The bottom floor was for ordinary customers. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the customers. The 18th floor was for important people of the demigod realm and above. The 18th floor of the Sky Star Tower was rarely open, but it was open today. Obviously, some important people had come to Jianghu City, and someone was entertaining them on the 18th floor. With the little fatty's eyesight, he naturally couldn't tell the strength of Gu Fei's group. If he knew that Gu Fei's group had immortal cultivation, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to bring them up to the 18th floor. The little fatty led the way. He seemed to be very familiar with the Sky Star Tower. He directly brought Gu Fei's group to the 9th floor. Isn't that the lazy worm of the Gu family? The little fatty, Gu Zhong, was recognized the moment he reached the 9th floor. It seemed like he was a regular customer of the Sky Star Tower. Gu family? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was a Gu family in Jianghu City? He suddenly had some interest in the little fatty's family. Who said it wasn't? Wasn't the Gu family chased out of Jianghu City by the Dark Sorcerer cult? Yes, this lazy worm actually dares to appear in Jianghu City. Isn't he afraid that the people of Jianghu City will chop him into pieces? Who's the person behind him? There were many customers on the 9th floor of the Sky Star Tower. Many of them were discussing in low voices. Some were even pointing at the little fatty. They were all very surprised that the little fatty would appear here. Gu Zhong, it seems like they all recognize you. Little Qing walked forward with a smile on her face. Her eyes emitted a sharp light that was as sharp as lightning as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. The lobby of the 9th floor instantly quietened down. Little fatty, Gu Zhong, smiled but didn't say anything. Although Xiaoqing didn't release any aura, these people felt a sense of fear under Xiaoqing's gaze. It was as if a prehistoric beast was staring at them. The little fatty ignored those people and directly led Gu Fei and Gu Fei's group into a private room by the window. Who are these people? Scary. They look young, but they're definitely not simple. Look at their clothing. Could they be from the Central Plains? How did the lazy worm of the Gu family get to know such people? When Gu Fei and his group walked into the private room, the people in the lobby started to whisper again. The appearance of Gu Fei and his group made them feel uneasy. After sitting down in the private room, Gu Fei looked at the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and asked indifferently, "You have a feud with the Dark Sorcerer cult?" Yes. Gu Zhong seemed unwilling to say more. Gu Zhong, get out here. At this moment, a loud shout sounded from outside, and a strange, sinister, and evil aura entered the private room from the outside. Gu Zhong's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this voice. Chapter 691. Bam! The door of the private room was kicked open, and a tall figure stood outside. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but frown, and a trace of displeasure appeared on their faces. They looked up and saw that the man was 9 feet tall like an iron tower, standing at the door and blocking the entire door. This was an extremely tough young man, dressed in black, with 3 small bags of different colors hanging on his waist. The muscles all over his body were bulging, giving people a strong sense of power. "Wu man, don't go too far." The little fatty stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Let's put aside our grievances for today. I have a distinguished guest to entertain. Who do you think you are? The voodoo barbarian's arrogance soared to the sky. He directly punched the fatty's head. His fist, which was as big as a copper hammer, moved quickly in the void, making a whoosh sound. The air in the private room suddenly surged, producing a strong airflow. The little fatty was taken aback. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to directly attack in the Sky Star Tower. The private room was not big and it was difficult for the little fatty to avoid Wu Man's punch. The little fatty had no choice but to raise his hand. Bam! Wu Man's punch directly hit the little fatty's arms, causing the little fatty to retreat 5 or 6 steps, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Wu Man's divine strength was amazing, and the little fatty, Guzhong, seemed to be no match for him at all. I said that I, Wu Man, will kill every member of the Gu family I see. Wu Man's arrogance soared to the sky, and he was about to step into the private room. He completely ignored the existence of Gu Fei and the others. Humph! A cold snort sounded in the private room. The sound was not loud, but the entire Sky Star Tower shook. Before Wu Man stepped into the private room, he seemed to have suffered a great impact, and his tower-like body flew up and smashed backward. In the hall outside the private room, there was a burst of exclamation and then there was chaos. The barbarian shaman smashed many tables and everyone hurriedly dodged. Everyone in the entire Heaven Star Tower was alarmed. This was incredible. There was actually someone with unfathomable cultivation making a move. Even the people on the 18th floor were astonished. Who is it? Who is it? A cold snort shook the entire Heavenly Star Tower. Could it be that there is a demigod realm expert in the Heavenly Star Tower? On the 9th floor, let's go take a look. For a moment, the entire Heaven Star Tower was in an uproar. Experts who could fly in the air from the 10th floor and above rushed out, wanting to see what was going on. The Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man had been beaten up. Someone actually dared to attack the Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man in Dark Shaman City. On the 9th floor, everyone was discussing. A beast-like roar resounded, and the entire Heaven Star Tower shook. Sorcery power revolved around Wu Man's body, and he stood up from the ground like an injured ferocious beast. Little fatty Guzhong was also stunned. Although he didn't know who attacked just now, the person who did it was definitely one of Gu Fei's group. Who are these people? Little fatty was scared witless. These people were too powerful and mysterious. They actually dared to challenge the Dark Shaman cult. Scram if you don't want to die. Balan's voice came from the private room. He didn't usually speak much and he didn't joke around. He didn't mind killing this insignificant sorcerer man. Wu Man's eyes were red. In Dark Shaman City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. In Dark Shaman City, the Dark Shaman cult was the heavens. As the Dark Shaman cult's young master, Wu Man was the future master of Dark Shaman City. To be scolded like this in his own territory was a great humiliation. Bam. 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 Sorcery power surged around Wu Man's body, and the shadows of 2 strange beasts vaguely appeared on his body. A fierce murderous aura spread across the 9th floor. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, the entire floor would shake. Everyone avoided him as far as they could. If they were to be implicated, they would be in trouble. You're courting death. Balan's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he was about to attack. Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand to stop Balan. If Balan attacked, Wu Man wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, Gu Fei had other plans. Swoosh. He pointed a finger, and a divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger, hitting the aggressive and murderous Wu Man. As the divine light entered Wu Man's body, the 2 beast souls that were condensing on his body immediately dissipated. Wu Man also stood there motionless as if he had been cursed. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and his face had turned purple. Roar. He roared again and again, desperately activating the sorcery power in his body. However, it was all in vain. He couldn't even move his fingers. Apart from his head, his body didn't seem to belong to him anymore. How is this possible? What kind of people did the lazy Gu from the Gu family bring? They're too powerful. Could they be from a big sect in the Central Plain? Seeing this scene, the people on the 9th floor found it hard to remain calm. Even the experts who were flying outside the building were dumbfounded. Wu Man was subdued just like that? So easily? Wu Man is the Dark Shaman cult's young master. A level 9 sorcerer. Wu Man is a level 9 sorcerer. Little fatty Guzhong was also shocked. What kind of people were these? At this time he had no confidence in himself. These people were more powerful and abnormal than the previous one. Gu Buzhong, why are you still standing here? If you have any grievances, go and settle them. Xiaoqing came to the fatty's side, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. The fatty's legs and neck went soft. He shivered and almost fell to the ground. Why don't you want revenge? Gu Fei said indifferently. He had already heard the words of the people around him. Was a level 9 sorcerer very powerful? This dark shaman cult's young master was only at the transcending mortality realm. After listening to Gu Fei's words, Fatty Gu Zhong's eyes were filled with hatred. He was no longer afraid, as if he had become a different person. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, strode out of the private room, and went straight to the imprisoned Wu Man. How dare you? Wu Man glared fiercely at the little fatty and shouted in a stern voice. Bam! The little fatty didn't say anything. He directly threw a punch at Wu Man's face. Wu Man's nose started to bleed and he was enraged. Chapter 692. Pa. 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 Fatty slapped Wu Man a dozen times with both hands. Wu Man's mouth was full of blood, and his teeth were almost all gone. Awesome. Not only did the little fatty not stop, but he also started punching and kicking, beating Barbarian Wu, who was restrained by Gu Fei like a human sandbag. The little fatty vented the anger that had accumulated in his chest for a long time. Poor Wu Man. In the end he couldn't even make a sound. Wu Man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and many bones in his body were broken. However, it had to be said that Fatty's ability to torture people was absolutely first class. He was very careful. Although Wu Man's injury seemed to be serious, it was not life-threatening. After all, Wu Man was the young master of the dark sorcery cult, so Fatty did not dare to kill him. Wu Man had never been humiliated like this before. He fainted a few times. Humph. Just when Fatty was having fun beating Wu Man, suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the 9th floor. Then, a ball of green light gushed out from the floor in the middle of the lobby, and a figure appeared from the green light. With the appearance of this person, a gloomy and strange aura immediately filled the 9th floor, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Everyone shuddered involuntarily and retreated even further away. Everyone upstairs seemed to have some misgivings about this person, and many people even left directly. Fatty Gu Zhong did not stop and then retreated to Gu Fei and the others. He felt a bone-chilling killing intent which made him tremble. Swoosh. 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 At this time figures flashed. Several young men and women dressed in Central Plains costumes appeared in the building. Seeing these people, Gu Fei could not help but frown. These young men and women were the mysterious figures on the 18th floor. Gu Fei thought they were experts of the older generation, but he did not expect them to be young men and women. The person in the lead was wearing a purple gold dragon crown. Dragon Chi was faintly emitting from his body, and he actually had the aura of an emperor. Could it be that he was from the imperial family of an immortal dynasty? The 3 eternal empires were able to stand towering in the Central Plains for countless years and control an area of 500,000 kilometers, so their resources were naturally unimaginably deep. An undying empire was comparable to a great sect. They couldn't be underestimated. He's not from the dragon clan, but he has the dragon aura to protect him? Xiaoqing's gaze was immediately attracted by the young man with the purple gold dragon crown. How dare you behave atrociously in our sorcerer's land? Damn you. The mysterious person was shrouded in green light, and his aura was strange and terrifying. His oily green face sent chills down people's spines. A chilling killing intent swirled around the building. He stared at Gu Fei and the others behind little Fatty, his dark green eyes flashing with a strange evil light. They're dead meat. One of the dark shaman sect's 4 divine shamans, the human demon, has arrived. Once the demonic human appears, not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Human demon? Gu Fei heard the murmurs of the bystanders in the building. It was not funny. How could someone like this be called a demon? He had seen real demons before. The young men and women dressed in Central Plains uniforms watched everything coldly from the side. They had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was obvious at a glance that these people had been in positions of power for a long time, and they had an aura that ordinary people didn't have. Gu Fei and the others didn't think much of this human demon, but that didn't mean that the others would treat him like air. Human demon. Little Fatty's legs and neck stopped trembling when he saw the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. His face turned pale. It wasn't just little Fatty. Anyone who knew about the human demon's background was shocked. Among the 4 divine shamans of the Dark Shaman sect, this human demon was the easiest to kill. In the sorcerer's land, there was a saying that once a human demon appeared, not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. Moreover, his methods were cruel. This human demon was shrouded in a green light. He was tall and thin, with a narrow pointy forehead and high cheekbones. He looked like a mouse. Seeing Wu Man's miserable state, his green eyes suddenly emitted a fierce evil light. He directly stretched out his skinny right hand, which was like a chicken's claw, and grabbed Little Fatty. Little Fatty was really shocked. This ruthless person was actually attacking him. In his fear, he didn't think much and directly waved his hand to block. "Humph! You're courting death." With a sharp and harsh voice, a cruel smile appeared on the human demon's face. Green light burst out from his right claw, and 5 rays of dark green evil light shot out from his 5 fingers, piercing towards Little Fatty. Just when everyone thought that Little Fatty was about to be killed by the human demon, the green light from the human demon's right claw collided with Little Fatty's palm. The 5 rays of evil light were all shattered by Little Fatty's random slap. Bang! The human demon flew backward, directly smashed through the wall and fell out of the building. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that this would be the result. How was this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't speak for a long time. This Little Fatty was actually an expert? He pretended to be weak and waited until now to defeat one of the 4 divine sorcerers of the Dark Sorcerer sect? Why didn't this lazy bum help when the Gu family was expelled from Dark Sorcerer City? They couldn't figure it out, they really couldn't figure it out. Everyone was in disbelief. Only the expressions of the young men and women from the Central Plains changed a little. The eyes of the young man wearing a purple gold dragon crown in the lead flashed as he swept a glance at Gu Fei, who was in the private room. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were still leisurely sitting in the private room, watching the scene with interest. Roar! An angry roar came from outside, followed by a flash of green light. The human demon that had been sent flying by Little Fatty rushed in from outside. His beady eyes stared fixedly at Little Fatty, a trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. His expression was ferocious and fearful, as if he wanted to eat Little Fatty alive. Good. I didn't think that the Gu family would have someone like you. The human demon laughed in anger. He reached into a pitch-black pouch at his waist. Crash. Everyone upstairs immediately rushed to the staircase in a panic. Some people even directly jumped out of the surrounding windows. Everyone's expression changed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a ghastly wind blew angrily. A cloud of black gas exploded from the human demon's hand. Within the churning black gas were countless black snake shadows that pounced at Little Fatty. No one knew what the human demon had taken out of the leather pouch, but it definitely wasn't anything good. In just a moment, everyone who knew about the human demon fled. Only the young men and women from the Central Plains were still standing there.